Yes, karibuni kwa live yetu siku ya leo. Mambo leo ni moto kabisa. Mambo leo ni moto ajabu. Karibuni, karibuni. Karibuni wote. Mkuje vile mlivyo na mtapumzishwa. Wale mmebeba mizigo mikubwa mkuje vile mlivyo na mtapumzikwa. Ya, karibuni na wangojea. Leo story ni ile epic, Leo story ni ile iko juu kabisa. Ruto amejaribu kuongeleshwa na Olive Barros, hataki kujibu. Kiburi iko juu kabisa. Kiburi. Yes, karibuni. Karibuni na wangoja hapa. Leo ni tarehe 20 March 2025 and I hope you are blessed na uko tayari kusikiliza history yetu siku ya leo with an aim ya knowing that things are becoming serious in our country. Kuna vuguvugu za ama kuna utangulizi unaonekana ni kama tunaweza fika katika revolution phase anytime. Sasa vile Kenya inakaa, dalili zote za ukiukaji wa serikali wa sheria, dalili zote ambazo zinaonesha taifa letu aliko mahali pazuri linaonekana. Pia kwa mambo ingine wamefanya reshuffle. Mimi sifuatiliangi, I don't follow anything about, but nimeona kuna watu wawili watatu wa Azimio, the former Azimio, sababu we don't think Azimio is there. So kuna watu wawili watatu wamepewa kazi. Karugu, our good lady from Nyeri, I didn't know that watu wakivuka ile pande ingine ya kukula, they don't mind being given jobs. Inakaa sisi ndio ambao hatupendi kukula. Sisi ndio hatupendi kukula. Wenzetu wakiitua kazi tu anakimbia haste. Naona mimi sipendi kukula. Inakaa watu wakiitwa na kaongo ni haraka. So I think I have seen quite some many names from Nyanza, na kuna restructuring. Nimeona for the first time Berio Kipsang amebadilishwa, na alikuwa amekaa hapo kwa Ministry of Education sana. Berio Kipsang amekaa hapo sana. So karibuni, ukiingia kwa studio ama ukiingia kwa kikao unasalimia watu alafu tuendelee. So leo ni tarehe 20 March. Mwaka umeanzia kunoga kweli. Mwaka umeanzia kunoga. The year is spent now. I think we are now reaching a quarter of the year. Na hii miaka inasonganga bwana. Ukiingia unachukua kiti, unaketi, tuendelee kuchapa ngumzo. So tuko hapa sababu wewe ni mmoja wetu, and we take it with all the seriousness and the kindness it requires. We always take your support as a very serious stuff to us. So karibuni ili tuweze kukanganua hii maneno. Leo mtafurahi kabisa. Bwana Raila Odinga amesema yeye hawezi acha kukula. Yeye hawezi acha kukula. Wale wanajaribu kumwambia ati aende pande ya Wamunyoro, yeye hawezi enda pahali iko na baridi. Pahali hakuna kitu. Tunamuelewa sana. So ukisikia Raila Odinga akisema yeye hawezi ungana na Wamunyoro, it is very simple. Vile anajaribu kusema ni ya kwamba mimi siwezi enda pahali hakuna lishe, pahali sitagawiwa. Tunamjua sana. Hata mimi ningekuwa mtu wa kukura, nezaenda aje pali hakuna kitu. Raila is not built for combining with people with no power. Raila anataka pali yeye mwenyewe atasaidika. So hata kujaribu ati kusweet talk Raila Odinga, kujeni uungane na sisi tutoe Ruto, lugha kama hizo asikiangi. Raila ni mtu wa kuenda pale kwa kuweka mikono yako katika kikapu na unaanzia kufyonza. That is who Raila is, and that is how he has been made. Let me tell some groups we are online already. Stony PK, we are online. So naambia tu there's a group. Okay, we are online. Who else we tell? Some of the people who share our podcast. Karibuni sana, karibuni. So karibuni sana. So Mwamba, karibu. Sasa hata nyinyi mnaambia ati Raila aende aungane na Gachagua. Unajua kuna vitu zingine hazi make sense bwana Mwamba. Unaweza enda hadi pali uwezi pewa gari, hakuna bodyguard, hakuna budget. Nyinyi ni kama mjaelewa Raila. Hata msijaribu kumsweet talk. Hiyo story haiwezi kubali. He is the eater in chief. The eater, mkulaji maalum. Ni mkulaji ama ni mkuli? Hebu niambie story, ni mkuli. Mkuli maalum. Ati mkulaji maalum, mnamwambia kuja ungane na sisi. We joke a lot. We joke a lot. Gachagua, ati mnaambia ati Raila aende kwa Gachagua. Mkulaji maalum. Mkulaji. In this country you joke a lot. Mkulaji maalum mnamwambia kuja pande yetu. Mkulaji in chief. The eater in chief. Mliambiwa vizuri sana akina Ubuntu. Mliambiwa vizuri sana story ya Raila. I think even Miguna, although I don't support everything which he says, Raila is a bimbo. Kama if I may use bimbo. Na akina Julia nilisikia wakisema hapa ni mtu wa maintenance standard za juu sana. Ni mse wa catwalk. Raila ni mse wa display. Gachagua bana, you can do it. I don't think anyone needs him. We can form without him. So wacheni kuogopa sana. Msifikiria ati huyu mzee ni alpha na omega. In fact, the more mnaanzia kusema mnamtaka, the more he will humiliate you. Mnaona sasa ameanzia kuhumiliate watu, kuwahumiliate. Wachaneni naye kabisa. Wacha aende na huko akule na aende huko. Ameenda one way. So wacheni story mingi ati ya kusema ati tunahitaji huyu mzee, hapana. So but the revolution is building, The revolution is building. Hakuna kitu inafanya kazi. Yosef, wewe unacheza bwana. Huyo jamaa bwana, kuna mtu umeona akikaa na yeye, unakaa na yeye unaisha. Unaisha. You can't afford that guy. So Ubuntu, naona pia unaongea story ya hawa watu. Sijui kama umesikia Waiguru ametetea ile breakfast ya 4 million. Amesema hao watu wapatangi pesa mingi, and it is in her prerequisite kupea wafanyikazi wake hao wanaokota revenue, hao wanaenda kazi asubuhi mapema sana, anawapea kidogo, pesa kidogo. Yeah, and in other news also, sijui kama mumeona mkereketwa. Pia No update tu kidogo, mkereketwa bana ni kama ameingia jela sasa. I wish this thing was happening in large scale, eh? Although for me, I believe those people who have committed crime, this is not enough. Huyu ni bwana Waititu. Huyu ni bwana Waititu. Ni kama amevalishwa nguo. Ni kama body ilikosa. Ninajua watatolewa tu. But the best solution, watu kama hawa wanafaa kuwekwa kwa firing school, ndio story ishe. Sio peke yake, huyu akina Ruto au wote wameiba. Ya, karibuni. Naanzia kuona ya Muturi bado anashikilia yeye atatoka kwa serikali. I don't know what that means. Yeah, so I don't know what that means. Wow, so we are doing good. So Onyango Franklin anasema hello Njiro, nimerudi. Okay, wewe rudi. Sisi hapa hatunanga kimenyano, hatunanga story ya Nduta bado inaendelea. Najaribu tu kuwapea tu ma-updates as I wait for people. Story ya Nduta inaendelea. Ati coup fear grow as Soipan Tuya unmasks fake KDF generals running a military. Niliwaambia the other day ni either mpindue serikali ama tu status quo ikae. Kuna njia mbili. Na kupindua serikali sio vibaya. Kuna watu wamepindua na wamepona. So mimi sitishangu na vitu kama hizo ndogo ndogo. Okay. We have no problem. Hata hivi watu wanatutishia tena Waislamu Kenya. Waislamu na Wakristo wanakaa pamoja. So we have no problem about that. So, and I believe whether Muslims will want to produce a president or not, that is not the material situation. The material situation is whether it's a Muslim or Christian, does he have the qualities of being a leader? Because this idea where people feel that simply because this population is becoming populous, they can produce a president. We have always been producing presidents, but that is not the material thing. The material thing is whether he is a Muslim, Christian, or Hindu, is he a good man? That should be the dialogue. So the dialogue is not about a certain sect producing a leader. The dialogue should be simple. Are they good people? So Beidat ananiambia, according to X, the Muslim population will determine the 2027 election. I have no problem about that. Whether Muslim population determines the election or not. The question is, do you want to tell me that now Kenyan Muslims want to vote the wrong way because they are the ones who will determine the election? So yourself, you need to tell me that. Alice in Wonderland, karibu sana. Kenya needs to be like Vietnam, kunyongwa. This is too much corruption in the country. Yeah, I'm a serious believer of punitive action against crime. I believe in firing squad. I believe in hanging. I believe in lethal injection. I believe in all those bad acts to criminals. I believe ukiua mtu, you should not be allowed to live. That is my belief. If actually I got power today in Kenya, kila mtu ambaye ameua mwingine, he will also die. Nianzie kuatishia. Actually, I will be worse than Lee Kuan Yew, of Singapore. Maybe that is why I cannot become a leader in Kenya. I will be worse than Lee. I will do more than Lee. Nitawanyonga mshangae huko. Ukasema huyu atolewe sasa. You will actually do a coup to remove me. You will do a coup to remove me. sababu ya venye nimenyonga wase. Sijui umeripu watu na unataka tu kukanyanga hapa wote. Wote tunanyonga wote. Munipe tu Kenya tu siku 5 muone. Nianzie kusema kama vile nianzie kusema vile ni Jaramogi alikuwa anasema tu anataka tu kufanywa rais masaa 2. I only want to become a president for 2 hours. Mimi hata stagi mingi, nataka ngapi? Siku 5 muone. Huyu Ruto anawasumbua, muone atakuwa wapi. Munipe tu siku 5 peke yake. Huyu besti atateremshwa na makamba kama Saddam, vile Saddam alikuwa na unasumbuana na watu nini bana? No. We have to reach that level whereby we kill criminals. That is my belief. I believe in criminals deserve to die. Killers and corrupt. So that is why I'm a serious supporter of Vietnamese model. I'm a serious supporter of the Chinese model, because I believe that is the only model which works when it comes to crime, or what Nayib Bukele is doing. Nayib Bukele kule El Salvador, kikamatwa story yako kwisha, sababu hii makosa ndogo ndogo. The problem why we cannot change our country is because Kenyans do not fear to commit crime, because they know the repercussion is very small. If today somebody knew that if it is proven that you have stolen money, utawaiona jua tena. How many people you steal? Sisi tunaiba because there is no repercussion. Unaiba 100 million, the only repercussion ni ya kwamba unawekwa sijui kunakuwa tu na kelele mingi. No, we cannot be that country. Hiramaiza karibu sana. So that is my spirit. So I believe in killing people when it comes to crime. Wanyongwe wote. So, and those are some of the things which we need. Kama tutatengeneza serikali in the future, those are some of the things we want them reviewed. Me personally, I want lethal injection to be brought to Kenya. Tunakudunga shindano unakufa if you have committed serious crime. I want to see people being hanged. Those are things I want to see. Lakini iwezekani, like you have committed crime and you are busy. That is why now story ya crime iwezi isha. Yes, ubaya mwizi wa mkate ndiye anauawa kwetu. That's what I'm trying to say. Like we need to kill them. All those criminals, we need to kill them. You have participated in embezzling of public coffers. You want your kids to enjoy while our kids are not enjoying? No, we will kill you. So that is my motto. So whoever want my support in future, you have to be ready to kill criminals. Yeah, we have to reach that level. Hata kama ni mimi umenipata na hatia, hata mimi niue tu. How can we change that democracy if we are fearing to? Yeah, nimeona huyo msichana ambaye I don't know who had abducted her. The government is not even giving a statement. Sorry. The government is not even giving a statement. It is very unfortunate. The government should give a statement about that. So karibuni sana. Wanjakoya wasawa, wezi ni kunyongwa. Yeah. We need to reach that level. Hatuwezi kuwa tu tunafanya tu vitu tu pole pole tu hivi. Anyway, but that's what I believe in. That Mumbi Saraki. No, you see, sasa hiyo ya ICC, I don't think it will itaisha. I don't. Those dates will be analyzed. I think here Duterte, I don't think he will be jailed. I don't think it will be proven. Unajua kuna vitu zingine. If he acted under the law, I think itakuwa sawa. So I don't think Duterte is going to have that problem. But anyway, no problem. So karibuni sana. Tunaendelea kukanganyua. So Bwana Raila Odinga amesema yeye hawezi shikana na Wamunyoro. Hebu niwatafutie yeye. I think that is Raila. I think he said he cannot join. I wanted to look for that. But also revolution is also boiling up in Kenya. In Jiro, can you imagine someone killing a church full of handcuffed people and still become a president of a country? Akijanet. Wacha kunikumbusha hiyo. Because tulikuwa tunasema ni mwizi wetu. He is our criminal, and it was all about rescuing them. Oh my, it's tough. We have to really become serious, by the way, as a nation. So nasikia pia wameconfirm ni kama kuna kuanga na madrugs Kenya ati hiyo pale ya Namanga. I don't know kama mliona hiyo. I'm trying to look for a shorter version of Raila. So I think now it is now evident. So na ndio mimi nataka hawa akina Gachagua waache kuconcentrate na Raila Odinga, because I think that one will make them lose more traction. Na hawataweza kuvuta watu upande yao. If they keep on telling Raila, Raila lazima ukue pande yetu, because I think now Raila is also determined to humiliate them. Now that Raila was in the banquet hiyo ya huyo mama na king wa Holland, so I think that one is trying to show, I think, a complete overhaul of what we are thinking about. So hiyo ndio niliona. So I think Raila was there. So it was state dinner for the chosen few. I don't know why hawakutaka kujaza watu hapo. Naonanga ma state dinner za Marekani zikiwa na watu wengi sana. Yetu ya Kenya ilikuwa tu na watu wachache sana. Yeah. Natafuta hii speech ya Raila. Let me see if akisema yeye hataki hawezi shikana na mtu ya mitego.
Pamoja na Waislamu, sio tu wa Nairobi hapa, lakini wengine imetoka pembe zingine za nchi, tuwe pamoja siku moja. Niko dada yangu pale Ameda Kibwana, ambaye ni katibu wangu. Kila mara yeye ndio anaandaa, kufanya haraka, yeye ndio anafanya kila kitu. Nataka nitoe shukrani sana kwa Ameda. Mimi na furaha, iftari kitu muhimu sana. Sasa tuko katika mwezi takatifu ya Ramadhani. Hii ni moja ya pembe tano za dini ya Kiislamu. Kwa wale ambao sio Waislamu ambao wako hapa, Islam iko na pembe tano za Uislamu. Moja ni sasa
Lazima ajifanye venye anajua Uislamu. Ni sawa, tumekubali mzito. Natafuta hapo, anasema hata shikana na Wamunyoro. Sikuona hapo. Musyoka anasema nini? Ruto will get less than 500k votes if he vice in 2027. Mount Kenya and Rift Valley people who voted for him. Now the expert Mbadi says the counties need to be reduced. No, the counties need to be reduced to 8 provinces. So I think ile mambo iko hapa Kenya ni mingi sana. So when Mbadi is talking about that, yeah, we agree that Kenya is overrepresented. I don't deny, but how many people are going to back that? Because for sure 47 counties are not sustainable. I don't like it either. But anyway, vile bwana Raila amesema leo ni ya kwamba yeye maneno yake na Gachagua awezi. Yeye maneno yake na Gachagua awezi. Acha niwekee link hapo. Yeye na Gachagua there's nothing they can do together. So we can build that dialogue from there and other things. Let's talk even about how the revolution is building, because the revolution is there. The only challenge which we are having ni tumekosa mtu wa kuguide hiyo revolution. So the emotions are already there, the desperation is already there, but kumekosa Mkenya ama kumekosa wa Kenya who can be able actually to guide that Kenyan revolutionary atmosphere into the right direction. So that is the problem which we are having. But all the signs of a takeover are there. So Professor Yash Paragai and Bob Mukangi, huyo ni professor, ni Bob Mukangi. Bob Mukangi huyo alikuwa ameandika ile kitabu ya Walenisi. You will correct me if I make wrong. Explored the economic cost of 2010 constitution and it was deemed viable if properly implemented. That issue came up many times. Wow. I usually have a lot of problems with our constitution, especially when it comes to those many parastatals and constitutional bodies which they have done. Like for instance, naweza uliza swali, police oversight ni ya nini? Hiyo kitu ya police oversight ni ya nini? And the majority of those commissioners who are usually there, they draw salaries of millions and so many allocations. So there are so many commissions which I don't like. So, but I don't think Ruto is the right person to dialogue when it comes to amendment to the constitution. So Mr. Ruto is a wrong agent. In fact, I fear when Mr. Ruto says that, or maybe some of the people in the Ruto corner, they say that they want us to amend the constitution. Because wanaweza kuwa anatuambia tubadilisha hizi vitu na kumbe wao ile kitu wanataka kubadilisha hapo ni presidential term. So that is why for me Rutoism makes me a bit scared. Rutoism makes me a bit scared because I would not trust Ruto in amending the constitution. I would not trust him at all. So that is the challenge I have. Yes, I might want to listen to some of the good things they want to say, but I would rather trust another person with amending the constitution. So we would rather pend that activity and we revisit it when Ruto is not the president and when Ruto is not co-working with Ruto. Remember, Ruto went for Raila so that they could be able to impeach Gachagua, and we are not sure if actually Ruto went for Raila so that he can be able to get the help of amending the constitution so that actually he can actually extend the presidential limit. Now with Raila Odinga in his yoke, And with totally a parliament which has been overtaken or captured, that issue of extending a presidential term is not a pipe dream. It is something which can happen. Yeah. And the only thing which can stop it is actually civil revolution or civil rebellion. But Ruto akisema leo anataka presidential term ikuwe miaka 10, with the help of Raila Odinga, they can do it. Because they would go and would sack all those MPs, and they make it possible. So that is the pioneer which we are operating in, that when Raila and Ruto are operating together, they are actually destructive agents of our country than of help. Those are destructive agents, and they can actually do very bad things to us. And I know Mr. Ruto will attempt to do that, because Mr. Ruto is not willing to face an election, sahi. So the easiest way which you can do, hata ungekuwa Ruto, which you can do is you try to push for a presidential term, even of 7 or 8 years. So if you push a presidential term of 7 years, at least instead of election happening in 2027, you have election happening in 2029, and you have handed yourself more time of rooting. In any case, that 2029, you are not even elected, you are even ready to get out because you have already spent enough time to steal. So that is the concept which Ruto is working on. How can I extend my time in power? Because he believes that if he continues, or if he subjects himself into an electoral process, he knows very well the outcome would be very negative for him. So that is why, if you can be able to understand the body language for Ruto, is it is better for him to subvert the will of people, to avoid the rule of law, and do all the other heinous acts, frustrate people, do abductions. That is the best option for him. Make sure that the rule of law is very difficult. Frustrate people, employ people only from one tribe or from certain sectors, royalists, put royalists everywhere. So that these people can only tell you what you want to hear. These people can only do what you tell them to do. That is the quagmire which we are having now, and that is what people like Akina Gachagua, Eugene Wamalwa, Kalonzo Musyoka should be assembling to fight autocracy, which is in the offing, or it has already been birthed. Autocracy, a presidency which is ready to subvert the will of people, subjugate the constitution to maintain power. You can see the extent in which they went of making Kenya not to have a structured opposition. They made sure that there was no demarcation between the people who won the election and the people who did not win the election. And now they are using those people to actually get more rights away from Kenyans. Now Kenyans are losing much. We are losing our assets. We are losing our freedom. We are losing our families. We are losing our people. We are losing our investment. We are losing our education. We are losing our health, simply because the government was able to combine with the sole people who are actually supposed to be fighting the government. So that is the quagmire which Kenyans find themselves in. So Musyoka ananiambia John Badi basically has no plan to cut waste in the Ministry of Finance and Government. He cannot do it under Ruto. Last time he was complaining about pending bills of 900B left by Uhuru. They cannot keep on crying about burdens which were left by other people. They are now the people who are collecting taxes. They are the people who are representing Kenyans. There is no excuse. Uhuru is not having any structured system to collect any money. They cannot keep on complaining. Alifanya, and if there was any money thuggery which was stolen, they are supposed to prove it. They have instruments and possibilities of how to do that. Kenyan politicians only have a plan to steal, nothing else in their brains. I agree, Alice. Yeah, and that is what we are saying. We need to fight now. We need total representation. We need people who can think about Kenyans, not think for Kenyans. You know, there is a difference between thinking for and thinking about. And that is the problem which we are finding ourselves in. These peers from from the Ministry of Education has been moved to Interior after being unable to implement CBC. Berio keeps saying, I don't think anyone will be able to implement CBC for now because Ruto approach is wrong on everything. The model could be right, but his approach is wrong. Nothing works under corruption. That is the truth. Nothing works under corruption. For things to, sometimes you could blame people for no good reason. There's no way in which you want me to work, and the only thing which you are telling me to do is how to cut deals. Haiwezekani. So Mr. Ruto and his cronies, they only think about deals. That is why things become very difficult for the rest of Kenya, or even to do anything meaningful, because everything they are doing, especially those people who have gotten employment through the Ruto agenda, is about what can I take home, how can I steal here, what can I do. That is why whoever gets anything in Ruto cannot do anything. Remember, Ruto is one-man show. He negotiates contracts directly. Some people are even saying that even for foreigners' contracts, he negotiates with them directly. So that is the person we are dealing with. Some of the jobs which people apply, they are actually flower girls. Wewe unakuwa tu ni flower girl, wetu ni mtu hapo wa kupitisha idhaa. Nothing much, nothing big. So that is the thing. So let's keep building and showing Kenyans that it is possible, and we can do these things in the right way. Yeah. So kama kuna mtu anataka kuingia studio, nimekuwekea link hapo. I know at times saa zingine watu wanakuanga busy, but you can join, you share your views, and you leave. So it's not a must that you come to the studio all through the time while we are here. So let me briefly talk about the revolution which is building up, because I feel indebted to explain the revolution which is building up, because it is there. At times, some people do not see it, and maybe people might think that we do not understand what we are saying. This is the Kenyan revolution as it is now. First of all, Kenyan communication space has changed forever. If there is anyone who is following what is happening in Kenya now, there is a lot of talking in YouTube and TikTok, and by extent TikTok. So if many of us have been able to follow what has been happening in TikTok without looking at the side shows of some of the platforms which have been put forward by government officers or government sympathizers, but if you look at the dialogue in the TikTok, you will actually understand the shift of thinking of many Kenyans. I think Kenyans are ready for their country to take an hyper turn. So I listened to many discussions there, and those people are restless. I have not met a young Kenyan who is actually defending Ruto. The only people who I hear defending Ruto are people like Akina Sundi, are people like Murkomen. But in the online spaces, I'm yet to get somebody who is trying to defend Ruto. Even those who are ambit sympathizers, they are being swarmed by the people who are extremely anti-government. So if you look in the online spaces now, the messaging and the nature of communication, we are at 95% anti-Ruto rhetoric. Extreme. I'm talking of social media. Over 95% anti-Ruto rhetoric. So we have already conquered and we have won there. So that is one sphere of now saying that messaging is good and right in our favor. Number two is restlessness of all communities, regardless of where you come from. If you look today, or if you look at what is happening to our nation now, we do not seem to have a community which is settled, including even Mount Kenya region, where I hear Mr. Ruto will be visiting next week with a lot of goodies. I'm yet to see how many people from Mount Kenya region will actually come out for those events. I predict some boycotts. I predict some hired crowds. They will try to hire crowds. so that they can try to put that fake. I think what they are doing, that event of Mr. Ruto in Mount Kenya region, they are going to heavily finance it so that he can be able to paint a perception that actually the narrative has changed, and he has now begun to consolidate that area. I think they want to pretend with Kindiki that now, with the elevation of Kindiki as a deputy president, they now want to pretend that now issues have stabilized, and Mount Kenya region is now ready to work with Ruto again, and any negative voices which people have been speaking against Ruto, they have already been suppressed. That is the reason for that meeting of Ruto in Mount Kenya region. It has nothing to do with the development. It has everything to do with him, and with posing a fake trajectory of he has restored the region in terms of supporting him back. That is what he wants to paint. And I think even Kindiki himself will try to pretend a lot the way he has started getting following. So that is what they are doing now. They want to paint that perception that they are back on track. I don't think it will work, and I wish Mount Kenya region could boycott Mr. Ruto. There is an opportunity to boycott him. Yeye ndiye anakuja kule huko, si amekuita. So stay in your homes, you don't need to get out. Wacha tu atembee akiimbua tu na hizo magari zake. But I want to advise people from Mount Kenya region, don't get out, don't waste your time. You have a lot of work to do. Kuna wale wanalima mishiri, kuna wale wanalima ng'ombe, kuna wale wanalima mbosho. It is now raining. Ni wakati wa kupanda. In fact, if I were a person from Mount Kenya region for those visits, between going to Ruto, I would choose planting. It is now the rainy season. Kumenyesha mbaya sana. And then mupande mashamba yenyu. Stop going to reason to rhetoric, which does not help. This guy has been lying for over 15 years, and you want to go and listen to his lies again. Kumenyesha, and then mpande. In fact, hiyo mind yako utapanda hiyo siku ambayo ulikuwa unataka kwenda kupoteza na Ruto, you remember it. Go plant. It's a worthy cause. So wacha nisikie vile Musyoka anasema, does Wamunyoro really need Raila? No, he doesn't. But unajua Raila has tried to make himself important, and you know consequences of those people who make themselves important. So saa zingine inabidi uanzie ni kama unawasikiliza with a name of thinking that these people you really need them. So what Raila Odinga has done, he has managed to capture the mind of some Kenyans who, and then amejaribu kuoneshana ni kama yeye he is the main meal before the starter. So that one he has managed to do that, and that is why he wants even the opposition to start salivating for him. And as opposition is salivating for him, he is now humiliating them by telling them, mimi sikuji kwenyu, mimi naenda kwa Ruto. So that is the mileage he needed. So, and Raila is now trying to repaint himself as that person who could be the rescue for Kenya. And Ruto's sentiment is being driven by economic hardships. Yes, but it is extreme. So anti-Ruto rhetoric is extreme. And I think that is something which we can actually cash in. Mount Kenya are not voting robots for use by Ruto. That is Musyoka. Alice in Wonderland anasema boycott Ruto and anything or anyone else with this connection. I wish we can be able to reach there. I wish much of Kenyans have been liberated mentally to know that it is not a must you attend the president events. You can actually go and engage in more economic, productive activities, which you can remember in the future. Majority of our people are hardworking citizens. Kuna watu wanapanda mchele, kuna watu wanapanda mahindi, kuna wale upanda waru, like in Nyandarua huko. We can do things. Yeah. A time to mind our businesses now. Just as Janet is saying, that's a time. So I feel there is no any need to get out and waste your time. Let's even advise our kids not to get out and go and look at this man. Let him walk in empty streets. Akipitia hapo Nyeri, wacha tu akaribishwe tu ni makelele tu ni just empty seats. In fact, it's not a must you You even speak to him, wacha akuje. I know he will try to enter into joint. Atajaribu kuingia kwa mabaa, atajaribu kuingia in open spaces like in markets. Ignore him. You can ignore him. By the way, you can choose to ignore a president. So si ati juu ameingia hapo bar lazima muende mumuongeleshe. Muignore na unaendelea na stories zako na biashara yako. You don't need to talk to him. You can ignore him. There is a guy who ignored Joe Biden. I really like that guy. You know, there is this FJB movement, which was very serious. Unajua lazima tuanzie kufunza wa Kenya how revolutions or how regime are changed. Nataka kuwaonesha hata ilikuwa inaitwa nini, FJB. It was a serious thing. Hata this Kaongo movement is a serious thing. Nataka kuwaonesha how civilians can do this in a hotel. Nataka kuwaonesha because these things happened in another country. One moment. I'm trying to look for I'm trying to look. There was a guy who seriously ignored Joe Biden. Hata alijaribu kumuongelesha akakataa kabisa. Oh my. Seriously. Until sasa jamaa ikabidi aende sasa aanzie kuvalia kofia za watu. Nitaitafuta, ni kitu tu imenikujia kwa kichwa, but you can actually ignore. Unaweza ignore huyu jamaa kabisa. So you can ignore a leader actually. You can ignore him completely. So mambo mingi, so tuache ati ya kusema ati lazima ati uongeleshe mtu sababu ni kiongozi. Huyu jamaa akikuja kwa duka yake usimuongeleshe. Mind your business. Wakitaka kukuabduct wana, it will be good for us. Usiongeleshe huyo mtu. We will get out and we will criticize him. No one should abduct you because umekataa kuongelesha rais. I know they will try to force issues in Kenya and try to show how. Naona ni kama imetolewa YouTube. But anyway, Musyoka even to go to listen how vibaraga wake, it should be a big no. What is that story about him honoring public servant not to go? Yeah, hiyo tulisikia. You see, let me tell you, Musyoka nataka kukuelezea. Unaona hiyo kitu Ndindi Nyoro alikuwa anaenda kufungua. Can you listen this, please sikilizeni hii. Hiyo kitu Ndindi Nyoro alikuwa anaenda kufungua, Ruto ndiye alikuwa anataka aende afungue. Hello, can you hear me? So Ruto wanted to go and open that ACC offices, I think somewhere in Kiharu. So Ruto alikuwa anataka hiyo mileage. Unajua some of MPs and governors kuna tuma project wamefanya tudogo. Sasa Ruto tu project tunaenda kuwekwa ribbon. Janet. Ruto tu project tudogo tuchoma transformer. Sasa tutaanzia kuwekwa ribbon. Sasa Ruto anaenda akikatakata. So Ndindi Nyoro was approached to stop launching that project, na hiyo project aachie Ruto. Sijui kama umepata. So sasa naye Ndindi Nyoro akasema hapana, mimi I had already lined up this to launch this project, niweza achia Ruto aje. So that is where the hell broke loose. Sasa Ndindi Nyoro amekataa kuachia mzae Muzito project akuja launch, aweke ribbon na kate. But I think Ndindi Nyoro is a bit clever because I think he felt Ruto does not deserve that accolade. So So I think Ruto ashaanzia kujulikana. Yeye he works with the MPs, so ma MP wanaambua nyinyi some of the tule tu project mnafanya tudogo tudogo, tuende tuwekwe ribbon. So mimi kazi yangu nikienda ni kukatakata hivyo, ni kukatakata. Alafu nikisema, alafu sasa tutajenga barabara kutoka hapa, so that he can be able to handle the rhetoric, to build the rhetoric more. So that is the problem which happened. So Ndindi Nyoro aliambiwa hiyo nyumba achane nayo, Ruto atafungua next week. So Ndindi Nyoro akaanzia kuuliza, what do you mean, hii project ni mimi nimefanya yeah, so that's why I'm trying to tell you that's the problem. So akina Ruto kusikia jamaa is going ahead to do that launch, so akaambia hao ma-ACC sasa hata msikanyange huko. So that is now the battle. So ndio nilikuwa nikitaka muelewe hiyo, na that is what Ruto does. Kuna watu waelewangi story ya Ruto hapa. Ruto aendangi kufungua mabarabara. Ruto hawezi atienda na zile mabarabara Ruto anaendanga kufungua manini zinaitwa nini hizo matractors zinapelekangu hapo hiyo siku. Sijui kama mmeisikia story. Hizo matrakta na magreda zinapelekwa hiyo siku, alafu wanapitisha hiyo flag hivyo, hey, barabara imeanza. Alafu nasikia sasa kama zilikuwa Embu pale Ishiara, Ruto akiwa hapo sasa, after sasa zimejua ni hivyo, zimepita, zinawekwa kwa loloda tena, zinawekwa kwa gari, zinapelekwa kule Ruto wako kesho. So kama ni Ishiara sasa zinabebwa overnight, zinapelekwa hapo Kirinyaga sasa. So the same caterpillar, the same shovel, the same dozer ile ilikuwa Ishiara jana inapelekwa pale Kirinyaga Kagio. Sasa hapo Kirinyaga Kagio tena bendera zinainuliwa, rais amefungua barabara hapo tena, chua anamaliza hapo hiyo siku. Aya, zinawekwa kwa lori tena, zinawekwa kwa lori, zinajikuta Nyeri. So hiyo trip ya Mount Kenya yote munakuwa yani like mko na like shift ya equipment tatu. So kuna zile zinarotetiwa between Tharaka Nithi na Meru, ili as it goes zinabebwa zikibebwa. Alafu kuna zingine zinabebwa between Embu na Kirinyaga na Nyeri, na kuna zingine zinabebwa hiyo pande ya Nyandarua. So that's how they do. Hivyo sasa ndivyo wanazibebanga. Na kuna contractor amepewa, kuna macontractor wamepewa hizo job za kubeba. Sio job za kufanya hiyo barabara. Story ya kufanya hiyo barabara hakuna. Ni majamaa tu wameambiwa tu tuleteeni mashini hapa. We pretend we will be working. People cannot get that. Wacha tu niache hiyo story. Mtaanzia kusema yes, that is what they do. Nyinyi mnafikiria hii barabara kutoka hapa tunaenda huko, ni mashini zilibebwa asubuhi bana, hata contractor hakuna. Yule contractor hako ni contractor wa kusupply hizo equipment za kudanganyana. Nyinyi mnasema mnapigia jamaa nyinyi. If he wants to leave a legacy, he should start with building clean toilets in every city. But chapatis make him to look worse than he is. So that's what will happen. So, but actually, I'm very happy of that trip of Ruto to Mount Kenya region, because hata hiyo trip ya Mount Kenya region atajaribu. Unajua already watu wa Mount Kenya washaelewa story ya mauongo, so I don't know how he is going to lie. So I want to see how Ruto is going to coin his new wave of lies, because hata Mount Kenya watu washamtoka. So story ya uongo hapo, I want to see how he will package uongo yake, ata package aje hapo. It is something I'm interested to see, ata package uongo aje, because Mount Kenya ni kama already sama wamemuona. Na mimi unajua, ningekuwa Gachagua ni vile sasa zangine na Gachagua, ningekuwa Gachagua sasa, na mimi ningekuwa Gachagua sasa, ningetengeneza marallies Mount Kenya region the same time. Tengeneza rally sasa. Unajua pia Gachagua Wachana na story ya all the time unataka kwenda kuongea kwa kanisa. Now start making rallies now. Hizo vitu umekuwa ukiinject kwa makanisa sasa. Start injecting them. You don't need an ultimatum. Gachagua tu unachukua tu magari yako unaenda unasimama tu hapo Embu Town stage hapo. Ama hapo kwa soko. Watu wanakuja. Sasa hiyo Kaongo ako Tharaka Nithi. Wewe unagonga rally yako hapo mbaya sana. It can help us also. So Wamunyoro should also do as parallel rallies na huyu jamaa. Tusumbue kabisa. Wewe Wamunyoro aenda pale, huyu jamaa akiwa anadanganya kule, wewe kazi yako ni kusema do your rallies. So please, if there is somebody who has contact with Wamunyoro or any person who you think has a bit of influence, they can do their parallel rallies. Huko na waanzie kuambia watu, no, this is what we want. They can do it comfortably. They can do it comfortably. They can comfortably. So it can also be another way to diffuse lies. Sababu najua sasa pia watu wa Mlima Kenya, story ya chapati italetwa, Ruto ataleta story ya chapati. I think hiyo ndio is new campaign policy. Ataenda so hata Mount Kenya watapromisiwa chapati. I know he will try to visit some schools. Sababu ni model nimeona akitumia. He will try to visit some schools. So ataenda huko anajaribu kudanganya watoto wasichana, watoto vijana. So he will try to visit some schools. I don't know which high school he will try to visit, but atajaribu, because I think he has seen now the people who can be able to absorb his lies easily ni hao watoto wa shule. So he will try. So kwa hivyo huko Mount Kenya he will try to access. Mtakuja kuongea hapa kuniambia history last week, karibu sana Yaga. So next week so ataenda mashule ili adanganya watoto, because watoto huko tu ni kurukaruka tu, wameona rais. So lazima atatafuta shule huko. You will see some chapati cooking because it is a new model. So mutaona hata watu wakikula machapati huko tena, because I think he thinks that's how he can excite hustlers, the people he call hustlers, na hiyo machapati yake. So again you will see chapati. So this chapati is a wave, by the way. Don't take it for granted. Hii story ya chapati si ati ni kitu hivi, ni kiwave sasa ameona he can actually ride on it. He can ride na hiyo wave ya chapati. So that chapati issue will even now roll to Mlima Kenya huko Kiambu. Mutaona vile atakuwa akifanya huko, watoto watapikiwa machapati shule. You'll see it. I know those are things will happen. So wacha nisome vile Dani anasema. Can you comment about the new forget about that stupid guy bwana Dani. Sasa atiandi alikuwa anaarika rais. In fact hata Wameru hata washaangoa. I think that's why even Kawira had to go. Yeah, I have just realized that the moment I saw that guy talking about Ruto and Kindiki, hata alinitoka. So Dani wacha hata usiniambie niongee story. That guy is an idiot. Meru, your problems are not yet over. Mambo yenu kwisha nyinyi hamuna governor. That guy is too much of a sycophant. Yeah, so na venye nilikuwa nikiona ati watu hiyo hata kuimbiwa hapo it was artificial, ni watu tu walitafutwa tu akawekelewa hapo, but the moment I saw that guy has become Ruto and Kindiki sycophant, mimi alinitoka. Anyway, so if Mwangi na kina Dr. Maina, sijui kama nyinyi ni watu wa Mlima Kenya, for now murudi huko kwa Mageshagi, kama ama amuko Geshagi, murudi huko kwa Mageshagi huko kwenyu, chapuzi wakute huko. Machapuzi wakute huko, because that's the model. And it's so sad that Erika Yaga, you now feel very comfortable to support a leader who his head can only talk about chapati. Karibu.
It is your brain that tells you I'm supporting William Ruto. I've never supported William Ruto and I will never do so. I am just a citizen who speaks his mind the same way you speak yours. You are probably an extremist. I'm not an extremist. You are an anarchist. I'm a Democrat. So we have differed in.
Okay, your mic is not working well, Ayaga. No, I'm not an anarchist. Let me correct that. I'm not an anarchist. I'm a realist. There is difference between anarchist and realist. Ayaga, I'm sorry. I think malizia kula chapo ukuje. Your media is not okay. So nitakuomba tu kwa heshima, malizia kula chapo ukuje. Yeah, so wewe unaniita, I'm not an anarchist, I'm a realist. Who is a realist? Let me explain here as you come. Nitakutoa studio ili uingie vizuri, look at your mics. No, if chapo sasa wewe ndio utajitafutia mboga yako, but hiyo ni wave. Ongeeni na your moms, your relatives, kuna chapo za bure. It is a new wave. So mkule chapati kabisa. So mkule chapo inakaa hiyo ndio, that is the thing. Anyway, ni sawa. Let me explain about that thing here, because it is important. Na bwana Ayaga urudi, it is important. Let me explain about hiyo issue ya tumbo. Na mkiona rais ana deal, you know, citizen number one ana deal na story ya chakula ya tumbo. He is not aongei story ya miradi. He is not speaking about agriculture. Sio jamaa tu anataka tu tuishe tukufe. 1 minute Ayaga utaingia. Can you imagine? This guy cannot speak about industrialization. He cannot speak about high level agriculture farming, high level beef keeping, high level dairy keeping. Hiyo vitu yote hakuna. Yeye, he has now lowered the dialogue of Kenya into chapo. And Raila Odinga is also there looking for his chapati. It's a shame. So Eric Ayaga, continue supporting your chapati government.
Oh, okay, yes, I got interrupted briefly. So what I'm saying, I'm not supporting William Ruto the same way you want to make people believe. You cannot speak for me. I speak for myself. And the problem we have with you, I'm saying you are anarchist and Democrat. You are, you are, you are somebody who believe in things that cannot happen actually in the 21st century. Having a human being speaking about military coups, supporting military coup, 25 years after 20 or in the 25 in first quarter of the 21st century, you can be only live in your own world. So what I'm saying is very simple. For me, I want Pluto to go. The problem I have with you is the way you want him to go is not the way I want him to go. Yes, I want Pluto to be removed through democratic process. And you believe in a certain prophet that gives you false prophet. I told you that guy is a Mungiki, killed his fellow tribesmen. You know where I come from? If you kill your fellow tribesmen, you must be haunted. You can't have spirit. You can't have spiritual nourishment, even at one time. So Wairunga is lying to you. Gidu Sijui Francis, that guy is sick. That guy is mentally unstable, and everything he's saying. And Aoko is also my sister. They are both mentally unstable. Aoko have that disease called I can't remember the name, but let me say, I want people to go.
When do you wapima? No. You know, Elekayaga, you have no capacity to
They are
say somebody.
They are sick. They can just publish their medical report.
No.
Yeah, if they take me to court, if they can,
no, Ayaga, 1 minute.
take me to court.
No, kidogo. Nitakumute kidogo, nikurudishe. You know, you cannot allege somebody is sick and you don't have evidence. Can you help us understand how watu wote unaita wagonjwa? Are you sure?
Mental illness is something that is there with us in this country, and if I'm lying, they should just take me to court, call them.
What if I say you also have mental illness? Am I wrong? What if I say you also have mental illness? Am I wrong? Go ahead.
Any human who have mental illness cannot comprehend the truth. And even you, I think you have mental issues because you don't want to comprehend the truth. Exactly. That's how you know either you are sick or you are in a cult. You know, people who are following Ugur, the people who are following prophets like Ugur, if you start talking to them, they can even fight you. They can fight for their own, by the way. So let me just talk. And if they take me to court, I will just order them to publish. The same way they publish everything in this country. Also take their medical report to the Twitter. So we will see. So I'm saying this. The same way I want the president to go is not the same way you want the president to go. But the fact remains, we want him to go. I believe, and I am a firm believer, that William Ruto will go in 2027 through election. But we will not do, there is nothing, don't, let us not present Kenya to what we are not. The revolution is brewing. There is no revolution that is brewing. Kenyans are back to work. Everything is moving on as usual. Nobody is. I know when things.
Who is back to work in Kenya? I think you are speaking of another continent. Which Kenya? Which people are back to work? Are people back to work, or people do not have employment? Who are those people you are saying they are back to work? Do you know the rate of unemployment in Kenya, and then you are saying people are back to work?
Hi, brother Njiro. Even doing nothing is work. Even waking up and just go around and walking in a peaceful nation is work. So I think I am the one who is speaking for Kenya because I wake up in this city every day around 6. I join thousands of Kenya who are moving towards town. And in the evening, I'm caught in jam coming back home with those Kenyans, unless there are other Kenyans in Solomon Islands or in Yemen that you are speaking about. And the one I see in Nairobi every day and the one I have around me today are not Kenyans. So there is peace in Kenya. What a country needs is peace. The stability of the country economically we can rectify in a peaceful nation. But we can't create chaos and try to solve our things chaotically. There is nothing, even in the house where we stay, you can't disagree with your wife, correct everything through chaos. You have to call yourself into order and come back to your senses and then say, this thing is not working, this thing is not working, this thing is not working. Like now things are moving in Kenya. If I tell you that even one of the complaints of the Gen Z was the impose of a tax in the people who are looking for new identity card, and that was removed yesterday. I can't say that. So many people today, I was in immigration, I lost my ID and I was going to renew. I met so many Kenyans are going for free IDs, unless those are not Kenyans. And those offices are working. So when I'm saying Kenya is peaceful and people are back to work, people are back to work. Even I'm still complaining that if you renew your ID, you have to pay 1,000. We are fighting for that 1,000 to be removed, so that that two things should be a government service for free, having an identity card. And those are the things we need sometimes to talk about. Let us not propose that we have to propose because Ruto is there. You know, every time as an individual who have his brain, if you wish your father bad, every time you are wishing the entire family of yours bad. Yes, Ruto is now the president. Let us oppose him respectfully and with the things we need to oppose. And if there are things we need to say this and that is good, let us say it is good. And let us give them time. Raila has just joined this government. And Uhuru is also in this government. We have non-cabinet secretaries from Mount Kenya in this government. I'm seeing still reorganization. Raila still appointed Akina Kate Kirugu. Yes, that lady was working with the for AU issue.
So
Yeah.
appointment inatusaidia na nini? What is the appointment helping us with?
So let me tell you, it is not helping you because you are at work. People are back home here looking for job. That lady was jobless. Now he has a job. Wewe kama una kazi na unalipa ni sawa, weka huko, sisi tunahitaji kazi nani. That's why we are talking about those appointments. There are people
Kazi
in
za
Mount
damu.
Kenya there are people in Mount Kenya who has no work and they need work, and if they get opportunity, they will pick it. Not all people from Mount Kenya will not pick a work because Njiru is somewhere in a hair conditioned office telling them they should not work in Ruto's government. Yet your office is very beautiful. Stop lying to us, brother. Stop lying to us.
I will not work. I will not. Ngoja kidogo utakuja. I'm even whether I'm working or not, I'm not working for a murderer. I'm not working for a kidnapper. I'm not working for an economic rapist. I don't think I would work for somebody with those qualities. I want to work for somebody who thinks who has the goodwill of doing the right thing for my nation. So let me ask you a question. Why would I work for a government which is promoting kidnapping? Even if they are giving me all the salary in the world. Why should I? Me, I want to tell you, Ayaga, hata nikiwa mbele ya Mungu, even if Mr. Ruto government told me that I go and work in Kenya, I will not work for them.
Okay, thank you. And you are in US, and the US government is the most murderous government in the entire earth. There are no murderers in terms of now what they are supporting Israel to do in Gaza, and what they are bombarding, they are bombing Yemen every night. My friend, you can't tell me you don't earn from a murderer. The United States government is the most murderers of this world. So let us just keep our words right, because there are two.
I don't work for the
But you are there in that country. Yes.
Goja kidogo. I don't work for the US government. Just know that I don't work for the US government, and I'm talking about my government. My government is Kenya. In Kenya, I can work for private sector, but I will never work for the government as long as Ruto is the president. Na kama akona kazi asinipe. That is my clear indication. So I will not work for a government which is bloodthirsty. Yes, if there is a company which I can agree with, and that company is not working for the government, I can consider. But don't tell me that I go and work for Ruto government. We will not. Some of us we feel so obliged to do the retro things which we are doing, but there's no way in which I will go and bow to a government which is abducting our kids in the name of I'm working for them. There are so many countries. If you feel you are an expert, there are so many countries within Africa where you can go and work for. If it's a must, you have to work for somebody. But I don't think at the moment, wacha hata hivyo ati sina pesa mingi at the moment. I have my own pride. I cannot work for a murderous government. I will not go to those levels. I can farm, I can do other things. There are small things which I can do. Even if I was jobless, I will never work for a murderous government. The government which my brain is telling me these people are committing heinous act, they are abducting people. You are telling me to be part of them? Shame on you, Eric.
me, it is nothing. I don't have any shame to be on me, my brother. What I'm telling you is very logical and very right. Speak for yourself independently the way you speak to yourself. Don't say the people from Mount Kenya should not work for William Ruto. We have so many hustlers in Mount
If
Kenya
you
who
William Ruto, you don't deserve my respect. It's that simple. Once you join
Okay,
Ruto,
thank you. But
you don't
your
deserve my
respect
respect.
do not
You
your
are needy.
respect do not take people to heaven. Remember, your respect do not take me to heaven. And why should I have your respect?
I equally cannot respect you if you are here trying to
I'm
trap
not
people who are
calling
working
you
for
to
God.
respect me.
I cannot. And neither can I
Yes,
even respect what you say.
thank you very much. I'm not demanding it. I am not at any pain. I'm not even feeling bad for you not to respect me. I have thousands of people who
In
respect me
fact,
back at home here.
I've never worked for the government in my entire life, and I live.
Thank
So
you.
I've never
You are lucky.
and I don't aspire to work for the government. I
Thank
don't.
you.
Lakini
Thank you.
usituambie ati lazima tuende tufanyie maserikali ambazo zinaua watu. We will not do that. We will do other things. But I will not join a government which is killing people. Wewe endeni mufanyie mupewe hiyo vitu kubwa, hiyo viti kubwa unataka, majina kubwa, magari kubwa. That is all what you aspire for in this fight. And it doesn't matter whether these things are being done by a murderous government.
Boss,
Wewe endeni mupewe hizo
boss,
mataito kubwa kubwa. I know that's what you want. Those big titles.
boss, boss. People work for to be. You live for ambition. I don't live to
There's
be
nothing like ambition.
whoever I am today.
You cannot work for murderers in the name of saying that you are working for the government. You cannot be working
Now
for
I
the
told
for
you.
murderers.
You know, when I was starting this conversation, I was talking about mental issues, and you interrupt me. And I don't know why now you are interrupting me. You should let me finish, give you time, ask me a question, and I will answer you. My brother, hunger alone will not remove president from power. In fact, sometimes you make noise and yet you don't even vote. Those are the people. I just say the people the truth. We can't be brainwashed with our brothers outside this nation. Sometimes they don't even vote. Majority of them do not vote. So, but when there is something happen in this country, they make a lot of noise. When the chaos are in this country, we suffer alone. So I want to call our good brothers, the people who are in Kenya today. Let us love this nation. We know Ruto will go. Yes, that one, not argument. I have no argument about it. He will and he must go. But let us remove the president democratically. Let us not behave. Remember, the people of South Sudan went out, demonstrated, and chased their dictator, the president that was there, Al Bashir. Then a caretaker government was there for about 1 year. And after that, the generals take the advantage of the weak government, and now look at Sudan today. Ethiopia, the Libyans were lied to by the outsider, mostly our brothers from the West, the US and the UK, to remove Gaddafi from power. Since today, the Libya, whose currency is stronger than Kenya, even with the wars they have gone through, I think Libyan money to dollar is about 10 bob. They had very strong economy, and their currency was about to overtake the dollar, something that angered the West, and the West got our brothers who are brainwashed outside, the Libyans who are brainwashed from those nations. They came back, lied to Libyans. Libyans fought hard, chased the Gaddafi from power. Today they are suffering. It's the same thing that is happening in South Sudan. So I'm begging my people of Kenya, let us be patient. Things will work, not from this government. As we are looking for democratic ways to remove the government, let us be patient. Let us not follow a neo-colonizer's mind, the people who have been brainwashed by the Western
We be
government.
patient as you tell us to join the government. We be patient and to tell us to join the government and to enjoy government coffers and to enjoy government opportunities. Ayaga, stop.
I told you you have
no
mental
capacity to advise
problem
us.
because I have not called anybody to join the government.
No.
You have
What you are
mental
supposed to tell us.
Giru, you have mental issues.
No, tell us how Raila is eating, how you are happy about that, but don't tell us that we be patient. We be patient on what? Na uko kwa kisiagi huko. Huko ndani, you are thinking it's about ukisiagi.
I told you, you have a mental issues. And Ayaga is not somebody who will argue with you back to back. That's why when you are ranting, I will let you rant and then I pick up. And I am a very good debater. I keep things in my brain. You cannot distract me unless you mute me and I quit the issue. That's how you can say Ayaga will not speak. One on one. So what I'm telling people, I have not called anybody to join the government. Neither of my words. Those are your words. So I think listen attentively and listen carefully. I am saying Ruto will go. As we are looking for the best ways to remove the president, we should not destroy our country following the mindset of our brothers from outside. We have seen it in other African states. The countries that were a little bit better, yes, there is suffering in Africa. There is no part of Africa that is good for now, economically, yes. But we can do it with careful and integrity. Remember when you start to fight, like the Sudanese people are doing, you even get a useless people like President Ruto is coming to advise one of the warring faction. We don't want to reach a situation where we will be advised by useless president, even in the name of Museveni, of how to maintain peace. So I'm telling the Kenyan people, let us be careful with our brothers from outside. These people have been brainwashed, and most of them are talking things that do not even exist. They are even talking of gorillas. Little did they know, even those forests that our forefathers used to use to fight Mau Mau in those forests never exist. Today they don't exist. So let me take my peace. Let me take my rest. But I'm begging Kenyans, if we have to remove president, but democratically, because we don't want a civil war. You know, people say civil war. Civil wars in those other countries were never started by civil war in Sudan, in Somalia, was removed when Siad Barre was shot dead in that country in 1991. It is still, they are still searching for peace almost over 30 something years today. The country is not at peace. Remember what caused the civil war in Rwanda? The president was killed. So let us look for a better way of removing president from power. And what has caused Uganda's problem all those years until Museveni came in to stabilize the country was procedural removal of presidents after president after president. I think even Museveni is almost the 15th president, if not the 9th, the 10th. I can't count president of that country. So let us have use law to remove president, not any other way or way that our brothers from the West, after we have destroyed this country, they will have advocate for you in your grave. Like now they are advocating for the people who are killed in their grave. They are doing nothing, just advocating. We have a country to protect. Thank you.
So, Bwana Yaga, which is that country are we protecting with Ruto? Because I don't get you. Okay, allow me put this disclaimer. I have listened to you. I think you have no capacity to declare who has mental illness and who doesn't have. it is so unfortunate because you feel like radical thinkers like us, because you feel we are speaking things which are not supposed to be spoken by a person like you, you think we have mental illness. No, we don't have. It's only that we are extremely rational and looking at things in an open way, and that is why you feel we are that way, but we are not. Number one, let me tell you, Kenya cannot be changed by Ruto, and neither can Kenya be changed by Raila Odinga. In fact, many of us have come to agree we have been absolutely wrong by supporting the wrong crusaders. Both Raila Odinga and Ruto presented themselves as the right crusaders for the change of Kenya, and they were not. Actually, those people were conjoined in reasoning. Is only that we didn't know. And that is why those two people were actually able to move around, and they were able to agree on many things, and now they are working together. What is their connection point? Connection point between Ruto and Raila Odinga is one. They are all corrupt and users. They are both users and corrupt. That is why they unite there, and that is why they can devote each other to each other. That is why in 2007, Ruto had no problem to support Raila Odinga. That is why in 2023, 2024, or 2025, Raila has no problem in supporting Ruto, because they are conjoined on corruption and user interest. They have no agenda for Kenya. Both of them. They have no agenda for Kenya. The only agenda they have is the agenda for themselves. We have to put that clearly. And it's so absurd when you want to come here and tell me that I need to be happy because Karugu has gotten a job. Karugu is actually a doctor, DR. Karugu does not require a government job. If she has acquired an education right, she can be able to, she has capacity to get education and to get employment elsewhere. She is a DR. So I don't think I should be here to cry for people who have qualifications actually, which can take them elsewhere. They can even assemble something for themselves, and they can start reasoning from there. That is the lens in which I look at. So I don't look life in the lens of saying, I want a government employment in a situation where even the government is practicing luxury, in situations where the government is not doing the right thing. I don't think that is the government I would love to work for. In many countries, we always see people even resigning from government jobs because they feel the momentum and the things which that government is pushing do not align with their conviction. So working for anyone is all about conviction and the results we want to yield. If I analogize and I look and I see that you are thinking and the results which you want to produce do not align with my ambitions, I don't think I need to work for you. If today I am to work for Ruto, let me tell you what I would look at as a human being. Number one, I have to look at the vision. What does this person, where is this person taking Kenya? I want to tell you, like, when I decided to work anywhere, ama nikiamua sasa nataka kufanya kazi pahali fulani, that is usually one of the ile kitu naanzianga nayo. What is the vision? Vision, and can I be able to connect myself with the vision of this person? When I look at Ruto, the mission I see with him is abducting Kenyans, destroying Kenyan economy, state capture, whereby all the three arms of government are reporting to the president. That is the legacy I see him pushing. When I look at some of the things which he had promised or he had committed to do, I don't see any. I see somebody who has embezzled 1.3 trillion. I see somebody who is colluding with the people to do the wrong thing. I see somebody who is destroying our foreign policy. So, based on all those attributes, I do not see myself at a capacity whereby I can put myself in a cross path of working for Mr. William Ruto, even if I wanted, because his ambitions, his aspiration, his intentions are not aligning with my thinking. Is that simple? Is that too much for somebody like Karugu to understand that the government or Mr. Ruto government is not moving in that trajectory? Karugu has just accepted that job, if she will accept, simply because Mr. Raila Odinga, who is the biggest eater in the modern world. By the way, in fact, if that poll of the most corrupt people in the world is repeated, it will be Ruto number one and Raila Odinga number two. I wish the people who instituted that survey of the most corrupt person in the world, I know now Ruto will replace Assad, then Raila will replace Ruto as number one and number two in that line, because they have proven to be the most corrupt people ever. And actually, the more they continue helping themselves in that trajectory, the more they are closing us to the trajectory of revolution. You will deny that in Kenya a revolution cannot happen, but let me tell you, in fact, what Raila and Ruto have done, actually, they have just helped to demarcate and to make people understand how corruption thrives and functions in the government. In fact, I'm very happy because that romance between Ruto and Raila has actually accelerated the revolution and the crisis in Kenya. And they will be answered. Niko nawe hapa. This one is not the issues of saying that uliniambia ati kuna watu ati nafuata. You told me yesterday nafuata akina Nduro Warungi. I don't listen to Nduro Warungi, but I listen to voices of dissent, what people are saying. And I can tell you that Kenyans have never settled, and Mr. William Ruto is on borrowed time. Whether you want to say that Kenya has settled, as you have come to lie to us here, because they have to call you out, Kenya has not settled. Let me tell you, it will be very embarrassing. You'll be very embarrassed when you are Raila Odinga and Ruto will be injected out of power and they will be outside there gnashing their teeth. Na hakuna kitu wataweza kufanya. It is coming, I want to tell you. And this one is not avoidable, is not, and it cannot be prevented. We are now closing in on that path because everything has failed. The only thing which is working is issues for Raila Odinga and issues for Ruto. Kenya cannot survive in that direction. Kipril, go ahead.
It's the role of a government, Mr. Njeru. Law and order, security and defense, public service, economic engagement, not just if it is a regulations, social welfare, foreign affairs. What I believe most politicians, Diaga will testify to this, they make it seem like government is like football. It is the support of individuals, it is the support of parties, it is the support of somebody from my area, and it's similar to the nation itself, the people themselves, where they use words to hurt the people that have lost, not realizing that the heart most of us feel, those that understand what government is, that it's not a football match, is the heart that somebody is coming to ruin the economy, that somebody is coming to make civil unrest happen, law and order not function. But they think we are complaining because, oh, we hate Raila. We don't hate Raila. We hate the things he has done. We hate the things that he purported to do for the people, and then go and make a decision so that he can fill his stomach. And let's not lie to one another that Raila, okay, let's just think about this hypothetically. Raila is is fighting so hard to have his uh, his friends and buddies be in the PS jobs. Is it just they are fighting so hard so that they can help Kenyans, or is it they're fighting so hard so that they can eat? It's blatant. For 7 months, we've had the so-called experts, and 1.3 trillion just disappeared. How? So the fact that you may think that government job, actually, we should not be looking for government jobs unless you've got a calling. It's like a civil servant is like a priest, a nun, a pastor, or whatever it is. It's a calling. It is there for the people who want to go serve their fellow human beings. Service. The word public servant is service to the population. It is somebody that wants to help, not to go do deals like Kenya, not to go make money illegally. There's nothing wrong with making money. You have to make a living, but that is what a salary is there for. That is what a salary is there for. And most people that go into this public service, their aspirations is to climb the ladder. Okay, I'm an officer, I move up, pole pole, to building your career from a secretary up. Maybe that is what makes them happy, other than serving the nation. Not to go eat. And this is, Njero, this is what I believe there's a misunderstanding as to why we fight, why we look at the lens of Raila Amolo Odinga and just think that this is somebody that has been screaming and shouting corruption, yet he goes to a state house that is being renovated while people are starving, without batting an eye, without coming to public, without shunning that stuff, without telling the people he controls. Let's be frank here. They're in his political party. Thus, you should ask them to stop such nonsense. The budgetary. Now, let's see what they're going to do with these committees now that ODM has it. So sometimes nikikuja hapa and I throw a fit, it's not that I hate people, it's I hate the things that come out of their mouth, because it's sad. It's not a football match. It's life and death. It is literally life and death. That when we have monsters leading the country, SHA does not work. Doctors are on strikes, teachers are on strike, children are not being educated right now. There's food insecurity. And no matter how bad a dictator in Uganda is or Rwanda is, those people are happy. Those people can feed themselves. We're having people starving in Nairobi, imagine. Nairobi, watu wako na njaa. It has not hit the middle class as hard yet. But the way things are going, we're in trouble. So Raila can go dye his hair, go see the king and queen of the Netherlands, be co-president with Ruto, be in big vehicles, have his buddies siphon money to his account, just the way he does with the governors, the MPs and MCAs. It's fine. And please, start kusikia mambo ya show me proof. We're tired of that. We're tired. Tumechoka. So tu and again, blaming Uhuru, looking at Uhuru. Uhuru is another monster. I don't defend Uhuru. Uhuru is another monster. There's no time. By the way, aliingia na backdoor. Sisiki Machari alisema hivyo. Ama Njeru, you're defending Uhuru. I don't know. Wewe ni mtu wa Uhuru.
No, no, no. Us, we don't defend anything. Us, we only stand for the truth here. So we don't defend anything. As long as you are not on the side of the people, you deserve to be criticized. We are not sure at what gallery is the Bwana Uhuru too. So we don't know his gallery. So if he is not pro people, he will suffer the same consequences of anyone else, and we will fight all of them. We will fight all of them. So and that is the mentality I thought we could pump to Ayaga here, but Ayaga
Yeah,
seems as
this is
he is not interested.
football.
Ayaga seems to be a landlord, a landlord worshipper. Eh? It's so unfortunate.
Yeah,
Yes, Kipril.
that's it, that's it. Kupigana hata sishautingi siku hizi, nimechoka.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Ayaga, when I was speaking with Ayaga here, Ayaga was telling me that people are jobless in Kenya, and people are very happy to be conjoined in Ruto's government. At what level should joblessness make us to lose patriotism, especially work for a government which is kidnapping even our own kids, a government
Jiru,
uh,
Jiru, speak for yourself. I never say something like that. What I said is very simple. Yes, people are jobless in Kenya, but we have peace in this country. It is better we have joblessness with peace rather than having jobs in a chaotic nation. That's why I was talking about mental illness.
Goja Kidogo, the question was for Kipril. What I was asking, because I
Yes,
am.
but you are
No,
quoting something I have not said.
okay. How did you say? Okay, Basi Sema, in terms of jobless, what did you say when you brought Karugu here?
What I say is very simple. I say yes, we have challenges of unemployment in Nairobi, but at least we have peace in this republic.
No,
It is better we have unemployment with peace rather than having a job
it's not say
with
that.
chaos.
Speak about. You said that there are people without jobs, and they are very happy to work for Ruto. You did not say that.
Yes, I said there's another statement I said. In Kenya, don't tell people not to work for government. There are people who are unemployed and are willing to work in the government. If they got opportunity, that's where we brought that lady Karugu into it. We say there are people who are unemployment, and if they are given opportunity, they will pick up the jobs. Don't tell people not to accept the government appointment. That was my work, my words. Don't start saying Ayaga was saying this, Ayaga was saying that, my friend.
Nisao, Kipril, can you react to that? You may
Yes.
scare.
Don't accept government appointments. There's something called principles. And I don't think it'll enter in Ayaga's head, Aezi. Don't don't if every single person that had principle in ODM refused to take that job and Ruto was left on his own, ungekuwa tumeshinda out of principle. The principle is having the heart to know that a lot of ODM people were killed by this man, allegedly. A lot of people are suffering because of this man. And if indeed don't take the job that is full of corrupt people, because I don't understand how you'd stop corruption within when the main man forces money out of these institutes. There's no work you're going to do there. You're just going to go eat a salad and maybe siphon a little bit of money to Raila Molo Odinga, and we're happy. And that is the price of peace. The price of peace is the price of people starving. The only difference is When you go to the streets, it's instant. But with this other way you're talking about, people are dying slowly. You're killing the nation slowly. And I believe people are dying more. There are more people dying every day than the people who died on the street. So to have peace is for somebody to have a job that does nothing but
Kipril,
siphoning money does not make sense to me.
Kipril, let me ask you a question. Kidogo tu, I want to advance you sababu tunaongea story ya peace and employment. So kuna Ayaga amesema it is you better, because those two statements are contradicting and they don't make sense to me because they don't exist. Ati afadhali usikue na kazi lakini uko na amani. Does that word exist?
See, you're dying slowly because you can't feed yourself without work, can you, Jerry? So you want me to stay at home starving? Unataka I peacefully die. What he's telling me is I peacefully die because I'm not strong enough to work. Because somebody is taking away my opportunities to work because of corruption. So I have peace. Unajua tumeambiwa to die slowly, die quietly. Unajua that's what you're being told. Kaa kando ukufe polepole. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but mimi ile kitu nilikuwa nikitaka mujaribu kunielezea ni you don't have job, you don't have food, and you have peace. Is that a real situation or it's theoretical or ideal? Sababu me, I'm
You're
trying to
logical. So I
truncate.
just told you. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Without work, you're either gonna go beg or starve to death. Isn't that it?
Yeah, yes,
Can
I
I
get
come
it.
in? Can I come in and explain that simple sentence that you people are struggling with comprehending what it is? What I mean is very simple, and I can give you examples of other nations. Today in Gaza, they don't have food, and they cannot go out to hustle and work. Why? Because bombs are being dropped at every hour without any notice. If you go to Sudan, they are able to work. They don't have work. They don't have that opportunity to go and hustle. Not all of us will be employed by the government. Kuna tumama wanauza sukuma, kuna watu wanaenda na bodaboda, kuna watu wanauza mayai, na kuna watu wanauza njugu. Let me wacha niongee Kiswahili leo. Kuna watu wanauza njugu. Hawa watu wakifungiwa na vita ama kila siku maandamano ikiwa hii town, hawezi uza njugu, hawezi uza mayai yake, hawezi piga bodaboda yake, and that is what I mean. Simple and clear. So if you have peace, like me, I'm jobless, but kuna peace hii nation, kesho nitarauka town, naweza pata kajanta fulani hapo nipige, nipate hata kamia tatu yangu, nirudi nayo home. Yeah. So that is what I mean. But if there is chaos, that town kuna maandamano, tear gas huku na huku, nitarauka nikienda wapi? So instead of choosing to die slowly, what my brother Kip is saying, now you want me to die fast because I cannot go and face maandamano that I don't know will take how many days to remove president. You want me now to stay at home without going to hustle, now die very fast. It's the same analogy. So let us say things that actually bring stability to the nation. Stability is more important. Kuna maslas hata wataki kazi ya gava, hata wataki kukuwa employed, but watarauka huku na mapikipiki. They get people wanapeleka pale, at the end of the day anapata katao yake. Alafu ukimfungia na maandamano yaanzie 6 iishe 6, unataka huyo mtu akule nini? Ndio unakuwa huo mtu.
Kidogo Ayaga, nimecommute because I can hear the complaint of a loud voice. Is it possible you moderate your mic a little bit? Isiweke sauti kubwa sana. I don't know if I don't know, maybe I can see somebody here called Carol. Carol is saying that your voice is too loud. So I don't know. Nilikuwa tu nikitaka tu kujua is it your setting ama ni wewe mwenyewe unagonga kama king'ora? Kama ni wewe unagonga kama king'ora ni sawa. Hiyo sitakuzuilia, but if there is a way you can moderate it.
It is common sense. It is common sense. Karo should reduce his volume on the other end. It is very logic, common sense. Yes. Hata we yako nikiongeza volume huku kwangu nitasikia kama kelele. Just tell Karo the truth. It is common sense. Yeye apunguze sauti yake hiyo ng'ambo.
Okay.
Mimi yangu iko moderate.
Ngoja kidogo Eric, ni sawa, nimekusikia. Maybe also another way of also interpreting what ladies are saying, ukisikia pia mwanadada akisema you are too loud and annoying, maybe ni kama pia kuelewi. Is it possible you package hiyo information yako in a better way in which she can understand you? Maybe akuelewi.
And in a forum where people are making discussion, I'm here to be understood by everybody in you. It is not a common sense. Yes, it is not common sense. I am not here to be understood by everybody. The same way I've made my mind is the same way other people have made their mind. How much you try to persuade them, you can't change their mind. And it is equal, and me, I respect their decision. They should respect mine too. If you see, by saying somebody is loud, it is simply saying I'm making for you noise. If somebody is making for you noise, you don't want to understand that person. Wait until the things you want to hear about Raila and things abusing the tribal things that people discuss here. When their times come, you will enjoy. Simple and clear. Karo should not bring for me is ignorant. Ignorance from where I came from. Yeah.
Okay,
so
relax, relax. Ayaga tulia kidogo. It's okay. You know we like listening to everybody. Na usijifanye yule mtu ambaye you are too entitled to think that you are very right and other people could be wrong. She could also be right. This is an open space of dialogue. Maybe her thinking is right in where ujui. She could also be wrong, so I don't know. So ndio najaribu kusema. So in spaces of freedom of speech and speaking, we don't have that extreme entitlement that whatever I'm speaking is right. So you give your information and you allow people to judge it. And maybe when some of them are trying to judge, they are not able to coherently connect what you are saying. And I think the best way to learn, unajua mimi Bwana Eric Kayaga, I like learning from people a lot. Maybe you might not want the concept, but the best way to learn also is also to be an extreme listener. You can also actually try to take the information some of these people are saying with some a bit of love and kindness, and actually you can get one or two things. Because ask yourself, why are people feeling as if you are not representing the mood of the country? Eric, I think you know me. I'm trying to bring this information to you closely. Why do you think people feel? Some people in the platform feel a bit irritated. I'm not saying you change your dialogue, but why do you think people feel a little bit irritated in some of the things you are trying to build here, especially when you are saying that? Let me give you an analogy before niruhusu and face the same. Let me give you an analogy. I wanted to tell you that these two things are not related and are not connected. Peace and employment, and I will explain to you what. First of all, scholars say peace is not absence of war, and or so in other words, you cannot say that because the country looks calm, you cannot attribute that and say that there is peace. So peace, sawa, Kio ataongea, wacha akuja. So in other words, the peace which you are trying to describe is not a reality. You are not describing peace. You are describing calmness, and there's a difference between calmness and peace. Peace is an array. Peace has so many things in it. So calmness can be a scalar, if I tell you that in terms of that. So that's why you are a little bit lost, people, when you say that ni afadhali mtu akae bila kazi na ako na amani. It is impossible for you not to have a job and you have peace. There is something we call peace of mind, peace of the nation. So those are like hii kitu tunaitanga, what is peace of mind? Hii kitu tunaitanga peace of mind. Peace of mind, it means that your mind, there are things which are not bothering you. Now this is from psychology part of view. So peace of mind, peace of body. So that's why I'm telling you, peace is an array. Peace sio kitu moja. So I felt I need to tell you that, so that you can be able to a little bit. So when we are talking of peace, we are not only saying peace ya taifa, which you can monitor it. There is a peace of people, the measure of happiness of people, like how are people feeling? What is the mental situation of Kenyans when it comes to how they are absorbing and feeling their nation? Now, those are the things which you are ignoring, and I think for you, you feel simply because Raila Odinga is in the government, we have peace. But that is a poor way of reasoning about peace in Kenya. So we cannot attribute na mauongo zingine zimekuwa zikisemwa na watu huko nje ati sababu ati Raila akikuwa kwa serikali vitu zinatulia. Ni vitu ni kutulia wapi? Corruption has not stopped, jobs have not come, everything is just as it was. So Bwana Yaga, get out of the school of thought, get out from the cocoon, or those people who come and tell us that when Raila is happy, we are happy, because that is the school of thought you are reasoning with. Ati baba akisha tosheka, hata sisi tumetosheka. I think that is where you are trying to lay much of your argument from, and that is why you are unable even to connect with the feelings of people here. And instead of relaying that concerning information in a good way, you are actually tending to the direction of hurting people instead of bringing the information out. I felt I needed to tell you that. Can you be able to advance your dialogue a little bit with some humane? Because watu ni kama wanafeel hata una roho, the way you are attributing some of your issues here. Can I give you that chance to a little bit put some humanity in your thinking?
Okay, let me say this. I have humanity always at every time. Thank you, Janet. Janet, I am attending actually my friend from Muranga. His wife died. So I'm a little bit far from the music. Niko mbali kidogo, lakini bado naisikia. So kama ndio inaleta hiyo kelele, I thank you for that explanation. So I have to explain it. So iko kwa mbali kidogo, wanacheza ngoma alafu tena wanatangaza. So sorry for that.
Mic yako bro, mic yako imekataa. Can you try to come back again? Yeah, you can speak to sikia kama mic yako imerudi, but it was a bit bumping. Your mic was bumping. That's what I was saying. So maybe
yes, I'm saying this, yeah. Niko mahali, niko kwa matanga rafiki yangu kutoka Murang'a, bibi yake amekufa. But I'm a little bit far from that loud noise. Wameweka ngoma mahali. So hiyo ndio kitu inaleta hiyo kelele ya kama karedio kwa umbali. Hiyo Janet ameniambia. That is very true. See noise. Niko mbali karibu sana na hiyo noise. What I'm saying is very simple. But I know always your followers, yeah. If they don't want to listen for me, they always complain about mic. Some will say it is AI, sijui whatever, robot. Mimi nimewazoea. Hili kitu wameanza sahi. So let me say this. Peace of mind you are talking about is different with the general peace I'm talking about. You may have peace with job. There are people with jobs today in Gaza and in Ukraine, but they don't go to work. So the peace I'm saying ni ya wale ambao mahasla ka sisi hatuna kazi. Kama kuna shida kwa hii town Nairobi, tunajuaga venye inakaa always. huwezi enda hata kuuza mayai, huwezi enda hata kufanya pikipiki yako, huwezi enda kufanya hawking kama kuna running battle in that town. That is what I'm talking about. We may have, yes, we are passing through hard times, but at least tuko na ile amani kidogo ya kupiga kahasol kidogo ya hapa na pale ya tunaweza kula kidogo, si sana. We can afford at least 1 meal per day, and that is my message. Let us
Okay, ni
maintain
sawa.
that calmness. Even
Ayaga,
if we are arguing,
Ayaga, kidogo. Because you have been saying, so that will be fair even to some of the people who are joining the studio. Hold your thought kidogo. Let's have Unfaced to also give her comment, and then you'll come back, please. Nakuomba kwa heshima. Unfaced, go ahead.
Hi, Njiro. I just want to interject on something that I've observed, and sorry to say that Ayaga, your problem is thinking that people are against you, and you don't want to be told the truth. The truth is not the first time that I've heard when you are giving your contribution, there is some echo from your background. I think you should check on your phone rather than using an abusive language. The other thing I want to tell you, Njiro, can you please sikuoni, sijui kama nimepotea. I mean, Nico, I want to tell you, Njiro, one thing, you know me very well, and I want to tell Ayaga is not in maborezi mahali. Ayaga is in his house. He's just saying that his friend from Muranga sijui bibi yake amekufa because he thinks this channel is for Mount Kenya people, and those people who are there here, I can tell you for sure, Njiro, they are not even from Mount Kenya. Here we accommodate everyone. There is hakuna matanga ako, that's a lie. Don't tell us it's someone from Mount Kenya. Tell us it's someone from Rift Valley ama Nyanza. Hakuna mtu atakuuliza. It's good to be honest, Ayaga. Hauko matanga, na kama uko matanga piga picha saizi. Hata sisi we can contribute for your friend, right? But you are lying. Anyway, that was not my point. Jiro, I'm going to come back. Give me just 5 minutes. Let Ayaga be honest. Let them whitewash Ruto the way they want. We don't care. As long as you come here, speak. Sisi si ati tuko hata Ruto, if he does the right thing for all Kenyans without being corrupt, and we are going to get good services, and he should change his way of working and policies. We don't have a problem. Our problem is Ruto. For those who think we are coming here to fight Raila, Raila is I would say is a denominator zero. I don't think mimi niko na shida na Raila. One thing, he's not my president, so Ruto is answerable to all what is happening in terms of economy, in terms of mambo ya insurance ya health and all those things, yeah. So we are not here kusema sijui nao fulani yako hivi. Hata Uhuru akiingia kwa serikali zero, who is Uhuru to you? He is nothing, no, he is of no benefit, right? Hakuna, he is of no benefit akiingia kwa serikali ama asikue. So hiyo haituhusu. Our problem is Ruto 247 until he does the right thing ama he resigns from power. That's it. So, and there is nothing like, even if Raila would join him, that is not our problem. Personally, that is not my problem, Jiro. Thank you.
Okay, Eric Ayaga, right of reply.
I'm confirming to her. Actually, niko mbali kidogo. You can see those lights over there. Niko kwa matanga, my friend.
Ayaga, I can also go to my Ayaga. I can also go to my balcony and I can show my camera and show that there is kuna right huko. We don't buy this thing. Can you just be honest? Don't even I'm not even using abusive words, yeah? Don't just say someone from Mount Kenya. You know I'm a teacher, Ayaga. I read a book before you open it. Thank you. Continue with your endelea na contribution. Mi siko hapa kukulima. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, Njiru, actually, the noise you are hearing, I am a place of a funeral. So, I'm sorry for saying a friend of mine from Muraga. And I'm not even saying he's a Kikuyu, but he's from Muraga because Muraga is a cosmopolitan area. It's a very cosmopolitan area. I may not be even a Msapere. So, what I'm saying is very simple. Uh, Uh, what I'm saying is very simple. We need as a country, we need to speak the truth of what is happening in the country, not things that do not exist. Sina mengi ya kusema nyumba, so acha nilale. Kesho nitawajoin nini kesho. Thank you.
Okay, ni sawa. Ni kama sasa, unajua sasa, wakati Unfaced amesema she is a teacher, sasa sijajua mwalimu anajua kuvuta paka namna hiyo. I think you have to give us the tips of what do teachers see better, which we cannot see.
Acha mambo mingi.
No, maybe sababu sasa mimi niko hapa na Eric, mimi naenjoyiwa, lakini wewe sasa unakuja
No, I'm just leaving because hiyo kelele yenyewe inafika mahali niko na unajua, fanya nikatoka mpaka ndani ya gari pahali nilikuwa na lista kuwa na kelele nyingi, watu hawakuwa wanapita. Sasa
Ayaga,
unajua,
your phone
anataka
has
nimpigie picha,
problem always. It is not the first
ati
time.
nimpigie picha batana. Sawa, but I'm
Ayaga simu yake inakuanga na shida kila wakati Njiru. It's not the first time. Sisi tumezoea kuambiwa na wanafunzi mzazi wangu alikuwa amefanya nini, sijui nini ilikuwa, sijui nini, uongo mingi. We smoke rice even when they are trying to write to us and you just keep quiet and unangoja uambiwe uongo but unajua ni uongo and you just assume the child na unamwambia nitakuchapa sababu ya kunidanganya, hata si sababu ya makosa. I mean, I'm going to punish you because of lying to me, not because of the mistake that you have done ama coming late. So Ayaga ni obsession ako nayo, I would say so also. Kuna mtu amesema hivyo, Mount Kenya, he thinks that mentioning Mount Kenya ama mentioning Mwangi, anasahau kuna watu wanaitwa Mwangi na Kimani wako kwa cult ya UDA who still believe wao ndio nini, wao wanaona Ruto ndio watakuja kuwatengenezea Kenya. Njiru, kuna kitu nataka kufanya for I think for 5 minutes and then I can come for maybe 30 minutes then nitoke.
Okay, ni sawa. That one is okay. I appreciate. Can you get me?
Ayaga ameenda?
No, Ayaga ako tu chini ya tent hapo.
Wacha simurudishe akunini akukeep busy.
Ayaga, is it fine? Will you be able to handle matanga and you also handle the show? Unajua you also need to participate in matanga. Usikuwa obsessed na siasa sana. Yaani wewe uko kwa matanga na bado unatusikiliza. Bwana Ayaga.
Yes. Yeah, lazima niwasikize, kwani mbona nitakosa aje kuwasikiza by the way.
I think it would be better you concentrate with the matanga, you comfort the bereaved the bereaved family and ama it's
Okay,
a better
sawa.
participation.
Haina shida, nitawasikiza tu nikiwa hapo, uniweke tu hapo backstage, maybe nikipata place nikimaliza. When I'm done, I'm coming back.
You can be at the backstage. Nile, I don't want to withdraw a funeral participant and maybe you are supposed to be there comforting people. Alafu na sasa sisi tunakuleta hapa kwa siasa. It's also being friendly.
We leta Mkenya mkora ongee bwana, wacha siasa zako.
No. We are, I have told you we have to be humane, bana. So if there is one thing which I have to teach you before we exit this life, if you can be able to learn the attributes of humanity, I'll be very happy. Feelings what vitu kama hiyo, maybe Anifeza atakuja akwambie wewe Ayaga, kuna vile unaonekana ni kama una roho, na kama uko na roho yako ni ngumu sana ni kama ya ndovu iko na ngozi.
Yeah, yenyewe that is very true. Mimi roho yangu nayo ni ngumu.
Don't let
Ngumu.
that man go away. Hata kama ako kwa matanga, there is something I want to address, na ndio maana imenileta hapa leo about him yesterday and the last. Nimekuwa nikisikiza huku kando, huyo ndo amenileta hapa, huyo Ayaga huyo.
Go ahead please.
I didn't want to cut anyone short. I was just saying that hold him short, umweke pingu kidogo asitoroke hata kama anaenda matanga. I didn't want to cut anyone short because I just came in. Okay, all right. So Ayaga, and this is this topic of what I'm about to say right now. Personally, sijasikiza kitu yenye mlikuwa mkisema sana, but I just tuned in and nikasikia ukitaka kurudi kwa matanga. And pole kwa msiba, kama ni msiba wako, nyinyi ndio mnajua kule uko matanga. So I don't know where you were. It's just something that imekuwa ikinisumbua sana kidogo, and most of it is generic, na ingine pia inakuingilia Ayaga because of what where I am in my mind. Personally, as a political analyst and as somebody who knows, I mean, gets some information from some places na vitu kama hizo, I feel ni kama tumeanza kuanguka mahali, all of us, including the Gen Zs. I had the reason Ayaga, na si ati na kuingilia wewe, pole kugeuza chapter, but this is something I said I wanted to talk about it. I heard you really going ahead and stating what I will say will be some factual statements on a good day yesterday. I was listening from behind. Jiro knows that I'm always listening in the back when I have the opportunity. And for the last maybe week, you've been on a point which I've really sat down and I kind of agreed with you, but not agreeing with you at the same place. And I was driving somewhere yesterday and I was just looking and thinking about what is Ayaga saying. That, and I think you were going on one with I think it was just the same Jiro, maybe in a different platform. Jiro, you know where you guys were, and I know where you guys were. Unajua hata mkijichimbia bado tunajuaga kule ya kuwapata. So the thing is that Ayaga, you had a point that Kenyans need to understand. And let me start with your point. Your point is that you're stuck that, listen, you're telling Kenyans it's over. Let's wait until 2027. Let's just do whatever noise making we can do, and let's do anything, but we are powerless until if it gets to 2027. And according to you, since the history of our country has been like, if a president is there, you cannot shake him. You cannot shake anything. You can shout, but there's nothing that you can do. And I think that is where you were, that's what you were trying to tell Jiro, and Jiro is trying to tell you that there's so many other places that things has happened, because just because a road is called a road does not make it a road. I mean, it's not stuck on stone. Even these places that you guys want to go to, I mean, go through and say that even the US did this, the UK did this, and everything, the superpowers, whatever you want to call them, which I don't believe they are, but even them, they had to go through amendments. So
Ayaga, yes, I agree what you're saying. I agree what you said yesterday, and this is what has brought me today. And I think it's a big conversation that actually needs to be spoken because it's a social fabric of ourselves. That is why if a police tells you you cannot say anything, my friend, without even any constitutional basis, you will have to walk away because mtu anakuchapa kofi hata hajakwambia amekuchapia kofi nini. And that is the problem that we have in our country, and especially in most countries that we believe these guys, even they don't even show up, to go and actually show. I mean, they don't come to court to say that I arrested him for this 1, 2, and 3 violation of chapter 1. If you ask any police person right now what chapter they are going to arrest you on, they will tell you when takupeleka jela. That's it. Now, and they don't even understand in what essence unapeleka mtu jela. It has also come into our understanding that even the political class, all they know is that they can do something, and it doesn't matter whether it's part of the constitution or not the constitution. In fact, there's a cult that is called the political cult that you believe once you. I had Njiru, sorry to say this, Wamuchomba, I listened to her very well, which a lady I respect very well, talking about uh you you guys said you are leaderless and whatever less you have to be somewhere so that you have you have to be listened. The people cannot listen to you unless you. So who is this that is being listened up here? That he has to manipulate the rest of, I don't know, mang'ombe ama mambuzi ama makondo ama makuku to be able to follow them, so that if you cannot talk to people or you cannot be associated or tied, alisema tethered. If you cannot be tethered, then there's no influence that you can make in our country. But then now you understand, if you're tethering, then you are the cattle, we are the grass. So basically, you're telling us to tether a cow to go and eat the grass around where they have to eat, where, if it's Mount Kenya, eat that grass. And then take another cow to go eat, another region. When you start looking at it that way, and because we are here to educate each other, and actually, and I might be educated too, I start looking at when we say a cult, there's a cult. So, huyu jamaa ameenda wapi? Nani, amepotea tena, amenihepa. But Njiru, hata wewe pia utanijibu na unfazed, mtanijibu because I'm looking at a thing that naangalia hivi naona there's a problem here, because when we talk about governance, is like this thing that is a corporate industry, and then you have watu wa mkono. And when you hear Ayaga coming and saying that it doesn't matter what you guys do, which is okay. And by the way, I agree with him. Yes, we might not see another. I mean, we not see any presidency or change of guard or whatever until 2027. And Njiru, I know what you're fighting for, but also I am looking at this in a logistical way, and I don't care if I'm a Kamba, if I'm whatever. I'm just looking at the whole thing. I don't care where anybody comes from. Is it that just because you've gotten there, there's no way of getting you out? We have to circumnavigate with whatever you are with and whatever has to be done. However, you want to do it, you can come and embarrass us. You can embarrass us internationally. You can embarrass us internally. You can just do whatever you want to do. You can tell us that you're the one giving the money, which we know your salary and everything. So, Njiru, me, I'm asking and I'm requesting you, my brother, as we move on, can we first of all step back and ask, What exactly are these guys telling us? Yes, they came with Mama Mboga. Who is Mama Mboga? Is it Wutu ni kuru 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 kuru? What Raila used to say. Do we have a cult that just stays out there and no sijui oh nobody can say anything hata mkisema hiyo ni yenyu as long as we mobilize you guys, I mean whatever. I mean tumekuwa kuru 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 ukiangushiwa mahindi pale na kila kitu. Now I am really concluded in this whole thing. And yesterday, the difference of opinion between Jiru and Ayaga yesterday in that other place. Jiru, maybe you can tell people because I don't want to bring it here because we are in a different channel. But Jiru was saying it can be done. Ayaga was saying, no, it cannot be done as long as it's been chosen. So at that point, it leaves me between the both of them. Then somebody like me who believes not of what Ayaga believes and what Njiro believes, where does it leave me as a Kenyan? Are we just supposed to just say, kakava wa tuweke mkia chini ya, chini ya nini, miguu, and we move on? Is it that there's nothing that can be done as according to Ayaga? For Njiro now, Njiro and Stone PK, they are for Kanuke Kanuke. Njiru, I know also is also for the regional kind of demarcation thing, which I don't have a problem with that because that's a very genuine thing. That's one of the things that we boast of. Different different areas, different cultures, and everything. Okay, we come back to this Njiru as I finish, and maybe people will. Unajua mutanigonga nyi wote because nimewagonga wote. Now you come back to. I was watching this thing of bombers. A whole CS Mbadi comes and says that listen guys, I actually signed 4 point I think it was 4.8 something billion before anyone came to say Bomas was being sold. My question is, how much money does Bomas earn every single day? What is 4 point something billion going to do? And then I went mimi na ujuaji yangu, I went and looked at since 1997. There's always been money allocated for bombers, however small it is, every year. And also, it makes its own money. You know, it's not easy to get something like that without pay. I mean, something like what we do elections in bombers. So I'm continuing to ask and I'm following this parliamentary. Easy eyes, eyes have it, and whatever gazettements they are passing and everything. And I'm wondering in my mind, like, okay, is it that even KICC, is it that they've never been making money, or what has been happening here? Because I don't get it. How do you tell us bombers that you need 4.8 something billion? What is it that you're going to do? I thought that was a conference center that actually caters for its own self. Since I was a kid, I mean, have we forgotten the value of a dollar, 1,000, or a billion, or a trillion? Or has it become a number? To a point that nowadays we don't even have odd numbers. I mean, odd numbers anywhere. When someone like the president wants to say something, or the wannabe president wants to say something, you give a number, they give an nini inaitwaje? They give an even number instead of an odd number that actually is actual. And as I finish kabisa, Njiru, please forgive me. I've gone a lot. Lakini nisameni. Now I hear another chapati person or something saying that we were 50 million. Njiri, I wish you have that. I think I sent it to you, that video. Someone saying that, eh, we were 50 million people, no, 50 something, 50 million, and then all of us, and then once you include me, then 20. I'm wondering, where's the math? How can one person be 20 people? And that's somebody that is going to stand in front of a stage. Personally, where I am, Njiru, I am not even political or apolitical. Right now, I am just factual, and I'm going to be factual for a while. Just to say that saa zingine lazima tuache kitu kwa mtaa bwana. Stori za jaba na bangi zenye watu wamevuta huko na wajatoa maganda waache huko. If you're coming to talk to people who are intellectual, people who understand. If 1 + 1 is 1, come on, I mean, it's two. How you gonna tell us that 50, including me, 70? Njiru, I know you have that video. Please, if you can play it for us, maybe people can actually understand what I'm trying to say. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate everybody that is listening to us. Mimi, I'm frustrated because I am just niko mahali pengine nataka tuanze kuangalia hii kitu kwa hina na pia tuanze kuangalia into parliament. Saa zenye wanatuzungusha huku hivi, what exactly are they doing out there? Because I've looked at some ridiculous gazettements and passings that have passed, and I'm like, tulirogwa na nani ama mimi nilirogwa na nani? How can I not speak? Thank you, Njiro.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt. Can I come in because Matt hold me here for a while now. Jiro, can I
Yes,
come
yes.
in?
Yeah, go ahead
Okay,
sababu
thank you.
nataka uende uparticipate kwa matanga please, eh?
Oh, yeah,
We na
okay,
mimi
exactly.
kitu Mato. Hey, and Mato is not my name. Me, I don't know Mato ni nani.
Oh,
Me, my name
Mkenya
is
Mkora.
Mkenya Mkora. Yeah, me, I don't know who Mato is.
Mkenya Mkora, thank you very much. I just want to be brief. I'm very frustrated as well as you, as a Kenyan. But my point with you, we only disagree with the ideology of how to remove Ruto. And as Eric Ayaga, me, I don't want to cheat myself. I better lie to somebody else rather than lying to myself. I can't be here lying to myself that by next year or by this year or December, William Ruto will be out of power. I don't want to lie to myself. I just want to tell myself and
Ayaga is not frustrated. Ayaga is happy because someone is getting something out of all this. He's a Ayaga ni
so
kama
Julia,
kina Omosh, yeah? So
Julia,
Ayaga hata
that's why you are
anasema
muting
venye
me.
goja venye kuko Jiro, unaona venye Kenya iko sahii sahii, hiyo ndio furaha ya Ayaga by the way.
So I am also I'm frustrated hata kama mwalimu, unajua walimu wako na maneno mingi anachochea tu student, but I'm very frustrated. But what I want to believe on, I don't want to lie to myself that by June, by next year April, there will be change of guard. What I'm saying, the change of guard, that will be the closest is 2027 August 8th. It will be election day. That is the day I will send huyu mkora wenye tulipewa kurule sisi na watu wa US na wengine hapa Kenya. That is the day we will remove him from power. But for now, I don't want to give myself false hope. But I'm seeing the majority of Kenya have chosen that path to lie and continue frustrating themselves more. You know, if you give yourself a timeline, you will look unfrustrated and you will be at peace. And that is the difference I have with Julia. And that's why Julia is saying, I am not frustrated. I'm equally frustrated. I am not happy. In fact, this government, I think Njiru, if you can remember, very few people can remember, during the election of of 2022, I was in a studio. I think it was Bernard's studio. I was in studio for 18 good hours. I was sitting there waiting for result. My friend, I was frustrated up to a moment. I had to stay about almost a year without coming to any platform to talk politics. So if I have healed, don't tell me to go back to, you can't meet a mgonjwa mwenye ametoka ICU na unamwambia go back to ICU. I must laugh. Let me be happy. Thank you very much. God bless you.
And first, do you want to react to Ayaga?
Yeah, I want to interject on what you are saying. By the way, I'm also for what Ayaga has said about removing Ruto from power. I think for me, I'm not looking for a short term, like ati tunamtoa kesho ama next month. Kama sio Mungu anaweza mtoa hapo. I think for me, I'm working towards 2027, and I'm only hoping that the Gen Zs and watu wenye hawana ID watakuwa na ID so that we can send Ruto home, because if we don't have the numbers hata itakuwa rahisi kwake kuiba. Lakini if we all come out, those who are against his policies, we are going to be able to take him home, and I'm hoping that they are not going to give au wasomali wenye si wa Kenya ID juu hapo ndio nawezaona kuna shida, cause the guy knows he's not people don't want him, so now he might not be working even towards winning people again. What he might be working ni venye atapea watu ID. For me, I think sorry, I'm working with 2027 ama Mungu akiona tumeteseka. Though mimi nasema I'm glad that he became the Kenya president, because I made so many enemies and I know they've seen the kind of a person they are. He is, sorry. I remember kuna watu walikuwa nasemanga ati Matiba was a president Kenya never had. So if Ruto never got into power, they would be telling us in future Ruto was a president that Kenya never had. Now they've seen his leadership, they have tasted it. It's more of a punishment, more of sorrows and calamities. Now no one will ever regret his president, him being the president, unless maybe his family ama mtu mwenye ana akili. Huyo ni mtu mwenye tu ana akili anaweza wish Kasongo akuwe president. So for me, I'm glad he became the president. We have suffered because this now whatever people have gone through with Ruto, I think it has opened so many people's mind. People are not going they are not going to vote just mtu amekuja na Bible anawaambia mwadhani Bwana asifiwe, unaenda unampigia kura from the MCA. Watu sasa wataanza yani it's not about now what you are telling us, it's about your actions and not more of your policies, more of what are you going to do for us, what have you done in the past 10 years, what are you planning to do for us. Watu watakuwa na wanapiga kura na with a lot of accountability from the MCA to the president. So this whole 2022 najua imefunza watu kabisa, Wakenya wamesoma. So as we move forward, for me nimesema hivyo. So kama kuna Mungu atatuchukulia ama lakini tunaona ni punishment, labda Mungu anataka tuteseke ndio 2027 tufungue macho, na tusipofungua I'm telling you we will come here more 5 years to speak about the same thing. We are going to recycle the same readers. we still have the same problem zero, because kuna vitu mpaka mambo ya county government pia we have to like sio president pekee. Unajua sahii watu walichukulia sana ni mambo ya Kasongo who is in the top leadership of Kenya, but we have not been looking on what the governors are doing. We should have a segment whereby we would also mtu mwenye ulipiga kura ama gavana wa kwenu unakuja unatuambia amefanya hivi. We need to start analyzing what have they been doing too, because it's all about Ruto. We need to get accountability from the MCA to the president, yeah, because these people, we are the one who put them there, and they get paid through our taxes, and they need to work for us. They are not there to make money. Just to become the MCA. Anyone can be an MCA, but we need people who are working for us. So I wish we'd have such a segment, and we should hold all these people accountable. Wacha nifikishe hapo. Maybe you want to interject because hutaki kusikia nikisema Kasongo 2027, but Jiro, I'm telling you, if we really wanted to take Ruto home, that was in June 2024. I thought he's going home by that time, but after that, you saw what happened. There became malls, and also I would say the government got involved in the Gen Z demonstration. Ikianza haikuwa na mambo ya politician, lakini wakati walikuwa nini, anything that you might be planning to do now, you are going to be smoked out where you are going to be abducted, and everything is going, and you can even be killed. Zero, because we still have malls. Government has planted malls in the Gen Z demonstration, and anything that they will be planning, itawapata tu, so amwezi plan. Lakini ya ile ya June, we got them by surprise. They never expected that. So I would wish we'd have segments whereby, and we have this civic education whereby the youth are being educated on how to vote, who to vote for, watu wenye hawajajielewa wenye wanachukua ID maybe this year, wenye hawajaipiga kura tena. They need to have that civic education. We need to mobilize people and tell them mchukue kura, ndio on 2027 this is what we are going to do. We are going to have account leaders who can work for us, not just mocking us and doing what they think is better for them, and appointing their friends and their relatives just because they feel they are more superior than the Kenyans. So I would wish we have more of civic education, Zero, rather than planning on how we are going to take Kasongo home in 3 months or in 4 months, because we are looking for a long-term solution, not a short term. For a short term, we are not going to make it because we have so many cowards, and most of the people are just yapping, and behind the curtains they are cowards, yeah. And hata wenye wanaandikanga hata X, some of them, they have never been seen in those demonstrations. So I personally am looking for a long term, because I will not be having the same energy I have here 20 years or 10 years to come. I would want someone else who will be called and faced. That's my nini, akuje hapa kwa another panel, akuwe na confidence na aongee venye niongee, na apigie na aende auze, aseme kuna mtu mwingine anataka apigie kura fulani, tunataka tupigie, na apeane, this is why I'm voting so and so. So I think we should concentrate on watu wachukue kura, to hold our wenye wako kwa serikali sahi, to hold this politician to hold accountable, Zero, na tukue na more of civic education and telling these people where we've come from and where we should be going. Thank you.
Njiru, I want to take a bite. Thank you, brother. You know, our sister here, ndio ameficha jina, lakini we know her for a very long time, so we know who we are talking to. Njiru, you know, I agree with what she's saying 100%. I also agree with your analogy. I also agree with what Stone PK's analogy is, and I also agree with Ayaga. And I want to make a statement very clear here. And I will keep on doing this, sir. For as long time that we've been here and we've done this, I will make one analogy. Kuna kitu inaitangwa ku give up, kuna kitu inaitangwa ku change. You see, and I don't like using these analogies or nini vitu zingine. ukivamiwa na panya kwa nyumba yako, you can either give up, sema hiyo nitaikujia tu siku ingine, kamejificha pale, nishajua kule kanaendanga, or ukauwe hiyo siku and you take your time, but you gotta go somewhere. Kuna vitu zako unafanya, so you say, hiyo nitafanya baadaye. I think Kenya imefikwa na place ya procrastination, and it's not just Kenya, it's the whole of Africa. And Jiro, if you remember where we started in this journey of being activists na kuongea hizi vitu zote, and we went to a point mali tumefika sasa tuko na channels zenye zinasikika mpaka kwa nini kwa you know, international community, and even in our parliament. So many things we've done. Some of us we've been tumejiingiza huko hivyo mazee, tukajika kwa mpaka kwa nini, you know, what you call this, you know, we have petitions with our names out there. All I'm trying to say is that yes, it's okay to have different kind of opinions. Our sister here, what she's saying, I think is very right in what she's saying for her. But the only problem I would have a problem with her is that I think yeye may give up. Amesema tu tungoje basi 2027, which is one of the things that Mjiru, you we utakagi kusikia hiyo kitu ukiambiwa tungoje 2027. But within the people wenye wanasema tungoje 2027 wako na pia what do you call this, they have this, and allow me to say it, wako na you want to say ama Kikuyu ama Murima ama whatever, you want to say ama Kamba ama whatever, you know, there's that thing that actually we are deteriorating ourselves. We have come to a point that we don't care. We want to look at the nationalistic way. And the best thing that I heard today or yesterday was anaitwa nani huyu defense, the lady. I saw her.
Tuya, room 350.
Ndio huyo. Sasa ndani. Well, sasa ndani. Sasa man, you belong in Churchill show. Sasa umeletaje through 350 not range. Anyway, yeah. So Tuya, she was being asked very right questions. Na ikakuja story ya kuu. Of course, we've never had a coup in our country. Is it possible? Yes, it is. It is very possible. In fact, 56.7% of the Kenyan people want to see a coup. Nimesema. Would a coup actually think about who's a Kikuyu, who's a Kamba, who's a what? No. It would just be a coup. We want different things. So, Mr. Njiru, and I know you read these things. What stops us from even doing that coup? We're not telling the military you take it. I mean, we already did a coup. Ya Nairobi ilikuwa inaitwa nini? Nini? What? Njiru.
The 25th.
No, the Nairobi one. And something. when we gave Nairobi from Sonko to the military.
Oh, ilikuwa inaitwa yeah, I remember kuna ile tulikuwa tumepewa yule jamaa Muislamu yule.
NRM.
Thank you, Siri. Unaona? We already did it. So what is it that we're talking about that we cannot do, Waku? If actually Nairobi lifanyika na uko na SGR nikafanyika and everything and whatever. I mean, if we can do it, then what the heck? Let's just do it. I mean, to try
Wewe
watu waende wote na
Mato
nitaki kujua Mkamba ni
Mkenya,
nani.
Mkenya.
Yes, ma'am.
Zero is ada withdraw, I would say bado wako kwa ile withdraw symptoms za 2022. One thing Zero has to accept, kuna mtu ako na echo, ni nani? Is that Kasongo got into power. Kasongo is the president, whether we like it or not, and we have a chance in 2027. Sorry to interject ukiongea, nimesema hivyo juu Zero bado I think bado anafikiria venye Kasongo tunaweza mtoa juu nakumbuka 2022 wakati Kasongo alitangazwa icon Zero and on video call akaniambia he was crying Raila didn't get into power. I asked him also what are you supposed to do, and he said hakuna mtu anaweza jitokeza kama suicide bomber mahali atuondolee huyo mtu. He said that if he would get a chance he would save his country and he would be one of those who can do that, yeah. So Mkenya usigonge Zero sana. I know why he has not, like, hajawahi kubali hiyo ilifanyika, so you need to heal Zero. In fact you should heal and you should move on and look for a long term resolution ya kutoa Kasongo, sababu utatoa Kasongo sahi lakini utatuachia gavana wa Igoro mwenye saizi ako na corruption case ingine. Umeona sijui ya 4 million or 4 billion sijui nini. We still need kutoa hawa watu. That's why I have said we need more of civic education and to tell watu hata huko mashinani where we've come from and where we are going from, and not to bring these people back to power. Garbage in, garbage out. Lakini ukitoa Kasongo uache governor Waitito sahii nilimhaki gavana yangu na nilimpigia kura, kumbe sahii ako nini, ako inaitwa aje,
Nimemwona Kamiti akiwa amekaa huko.
haki na walimshonea nguo
But
inamtoshea, kwani jera kuna kuwaga na size yote.
humiliation, let me tell you, that was just humiliation. The guy,
Haki.
they wanted to humiliate him. Go ahead.
No, Zero, wait a minute, not to humiliate him. Remember, Zero, I voted for Governor Waitito. Let's keep off politics from people's whatever. When I vote for you, Zero, even if you are my friend, what you do when you are in that your kitty, it is up to you whether you do the right thing so that when you are not there it will not haunt you. I can tell you for sure, Waitito alikuwa mwizi mbaya
Lakini
sana.
mama, as you finish that, hebu nikuulize, Waluke naye kwa nini hatumuoni kwa hizo nguo?
Goja Mkenya, goja nimalizie hii story. So Waitito ukweli alinini, so tukisema ati mambo ati juni sababu wako kwa Gachagua, hauwezi kujanga ati umekibia kwa Wamunyoro ati sababu we unajua uko na kesi na EACC ndio ukishikwa ama kesi yako ikiendelea Zero uanze kusema unaonewa. Mimi sababu nimetoka Mlima nikuje nikutetee we mwizi. Sasa hiyo mabarabara zenye zilikuwa Kiambu County ama mahali haukutengeneza ama uliiba pesa, hiyo nayo tuache. Ya Waluke, I'm telling you, we are going to have a good president in this Kenya, and we are going to haunt. I know how we will haunt them even in their grave. They are going to return all those. They have families. They have they wako na real estate and all that. Mimi I believe that kuna siku itafika They will not have hakuna siku ati wote watakuwa ati they will die and nothing will happen to them. A time is coming, we are going to have a Gen Z president na mambo itarainika. So nilikuwa namalizia na kusema Njiro, tusikuange ati sababu Waitito ni Kikuyu, sasa mimi nianze kutetea yeye kama hakuiba. Umesikia? Usianze kusema hiyo. Sasa lakini nimeona wamevalisha baba yao suti ya jela, haki ya Mungu.
No, let me tell you, I don't say that he's not a criminal, but Zakayo government had to do that. Unajua wanatafuta mileage. So lazima you see, like they are pretending. You see when we are fighting corruption, huyo ni mtu amevalishwa nguo na huko.
So why are we then fighting corruption, Jiro? Why are we saying Ruto is a thief? If we would never want him to see, kama mimi hatutaki kuwaiona Ruto kama huko,
mimi I cannot believe.
ni mwizi?
Thank you sister, thank you Maurizio, swali vizuri sana. Hata yeye avae nguo.
Jiro, tukisema kama venye tunasema gavana Waitito former baba yao ameonewa, sijui ni mileage, sijui ni nini, serikali inataka kumuonyesha, then if we are going to feel sorry for him, let us not ever talk about corruption. In fact,
no, I'm not feeling sorry for him, but I was just saying the government intentions are not what they want. They are just using him for mileage. Ruto anaitumia for mileage, and you even hear him akiitumia for political mileage.
Hapana, Njiro, you're wrong. Alifanya makosa, aende jela.
Mimi sijasema hajafanya makosa.
Jiro, I'm waiting to see kina Ruto, hawa watu wote wamekuwa kwa serikali, one day seeing them with such attires kwa jera. Kwa nini nihurumie mmoja na wengine
mimi si ati namhurumia?
You know, Jiro, the debts that we Kenyans are having, hizo za nini zenye tuko nazo na mzungu ametukopea ni courtesy of those people, because we take those loans and we are not they don't do any development. That money ends up in people's pocket. That's why Kenya debt niliona juzi, sijui tuko is it number 2 in Africa or number 5? Like tuko na deni kubwa sana, and ni pesa yenye inaenda na kina Waitito, inaenda na kina Ruto. So we would want to see in future these politicians behind bars.
I would prefer.
Alafu unajua mami, unajua mam, unajua unasema Njiru anakuambia hapa hivi sijui nini, kila mtu aende jela. Unaona, mnaongea story ya Nduta, amtaki Nduta aende ndani, lakini pia mnakuja pia mnasema Njiru Waitito asiende ndani because ni whatever. Ndani hataki. No, mtu akikosea aende ndani ndio watu wajue, wajifunze, including you.
Mimi ile kitu najaribu kusema ni whatever Ruto is trying to do with all this case ya Ruto, he is not doing it on a genuine point. He is not trying to fight corruption. He is doing it as a display. Ndio nilikuwa nikitaka muelewe. Anaifanya kama display. It's not that it's genuine. In fact, my punitive measures of corrupt people is more than that.
With all due respect, mathematically, please. Hii ni yangu. Wacha nikuambie. Na hata sitamaliza dakika moja. Listen, huyu Waluke walipewa, how much was it? I think that money was just unaffordable.
600 million na huko karibu a billion.
Yes. And the guy actually made those billions, made bail. Do you know, to make bail ya 1 billion in a country? I mean, not even in a country, just by yourself. Sijui kama watu wanaelewaga what 1 billion is, ama tu ni watu wanasema. Do you understand how to make a billion
if you are entrepreneur, you can make it. As a entrepreneur, you can make it easily.
Entrepreneurs in Kenya today have a billion to make a bill of 1 billion. Please educate me. Other than that, nimerudi nursery school.
No,
please.
For you to make a billion, you only need a contract of 3 to 4 billion, and you'll make it comfortably.
A billion.
You just need, for you to make a billion, you need a contract of between 4 to 5. Na hiyo pesa uko nayo.
I mean, are we talking about B as in boy? Or are
Yeah,
we talking?
for an entrepreneur, that is possible money. If you are just stealing from the government, it is possible money. You make it easily. You are just kama hawa tuashana shift. Ngoja kidogo, hawa tuashana shift. Hii contract ya 104 billion. How many billionaires has it made? Hii contract ya 104. How many billionaires has that 104 billion hiyo Ruto wamepeana ya kubadilisha health system? How many billionaires have...
And by the way, do you remember when you paid that, you just paying that because even though after you paid that, that's just to take you out of court, you still have gas, your petrol, you still have your family, you still have your wife, you still have your rent, or if whatever you do, if you own the house, you still have to do all those other amenities that you have in your life. Bado konazo. So are you telling me that I'm going to remove just $1 billion today to just get me out of jail and I still continue and I'm still okay and still end up in parliament? Yeah, come on, man. I must be stupid. Please, nipelekeni Madhare saizi. Right
Kwenda
now.
huko nabo Mkenya mkora sikini unakujanga na theory zingine za I don't know za uchungu. First of all, Njera anakuanga very sensitive, very very sensitive. He does not like unfairness. Yeye anasema kama mnachukua baba yao, chukua wote. That's all he's saying. He knows Wamunyoro is a thug, lakini alisikia mbaya Wamunyoro was being impeached. Sawa, mnatoa mmoja peke yake, si utoe wote. So I understand Jeru. Jeru does
mi
not like
natakanga vitu
unfair.
complete. I think Kipru umenielewa. I like complete things. Kitu inaisha.
Si ati mnaweka moja alafu tunaangalia moja tu, tumuongeze ingine bana, hata mweke 5 6 hivi at least if you are serious.
Wekipu unasema ako lonely, apate nini career, wakuwe watu wengi. Ako lonely.
Ako lonely bana, alone. Give him company bana. So mnaweka baba yao peke yake bana, muongezee watu bana.
In fact hata sahi Obando anafaa kukua hapo. Where is Obando? Sahi ndio ya kukimbiza Obando hapo sahi.
Babu Owino should also be there. Huyu mwingine aliua mtu wa Kimilili anaitwaje?
Mtu wa kofia.
Anaitwaje huyo fala?
Didmas Baraza.
Katitmas. Huyu mama wakiona huko Kilifi hata yeye aliua watu huko, anaitwaje huyo?
Aisha Jumu.
Sasa ndio mnaongea.
Aisha Juma.
They should all be having uniform. All of them.
Yes, that is what we meant. That's what Njeru means. It's not that anaonea baba yao huruma. Waitito needs company bana bro. Tunafaa kujaza hizo majela. Njoo anafaa kuwa huko ndani. Alafu wa mwisho yani ya kusindikiza Raila na Ruto waingie pia.
Why is not Waiguru joining them?
Waiguru kwanza, she needs a special prison just for her. Unajua mna US wanasemanga 3 life sentences. Huyo ndio anafaa kupatiwa. Waiguru alinyang'anya my governor, my Kirinyaga would have been very fine. Yeah, angeiba hiyo kitu.
Ulikuwa unataka nani aingie?
Julia namuona tu hapa.
Kirinyaga, unajua women rep wa nini was really loved by the Kirinyaga people.
Nani keep. Yaani wewe unataka tutoke kwa mkojo tukanyange mafi. Ngereshe.
Afadhali huyo.
No.
Afadhali huyo.
Do you know, Gereshe, we have a personal grudge with her. She's the one who brought UDA cult in Mount Kenya. Keep.
Oh yeah, but I thought she was with Jubilee.
She was not. In fact, we have a personal grudge with her. Hata nisiongee mambo yake.
Si mtu alikufa. Si somebody died.
Njiro si uambiange kipu mambo ya geresha hata atunyamazia hapo. We,
Na alienda wapi? Alimwaga pesa yote
No,
sasa kubro.
alipewa kazi na Ruto. Kuna kazi alipewa. In fact, Ngirishi courtesy of his husband, si unajuanga, yule alikuwa anaitwa Andrew ama ni nani?
Walikuja
Eh,
na chopa. I saw the chopper.
he was okay, wacha tu unclose hapa.
Samahani.
He was a guy who was story ya sijui ni ma fake fertilizer ama ni fake sugar in Kenya. They were
Yes.
in the scandals like sijui kama okay, I have to say this thing sababu now we have now to start talking about them. Now Kenya is ranked kidogo Kipriri tulete Julia. Kenya
Nitawaachilia, it's okay.
kidogo, unaona Kenya is ranked story ya cancer. Sijui kama umeona Kenya is the leading in Africa. Story ya cancer is the leading. Tuko Kenya per 100,000 people ni report imetolewa per 100,000 people we are dying 600 people from cancer. Then there is also Zimbabwe wako high. I think Zimbabwe iko karibu kwa 700. Yani tu ni but now if you compare even count, and they were saying that thing is not even about the healthcare. Wanasema in fact some of the countries with lower death rate if in fact and including our neighboring countries hapo actually their cancer, watu kama Uganda nasikia wako karibu so mbili, like our cancer death is 3 times Uganda. Now those are the people now. So ndio ukisikia sasa Kiprudi tukisema vitu kama hizi, hiyo story ya fake commodities, vitu kama hiyo mafuta fake, hiyo unasikia Moses Kuria anatuletea, tunaletewa mafuta fake inakuja kugonjesha watu, tunaletewa sukari fake inakuja kugonjesha watu. Those are the issues now. Those are the issues. Then there was the issue of Kioko Mang'eri in 2007 when he was talking of ile mahindi ya aflatoxin ililetwa. All these things because of corruption. And yet no one has been able to be put into books for actually being responsible to the deaths of Kenyans. So, Bwana Kipril, when you are talking of Ngirishi, we are looking at a very dark woman who comes from a family system, Kanyotu family, kama ujui. She comes from Kanyotu family who worked with the former Moi. I think alikuwa mtu wa Masia idea manini Kanyotu, the famous Kanyotu.
I don't know.
Yeah, she's from Kanyotu family.
I don't know these things.
So, Girishi is from Kanyotu family. So it's a criminal family. That's what we are telling you. It's a criminal family. Nothing much than that.
So what is wrong with Kenyans? Huh? Why did she come in the folds of leadership? Mbona tunamfuatanga?
Because she has money. She is among the few people who can be able to package a serious campaign for a governor. And that's why watu wanawafuata, because sisi wa Kenya we have refused to finance or follow people without money. So Ngirishi through Kanyotu family hako na pesa ya kuhonga watu. That's why people are listening to her. That's why people are listening to her.
So what are we going to do as Kenyans to stop this?
Until tufike level whereby atufuati pesa yako, we are following your conviction.
Lakini kukafanya campaign kujulikana the whole county. What do we do?
We just need people with a serious conviction. Just that watu kama you know, even this
Because just wait. We might fix the ballot. We might fix the ballot, Njero. Sindio? Tumefix. The electoral system is right, but then there's money in politics that is going to just mess things up. We still 90% of the people who are in leadership are just rich people or people who've just borrowed a lot of money to come and siphon money from us. So I don't know how to fix that. Yeah.
I also feel like we need serious studies. The counties that are in Kenya doing civic education, and people who are just willing to educate people about their country. And we should also stop this thing of returning these politicians into power. Once they go home, they go home. We need another batch of new leaders, new politicians. I think, and I also think we would also want to mambo ya mshahara ya wabunge iache ikuwa pesa mingi. Unajua Njiro mtu anakuanga hivi anaona mi nikiingia MP hata nikichukua loan ya pesa fulani nifanye campaign, hii pesa nitarudisha within a very short time. Mambo ya CDF nitaiba ama pesa fulani nitaiba, nilipe loan na niendelee na mimi niendelee kuwa na pesa mingi. So some of these politicians take these jobs as nini biashara. That's why they don't care even if we keep on shouting and they don't care.
You just got it. Umeishika, umehama the head, umegonga kila kitu. That's exactly what's
So
the problem.
that is them, they take it as business and they are doing business with us, with our money. And for us, we vote them to go and work for us, but wao wako biashara, period.
Ni sawa. Let's have Julia now, please. Pia yeye aingie. And maybe Anfis kuna kitu amujaongea hapa and I wanted us to speak. Although najua huyo mtu amuongeleangi story yake, but today he has spoken extensively venye yeye hawezi ungana na Wamonyoro. Mkiona mimi mnaona naweza ungana na Wamonyoro. I also wanted to hear maybe Anfis, can you
Stop that. We are discussing very crucial matter hapa. Wacha kutuletea mambo ya nini. We said such people are not of
Wamonyoro,
any
you're
use.
useless.
No, tunasema huyo mwingine mwenye anatuambia sisi we want people who are joining us for our movement. Mtu mwenye bado wako kwa fence kina Ndede Nyondo, we don't need them.
Aya, Julia, go ahead.
Tumemwita nini?
You cannot be dining with my enemy and then you're telling me we are on the same page, Jiro. So wachana na baba, wacha akule yeye, ameshapigwa
We
yake.
ngoja, umemwita Ndidi Nyondo.
Ndidi
Si
Nyondo
Nyoro?
bado wako kwa fence.
Habari zenyu, good to see all of you. Naona watu wamewaka kuwakawaka na wataki kuongelea maneno ya Raila Odinga. Siku hizi hatumitangi baba. I wanna go back to what people were talking about, the leadership and corruption and all that. Na okay, Gereshe mimi niliishi Kirinyaga for a long time, so I know Gereshe. Gereshe is some kind of a character. That is what Gracie and bwana yake watu wakuzunguka wakinunua watu wakibribe watu na wako na pesa yenye hawezi account for. They are those kind of characters yenye hata unashangaa ni nini, ni gold gani wanauza wanatengeneza hii pesa yote. Sasa Gracie na Waiguru ni the same birds of the same feather, and Waiguru is a repeat offender. Yani mtu imagine mtu anaiba national government, anaiba county government and they still get away with it. Huh? Repeat offenders. So if people are asking a question, what is it that we need to do? This is my take. Hii ni kitu nimekuwa nikisema. The bulk stops at the presidency. Now, first I also want to agree with Njiru. There is no corruption. Ruto is fighting kwa kufunga akina Waititu baba yao. Kwa sababu kama ni kufunga watu basi atakana kufungwa. Ruto mwenyewe should be ndani should be shimo la tewa. And all those gangsters, Team Majambazi, from the cabinet. Yani he's just recycling gangsters and all that, from the cabinet to the members of parliament. And these members of parliament kill and they're still in parliament. Kuna huyo wa Western Province, kuna huyo mwenye waliwa watu hapa Kiambu. Kuna Babu Owino shot somebody. His people are now praising Babu Owino for that, and he looks like he's somebody. I'm very disappointed by those people when wanatetea Babu Owino. Yani wote
Kuna rapist pia. Kuna rapist ule senator na akakuwa CS. Wameru.
Na yule mwenye apatiwa mama break. Keep your daughters away from him. So these are the kind of people we have in Kenya and they get away with it. Kwa sababu gani? The presidency cannot say no to them. Kwa sababu hata yeye ni jambazi. He's a candidate of crimes against humanity. When you do not have moral authority, you cannot implement anything to do with morals. So that is where we are. So we need somebody mwenye hamwezi mguza na chochote. Ndio sasa term 1 afunge hao watu. Awafunge, awafagie from A to Z. Now there will be commotion and havoc, but the commotion and havoc will be not be among the common mwananchi. Itakuwa kwa wanasiasa, and that president should be ready to lose his term for the sake of fighting for corruption. Lakini you not lose it because somebody asked a question. You see, sorry, you come and keep a manjiru. If the electoral commission, if elections were fixed, what next? If elections were fixed, that tunajua kwamba elections will not be stolen, then we should have a presidency that we, when I say presidency, president and deputy president, wenye we know and we are sure they can fight, or they can jail people for corruption. We know.
Mami, can I ask you a question, please? It's so burning.
Uliza.
In what country can you go and say that tulishikwa na tukageuza and we changed numbers, and it's just an easy thing that yes, they changed numbers. Unajua kitu iliniumiza mimi. Yes, I know SK Masharia, and he said he's 80 whatever. Of course, we don't want to jail anyone at 80 something, or maybe we might. Lakini, when you come to a point of saying that we changed numbers and you've accepted you kweli change numbers, I mean, Kenyans, what is it? Are we dumb, stupid, crazy, or all of them?
Wait, hata Kuria alisema hivyo, he got away with it. Kuria alisema, huh? Kuria even said all the nasty things they have been doing. Huh? So these people just say those things, they get away with it. Huh? Inakuwa wametuzoea sana. They are repeat offenders. That's why I'm saying if we fix the election, we just need two people, the president and the deputy president. When you are mesema, we will die for this country. We will lose our second term fighting for Kenya. When you wameamua hivyo. Na kama tukiwa nao, you know what they'll do? They'll fix the judiciary. They'll fix parliament. They'll fix everybody. Kwa sababu we want to see like 100 baba yaos in jail right now. When you are tusikie baba yao na baba yao mwingine na mwingine hata kina Waiguru, I mean wote fagiria kabisa. If we do that, let me tell you, people will not be voted, people will not corrupt, will not go to buy votes because they'll be knowing if you buy votes, you will not still to pay yourself. You know, now uko na place ya kuimba pesa ndio ujilipe. So people will not give out money at buying votes. They will not do that game again. And then we also need to fix people for giving people money during campaigns. Utuambie hiyo pesa imetoka wapi? Unaona? Because they give that money openly. Even Ruto gives that money openly. Even I understand somebody was standing somewhere giving people money to come for Ruto's meetings. One of the ODM guys, a person in the ODM, alionekana kwa ni Gaucho alikuwa anapeana pesa. Imagine Gaucho is talking trash right now and nobody has arrested him for incitement. Nobody, Gaucho is talking trash and nobody has arrested him. But I want to tell Gaucho, kama wako na mabeshti hapa wamwambie, what goes around comes around. Aulize Sang vile alipelekwa mbio wakati Sang alikuwa anaambia wangoe nini weeds in Rift Valley. You know, people what tunarudiana tunaza, you are saying this, and good internet never forgets. So somebody should tell Gaucho, internet never forgets. One of these fine days he atasimama in a court of law, being asked to repeat those things he has been saying against the Kikuyu and what they needs to be done to them. Na chenye atafanya pale Thika Road, ataambiwa arudie. One, I'm telling you, kuna watu watafungwa jela juu ya ujinga because they are drunk. They think they are now they are now sharing presidency with Ruto. Na Kasongo amefanya all the wicked things he has done. He's ready even to face hell. Kuna muhubiri alisema that Kasongo amefika a point of no return. He's ready to go to hell. So these are the foolish people wanamfuata wakifanya hii matendo. They don't know that Kasongo is not just ready to go to Shimo la Tewa, but Kasongo is also ready to go to hell. Hiyo ndio kitu hawajui. So my take is, how do we fix this? We need a presidency with integrity and moral authority to jail corrupt leadership. Tukifika hapo, that is why you ask how all these countries have changed, Singapore and the others. It is because for once they had a presidency, a leadership that decided we are done with corruption. And since the day they had that presidency, there was a point, there was no turning back. Their nations changed. And never again would people in those countries dare use power for corruption. That is how those countries changed. South Korea, Singapore, and other countries. So Kenya too can change. I promise you, Kenya inaweza badilika. We just need 10 years of two people who have decided hamutaguza nururu. Alafu wafanye constitutional review ingine hapo mbaya mbovu, wapunguze MPs. Wacha hiyo mnachukia Trump. Wapunguze MPs, wapunguze governors, then they devolve money. We have state tax na federal tax, so that state yenyu inaokota pesa na mnaamua vile mtatumia. Mkitaka kutumia vibaya, shauri yenyu. If you vote for a thug as a governor, that is your choice. Si ati watu wanangojaga tu wagawie pesa wenyewe. Ati you are somewhere in Northeast. I'm sorry, Northeastern, but I have to say this. Somewhere in Northeastern, ati mnangojea people in Nairobi to work so hard and raise their tax and share with you. Hakuna kitu kama that. Is not even fair. That is very unfair. So that now we can hold our governors accountable. Tutawauliza, mwaka uliopita mliokota this amount of tax. Why our roads like this? Why don't we have clean water for everybody? Bona shule zetu hazijengwi. People are insulting Ndindi Nyoro. Lakini wacha tu niseme, na bona even the neighboring members of parliament could not have looked at what Ndindi Nyoro was doing and they copy him. Unajua kuna vile tu atakukopi kitu poa. Hapa tu acha nipongeze Ndindi Nyoro. But not that I agree with Ndindi Nyoro. I don't agree with him. The fact that he thought Kasongo was his best man, the fact that he was the new DA, the fact that Asai has Sagaza Msimamo, I have nothing to do with him. I don't think he's the kind of a leader that I would follow around. So my take is, we have the correct presidency and the deputy presidency. Kenya itabadilika. We shall review our constitution. Tutaifanya kama ya Vietnam. Saizi na mnisamehe, na sio msaki mnisamehe, you don't
But
forgive me.
Julie,
Let me Mato, let me finish.
Julie,
Mato, utafanya point yangu ipote. Let me finish.
Julie,
Mato, please let me finish before you ask me that.
Julie.
Please, Mato, now you are disrupting me. Now,
Okay.
you are interfering with the flow of my points. Now, let me say this. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not sorry for anything. But I want to say this. Hii story tuko nayo ya Vietnam. First, nahurumia huyu msichana. I hope something will be done. I hope maybe atarudishwa Kenya, afungwe jera, hata kama ni maisha, whatever. But then I'm asking myself, if wa Kenya atunanga hii kitu, the end justifies the means. Would she have landed in such a situation? Unaona, the end tuko na hiyo kitu, because inasemekana the agents yenye walimtuma hapo, there's somebody who either tricked that girl or did something, ni juu ya tamaa ya pesa. Sasa kama hatuna hiyo attitude ya the end justifies the means, can we land in such problems? Why is Motua and William Ruto bringing fake agents za mikora na wakora Kenya to recruit our young people and take them to Middle East? Kwa nini wanafanya hivyo? Si ni tamaa ya pesa? Kwa nini hii tamani? Kwani Kenya ndio kuna haja na pesa kuliko Afrika mzima? And most I want to talk about my people from the mountain. Please listen and listen carefully. Hii kitu ya pesa tuwachange tu. You can only sleep in one house at a time. There's no way. Mtu mwenye kuna nyumba tatu hapa niambia kama analala kwa hizo nyumba tatu at the same time. You see, in one night you sleep in those houses. Some of you people, you will die before sleeping in those houses 3 weeks in a year. Yani nataka sisemi ati kutafuta mali ni mbaya, lakini tamaa ingine imezidi Kenya. I belong to the school of thought that you only need what to eat, to take your children to school, na kuvaa, na pengine kagari kama unataka. Sio lazima ati nikuwe na pesa mingi ndio nikuwe na sijui natangaza kama Murkomen that I have an aeroplane na sijui how many bells. That is high class nonsense and rubbish. And Kenyans should just for once change. Now, as I wind up, so today I was talking with another man from Ghana. I was so surprised that anajua Kasongo, hata anajua hiyo wimbo ya Kasongo wewe, alafu akaniuliza kwa nini Kasongo wenyewe ako na kiherehere mingi na kula kitu anafanyia wa Kenya eh? Hiyo story ilitoka wapi? I discovered the Ghanaian currency is more powerful than the Kenyan shilling. Na tukajulia kwani tulifika hapo aje? Kaniambia si ni hawa kina Kasongo wenyu. Mwambie aache kiherehere mingi aende kajenge nchi kwanza. Asanteni. Matuendelea sasa.
Do you know Sonko knows who gave that girl drugs? He mentioned this on a live in 2023. Sonko mwenyewe, Mike Sonko. He was doing a live and he said he mentioned the name of the person that gave her drugs to take to Vietnam. The name was known.
Unaona
And
sasa
that man should have been arrested.
unaona that person
That
we
man
should
should have
exchange
been
that
arrested.
person with that girl. Unaona Kip huyo mtu ashikwe serikali ya Kenya mpeani ama aje Kip? Is that not the fairest thing to do?
We exchange program
Yeah,
live because
but
the poor
apeanwe
girl was cheated. The poor girl was. I know she's done this before, but yeah. Well, what are we to end Vietnam? Kwani kama
apeanwe
mnapenda kushika
so
tukuletee
that
mwingine
wale
basi.
mabwenyenye wote wenye wanatumia watoto wetu ikuwe ya lesson ama aje guys?
Yeah,
We should start campaigning
because
that.
she didn't. You cannot tell me Nduta does not
Me, I
happen
agree.
to
I
her.
agree with both of you. Lakini sijui kama nyo say keep my big brother, keep na Julia and my big sister, both of my bigs. Do you guys understand? Ile siku Uhuru alienda, and you remember it was a state thing. Alienda bomb a ship. Well, they said it was a ship. Obviously, it wasn't a ship. Like a boat. Akaibomoa huko hivyo kwa Mutongwe ferry huko, akaenda akaibomoa na huko hivyo akasema kila kitu. Do you guys understand what actually was in those drugs? When now we are having ati saizi Namanga ati sijui kuna hata methamphetamine that they are trying ati sijui walikuwa wameshikwa huko hivyo. And the funny thing, when you look at the names, I'm not missing mtu wa nini. I mean, sitaki kuingiza vitu za ukabila ama nini. I'm just looking at it. Imagine now you have kuna another drug cartel that is coming here that we have now. What do you call this? It's called people are trying to make laboratories of sijui za kujenga either meth or whatever, ziko Namanga, and they bought 10 acres in Namanga. Now, the funny thing, here we go back to kina Maribe. This that we keep on talking about Kilimani, there's a problem. And so many people have actually spoken about this Kilimani place, that there's been a problem. That's why you're finding mtu amekatwa shingo. What was him, the lady mwenye alikatwa shingo, amekatwa nini, amekuwa amekatakatwa, you know. And a lot of people are raising that issue about that. And the funny thing is that you end up looking at unaingia the Sudan, unapatana nao, then unapatana na MRS, ndao tena wako sijui JKIA, KICC, and you're working at this whole thing. When you're looking at everything, me personally, I've gone to a point that I've come to realize the reason I cannot say it to Pablo Escobar is the fact that kwanza si understand how the backflow is that mtu hata anaweza shikiwa anapeleka kutoka Kenya 2 weeks 2 weeks after kumekuwa na issue ya drugs, 2 weeks after ndio vitu kufinywa finywa sijui again, sijui kama watu wa Kenya upote wapi. The three countries that have been spoken about all these things is Kenya, uh, Nigeria and UAE. And when you look at the diplomacy part, you still seen a problem. And if you go back, even before this William Ruto guy, I don't even care. You find that this guy, before even he even became this whatever it is, there used to be a point where that the whole international community was talking about him. Kumbuka
Unazunguka unaenda hata
the mtoto wake.
cook bana. Pika. Watu.
Okay, wacha ni land basi. You
Usiland,
find
we
yeah,
cook properly.
you find like I know my brother. So you find like the son-in-law is from Nigeria. Okay, so the son-in-law is from Nigeria. The same thing that we saw. Okay, the other one, he's been with the Arab Emirates so much, going to the MBS so many times that we've seen him out there, even wearing, and we know he's not even a Muslim or whatever it is. He wearing all that and he's out there. Okay, so don't you guys see something that is actually burning around here? He's become too powerful to a point that even the UN is saying that we are not going to deal with these things. We have to look at the legality of everything. And Ruto has become so powerful because of his making that the way the MBS used to do with Gashag, this guy Kashamo, the one that was killed in Italy, in an embassy. Ruto will kill you in a minute today and disempower you in that kind of way. And that's why everybody is so scared of Ruto so much, because he's made his name with these other people out there, that he's part of that cartel. That it doesn't matter what you doesn't even care if he comes and tells you chapo. Ulizani mtakula chapo. That's what he said. And that's what it is to understand. It has come to a point where I feel when even Stone, it has come to a point that people need to understand that we have to be us. And the Gen Zs and the people that actually look at these things together. If we don't say it, tutapotea. I am just saying, Ruto is so powerful right now that he can kill you and you will not do it. You will not do anything. That's the biggest part that person has decided to just put a Yani wamejifunika tu. Even the leaders, people like kina Raila, they've gone back and said, sawa basi, umeshinda basi. The only problem is if we can, Wakenya wenye wanaamka, kwanza hakuna mtu akuli, hakuna mtu alali, hakuna mtu anahitaji nyumba, hakuna. Lakini hizi vitu utaambiwa unahitaji nyumba, my friend, niambie mtu mmoja saizi anahitaji nyumba. I don't get it. Mio ndo kitu inanishinda kabisa. Unapata Wakenya, of course we know what is happening. The media is also telling us, wameingia hata side yetu. Most of the time we used to say we don't have anything, we can't talk to the media because this is where we can talk to them, we can talk to people. But then again, the media now, like Kip the other day came up with, showed something on our group where he said, look, this is what standard is. Now they're fighting standard because standard, I don't know, those guys that they're putting their wanaweka zinaitwaje, headlights on everything that needs to be said that people do not want to say, and people are so scared. So mi kitu yenye naniogopesha mimi is that, and especially now that we are done with IMF, that we are not really dealing with IMF. Saizi tunaambia chukueni pesa yenyu as a citizenry, but the country is still fighting with that and lying to us. I'm asking myself, tunaenda wapi? Because it comes to a point where we actually tuanze kujiangalia sisi wenyewe, where we are going, what things that we are doing. Yes, AI and everything, but the government, itabidi manzi saizi tuanze kuongea ukweli. That's my take. Sijui nani nimechokoa. Julie, thank you Njero for coming back. Nimeongea maneno mingi hapa hivi, karibu nifukuzwe bwana.
Nani anafukuza wewe?
Hakuna mtu amenifukuza, lakini wamenyamaza wote na wengine wakatoroka. Sasa unajua ukweli isemwe bwana.
Okay, no problem Amia. Sasa hebu nikuulize kidogo bwana Mkenya Mkora because I also want to understand the environment. Nimesikia pia vile Anifest amesema story ya 2022. Does the environment allow? No, not 2027. Is the environment stable until 2027?
No.
Please explain.
There's nothing stable in Kenya today. There's nothing geographically, economically, geopolitically. There's nothing that is, I don't know how many, I know there's 3 of them that bring stability in a country. But even militarily, and let me just be open with this, even militarily, some people think that and it was the defense minister, when she was being brought to talk about military, I want to ask you, when was the last time that people started were brought the defense secretary to parliament and to answer some questions that actually, because those questions are public, why were they public and why was everybody speaking? So there's a problem, because when it comes to defense, there's a problem with that, because they are also not there. The budget making of taking to the military, where they're saying that okay, we take this budget to this, and what is the purpose of the defense forces? What do they do? So when we give them military, and remember, there's become a question of um, these flights that actually fly over our stadia during Madaraka Day and everything. Do they actually have the weight to actually fight against? And what is the purpose of military? And if you remember, the people like Kinasipuna, they were asking, do we? I mean, do they actually have anything that they're doing other than just staying in the? Actually, I think it was Kilonzo or somebody that came before Nani, that I wish I could get those because I have them. Is like, is there? They were asking according to and they brought up this thing of Traore, like in Burkina Faso, they actually have where the military, instead of staying in the barracks, they could actually go to some land farms and actually make agricultural, you know, differences. So do we have? What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say is that what I'm trying to say is that tumefika mahali, bro, that even the military, we don't know what actually it does.
So I ask
Our
kidogo, wacha
mhm.
ni advance because you are here na it's also good to make people understand this ni kama nimesikia for the first time huyo tu ulikuwa unasema huyo mama wa 350 like although najua saa zingine they can try to bring this dialogue to the people ili as a pretext they know the discussion which are happening. So najuanga the way the government behaves, so wanaanzia kuongea story ya makuzi na nini as a way ya watu wakuwa wanajua ni kama hata wao wanajuanga hizo vitu, just to as a deterrent, you know very well, it's a deterrent. So but that is a reality which now it cannot be denied in Kenya. But sasa ile swali nitakuuliza ni now that the Kenyan military does not seem interested in like helping in Kenyan governance, because unajua one way in which a military can help in governance is actually by toppling that government. Now this one is serious discussion nimekuletea hapa. It is one way. So military wakicollate na wakiangalia vitu waone ni kama things in the country are not going well, kuna watu within some military ranks, they always come together through a secret concept, they overturn the government. That is that nikisema hii kuna mtu ataanzia kuniuliza unasema nini. It is one of the bwana Mkenya Mkora, kazi moja ya military na hiyo nataka kuambia watu hapa, one job for the military, na nifungue kamera muone, one job for the military is to make sure that the country is being run well, and if the country is not being run well, another job of them is to overturn that government. That is it. So like the military is the last line of allowing bad governance, unless if themselves they are also corrupt people, and the people who do not understand their role in civic duties. But the question which I'm asking you is this: all signals of a bad government are in. Why is the Kenyan military so relaxed? Na usiniambie wanangoja juu hata ile wakati even the time when they were supposed to attack, they refused to attack. What's wrong with them?
No, but I will tell you something. There's no country without a military. I don't know if I made my point. There's no country without a military.
Yes, I agree Kenya's military, but why is the Kenyan military not responsive? That is my question. Why are they not responsive? All the red flags are in, but they are still very relaxed. What is wrong with them? What's
Okay.
wrong?
I am going to tell you, there's no country without a military, and there's no military without a country, one way or the other. The country,
Njiru, how do you want them to respond? Do they have a legal responsibility to topple the government?
There's no legal responsibility about it, but it's an in-kind way. The military is supposed to integrate and see that things are not working, and they need to know what happens. Other places they do.
Okay,
Because you know,
other places they don't do. Let me say this: the military have no legal responsibility to topple the government. In fact, it is illegal. Even the thought of it is I think according to the law, it may be stated as treasonable. Okay, even the thought of this is treasonable. But the military, you can approach it from this point of view. The military are also Kenyans. Okay, and we expect that they are experiencing what we are experiencing. And even if they are not experiencing directly because they are in the barracks, they are still experiencing because they have parents, they have children, they have relatives, they have all that. They can feel, they can see the bad governance and all that. So the military only have an upper hand because they have the arms that the mwananchi hana. Mwananchi and another, okay, mwananchi ako na advantage. Mwananchi under the constitution, under the section chapter 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, is legally allowed to protest and demonstrate on the streets and express their dissatisfaction. So mwananchi can do that and can be defended under the law, chapter 1 of the Constitution. But the military cannot protest. That's why they are called the members of the disciplined forces. However, the military men of Kenya are Kenyans. So they are feeling the pinch that Kenyans are feeling. Wanasikia ile uchungu wa Kenya, wanasikia hata wao wanasikia. Hiyo ni moja. Haya, kitu cha pili ni kwamba tofauti ya wanajeshi ni kwamba wako na nguvu yenye mwananchi wa Kenya hana. Wako na silaha yenye wanaweza tumia. That is what happens in those other countries that the government has been toppled by the military. So sasa wanachukua advantage ya kwamba they are armed. And usually, you people, if you look around the globe, especially in the countries where the military has toppled the government, it is not the majors and the generals that have toppled the government. It is the servicemen who have come up with all this. Kwa sababu gani? Mi nafikiria servicemen ndio wanauma sana, kwa sababu servicemen hata mishahara hawana mingi. Wale wakubwa kama General Kahariri Murangiri au ni pesa tu na tumbo zao, na hawashughuliki na shida za Wakenya. So kama kuna kitu yenye inaweza tokea kama hicho, ni wale service, the junior men, junior commanders and all that. So the military are Kenyans na wanasikia ile uchungu wa Kenya wanasikia. Kwa hivyo wanaweza chukua what is at their disposal and act. Just like Wakenya wanaenda on the streets and use what is at their disposal. Unaona, that is how I would respond to that. Now, you're asking why the Kenya military doesn't do that. Pengine they have all been compromised. Lakini niseme hivi, there is always a first time for everything. Hata kwako, usipige bibi yako ukifikiria kwamba hawezi piga wewe, siku moja atakupea kofi, ile kofi yenye hujaipewa. Utashikwa na mshtuko sana.
vile unasema kwa sababu mabibi wanapigangwa, alafu ukuje upige bibi yako kwa sababu unajua mabibi wanapigwa. Utapigwa siku moja. Ujue si bibi wa kawaida.
No, there is always a first time. You can be slapping her all the time and insulting her, and she just quiet. Lakini siku moja atakuraukia na maji moto ya ugali ama uji, utaamini chenye kimeendelea kwa hiyo nyumba. There is always a first time. That's what I would like to say.
So, Julia, let me ask a question. So, because we have now ruled out that that is not the responsibility of military, let's say that Kenyan governance is very bad. Things are not working in Kenya. So, what would rescue Kenyans? And now, if the other format of going to the streets, you are opposed by very little power of the government. So, how can you help Kenyans from a ruthless government, which is attacking them, which is killing them, which is causing economic mayhem? What would you do in such circumstance where you don't have even been ready to respond.
Patie
Can I get a minute, please?
Patie, resist, can you respond to that?
Yes, asanteni sana, my brothers and sisters. Nimesikia vile Julia respond to that question, and I don't know what else you can add. That is the best. That is what is happening, and that's what's gonna happen. In summary, wale wakubwa wenye matumbo kubwa, all those generals, if you are Ruto, if you go to a criminal mind, the first thing, they have to be fed. That way, all the time they are asleep. So their matumbo zao, wallet zao, bank accounts zao, they are already, some of these billions is in it. Now, the problem inaingililia hapa that the junior officers and the other servicemen, whether you're talking about the administration police, you're talking about our anti-stock theft, all those other cadres of police units, they are not our chini, our boda boda, our askari wa maboga boga, our hawana kitu. And those ones, they are the ones at the right time. Trust me, at the right time, they will strike. They will strike. And I'll give you an example. I can't remember this guy, but if you want to Google, you can Google. At time, kulikuwa na mkutano, I believe it was late last week. Can't remember the day. And ilikuwa mkutano ya maaskari na kulikuwa mkubwa wao, and they were being walikuwa wanaambiwa they air their views, they air their problems. And you could hear, if you listen to that meeting, it's like an hour long. You can hear the pain that those people have. Wamefinywa ile mbaya. I'm trusting. Trust me, they are wamefinywa. One guy, polisi moja alipeana an example of his brother, bibi yake aligojeka. Huyo bibi yake alipoenda hospitali, like everybody else, akaambiwa atoe hiyo kadi ya SHA na ikakataa kumtibu. Na sasa wao, I think they have also a different one that is for the police. Hata pia hiyo ikakosa kufanya kazi. Na sijui huyo ndugu yake pia ni askari, alikuwa sijui Mandera somewhere. Yeah, ndiye alikuwa anajaribu kusaidia wao. So that woman almost died and is giving birth to a child. I think that's how I remember the story. And that guy literally warned the government. Aliambia serikali hili to replace him Babera. Alisema, nyinyi mnatusumbua, mnatudanganya. I don't see hata in that meeting wenye wanasema ati wanakuja kusikia maoni yao na malalamishi yao, nobody is even taking notes. Nobody is here mwenye anajua hii maneno ya healthcare. Ni mkubwa wa askari, anajua nini. So aliwaambia, sikiza vizuri, mnatuumiza kwa mifuko, mnatuumiza when it comes to our healthcare, na sisi wenye mnamtuumiza hivi ni watu tumebeba bunduki. I repeat that 3 times. Tumebeba bunduki. Be very careful. Akamalizia hapa. That should tell you that is just one among the thousands.
Nilisikia nikastuka venye huyu jamaa alisema hiyo kitu, because I watched it. Nilishtuka nikajua we.
Sasa hiyo, okay. That's just one among thousands who are suffering. Ukumbuke yule kijana mwingine alikuwa in the middle of Gen Z, alikuwa askari in his uniform, alikuwa amechukua ile kibao ya Ruto must go. That tells you polisi mahali wako wamefinywa, hawapati kitu, salaries wanakatwa, they are not getting shafts, shifts, whatever it is called, they are not getting anything. Familia zao wanakufa, wako na watoto wale wanaenda university, they are not getting capitation. So hivyo Juria amesema, my sister Juria hivyo amesema, hivyo ndivyo mambo iko. The only thing that I'm adding, at the right time, wale watu wataweza kusaidia Kenya is number one, is our servicemen, the military, na hata hao wengine administration police washikana tu 100 wanamaliza hiyo serikali. You just need the top dogs, the fat top dogs. Hao ndio nilikumaliza, and those people they are armed. Don't tell me ati hawezi kuwafikia, wanaweza kuwafikia. And I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. And if it doesn't happen, kuna siku moja watu wataamuka, waseme, you have to kill all of us 55 million, mbakie nyinyi watu 1000 wenye mko juu. Itafika hapo. Trust me, itafika hapo. Thank you.
So, Juria and Mkenya Mukora, do you have any way to react to Bwana Resist vile amesema? Because the question which I'm asking myself, do you want to tell me that countries have to continue suffering perennially if there is no one who is ready to react on their behalf, or simply because the country is having ruthless measures to fight dissent? So, like, how can civilians rise in a methodological and a serious concept which can even fight the punitive hand of the government? That is the question which I always ask myself. The government which is ready to kill you, how can you rise against it? Nauna buduki.
Njiru,
No, let me say, okay. Julie, go ahead.
Kwangi methodological. Nimekwambia bibi yako ukimchapa siku moja atakumwagia uji. Haitakuwa methodological. Itakuwa umempata jikoni akipika na hiyo uji itakuangukia. Haikwangi methodological. There will be nothing methodological. There will be nothing like, it will not be anticipated. Even the Gen Z revolution was not anticipated. It will not be anticipated. You see, the pressure is on Kenyans every day. And this military men, this is how I see the scenario. Kenyans, if you look at Kenyans, even they wanaongea kwa kanisa wherever, the fear is gone. That is one, you can tell that. Unaona? So prepare yourself for another protest. Now, this upheavals and all that, italeta military kwa barabara. Watatoka. Wacha nikwambie. It will not be anything methodological. Hata General Kahariri Murangeri atashtuka. Atajua kunatokwa. I'm telling you, it's not that people will sit and plan and organize and see we have this number of arms or what. No, ni pressure tu itafika mahali haiwezi enda beyond that. And now wacha let me also surprise you. Kasongo knows that. Some quarters are saying that Kasongo anataka hand over for military. When you prefer. Food for thought.
So, Mukora,
Can I add on what my sister said? Naza, Baba.
Yes, go ahead. You have time.
Okay. You see, what Julie is saying is exactly what I want to say. And you know, I'm in mbele yangu. But let me tell you, when you start seeing people start talking about even bringing this defense guy, a lady, to parliament to start acting, and then you have people asking about, and I mean, when was the last time, please, we've been in this country, see what, when was the last time at a time yamoi watu ongea kwa parliament story about what is the threshold or where the military needs to come in? It has never even been discussed ever since 1963, since our independence. And I've always said, if you remember from all the channels that we moved on tukiwa si wote, I've always said hata mkikuja story ya kitu kama mahindi yenye sijui iko na mercury, or whatever has mercury, whatever we've gone through. Saizi ingine tulisha sahau, you know, what the mercury was and all that. When there's a smoke, there's a fire somewhere waiting to burn. When you see huyu mama akiletwa akuje kuongea story ya military, there's a problem. Remember who's the commander in chief of the military defense forces. For them to come and explain to us like we've never known what's the work of the military. For them to come and tell us that, oh, they need to be on the borders, or they can help us, they can help, whereas the police forces are not doing whatever. And then you also have this police. I mean, the whole thing, when I would watch that thing, I realized that it has come to a point that maybe, or maybe not, this person that we wanna call the Kasongo, the Zakayo, the El Chapos of the day, maybe he's given up. Maybe something might be happening. I don't know why he's not been out. I mean, this week he's just been sitting. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's in the state house or whatever. He was running around everywhere, telling us Chapo and everything. I think maybe everybody has a price. Maybe at some point inaweza kuwa imemgonga, and maybe tunaweza dua tukifika mahali that we need to defend ourselves as our country. Right now, remember, we don't have
So the question
UA.
is, Kenyan withdraw 1 minute. The Kenyan is, why would Tuya come and tell us about the functioning methodology of the military, which actually the civilians do not need to know? I don't think that
Pastor,
information civilians need. Why are civilians being told to interact with military information? It is for what benefit?
Pastor,
Go ahead.
who asked her?
That's what I'm asking. And it was for what reasons? Why are they to come out and try to? It's like they are giving the responsibility of military to the public. What was this? So I thought military is naturally a silent organization or institution. So why would they come out and start to say like it's like they are trying to give their democratic responsibilities in the country? I didn't get it.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Think about it. Jiulize bro. Mazi, hii kitu ukiona sasa imeanza kufika mahali kama hapa hivi, now we are talking about military na nini, and something that people have been speaking about. First of all, there was a bad thing that happened on last year, July, when the military came in without a protocol. So sasa tumeanza kufika mahali pengine tunaanza kupigana na military ati now Kenyans good riddance, they didn't do anything. I mean, wao walinyamaza. But we have to look at that, and we have to look at what is the why would military kuja, kwani I mean polisi hawajiwezi ama what is it, na kama wamelemewa what is happening? So, and then there comes a point where we have international criminal courts where they're saying that the military is actually supporting I mean, oh no, the KP, I mean Kenya police, they're also pia wanaanza kutuma nini magendo. They're doing magendo with with other different different countries. So now we want to know who is this that is doing that. Sijui kama unanielewa. And then there comes the police also, that also the Subaru boys. Now we want to know actually, and then we hear they're also doing gold and all that. And now we're in the international limelight. Uone kuna shida bro. Ama uoni kuna kakitu kako hapo hivi, that's why the military has, hata hii kuitwa yao akina kuitwa huu mama, uoni kuna
I agree.
kashida?
1 minute, 1 minute. Na nimekaribisha Ann. Ann always comes late, I don't know why. But naelewa akona kamtoto kadogo who we are nurturing. So Mkenya Mkora, yeah, you see, military issues is secret by nature. That's why you are seeing even much of the, because like you don't want the information about military to be outside there because it's a security risk by itself. So first of all, I wanted to tell you the reason why the Kenyan military is speaking that way. Number one, the Kenyan military is trying to excuse itself from not taking its rightful responsibility to rescue Kenyans when they needed to do it. Because frankly speaking, remember the military was mobilized when people in the streets, as a way of threatening people that to come down. You remember the time when Ruto said the military to come into the streets? Mkenya Mkora, unakumbuka hiyo time wakati military ililetwa kwa streets?
Yes, I was here with you.
And then you see, because we are not a serious country, and the Kenyan media is fake, that one was supposed to be declared as martial. That is what we call martial, where you bring the military as a president, you bring the military to the streets. And the only, that's why nakwambia ni bwana Mkenya Mkora, tumefika kwa level zote za failed government, and so many people have refused to understand what it means, including watu kama akina Raila Odinga who are so fake. When the military is mobilized by the president into the streets, it means one thing: the president has to leave power and leave the military. Because when the president mobilizes the military to the streets in the name of you are trying to stabilize the country, you have like brought two centers of power at the same time, and that one is wrong. So the military is under control, and the president is under control. That is illogical. So that is why I don't know if it was constitutional or people who are supposed to interpret that. But once you call military for stabilization, one has to step for the other. So somebody was unable to do his thing well, and we took it as a confusion. But the day when Ruto said or signed that decree to bring military to the streets, that was the same day he was supposed to quit power, because you cannot have two centers of power. And those 3 days or those days when military
and brother, what you're not telling people is that, and maybe we need to speak about these things. Yeah, what you're not telling people is that by the time you call the military to do matters internal, at that time already you're defeated. Okay, because the military is supposed to be on the borders. The moment that he brought in, there's a constitutional lacuna that whether we do it today or tomorrow or 2 years from today, we will still have to answer how the military was deployed. Not to just come and just do their, like Burkina Faso. And this has happened, even more used to use military to just do things inside inside the country to just, because not but the Lawakaiko barracks and something like that. What the question that was being brought up. By the time you bring in the military to actually deal with the citizenry internally, at that point there's something that has been defeated. So at some point, whether he is president, dead, alive, or whatever it is, at one time we will have to ask Ruto why he deployed the military inside the country, yet the police force could actually handle it on last year July. Sijui kama umenielewa.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm listening.
Yeah, lakini umeelewa hiyo kitu. Kuna time fulani tu tutamuuliza kwa nini ulileta military. Do you understand that Moi
Yeah, of
never
course,
ever used
it's a question which as a thousand asks, because and what was he doing as a president when the military was in the streets? It is something which the Kenyan parliament, which is so fake, they were unable to distillate that question, because once you bring the military, the executive has stopped. So let me ask you a question, maybe Mukenya Mukora. Can the executive and the military control the country or control the civilians at the same time?
Next question. Ebu ask again.
I'm asking you, can the executive and the military control the civilians at the same time?
Lacuna. Ask me why I say lacuna.
Okay, go ahead.
The lacuna is that chapter 1 of our constitution, the citizens or the citizenry are supreme. Military, okay, we don't live in a country or we don't live in a day that we are not slaves. That's where comes chapter 1 of our constitution. The military is employed by the citizenry. It's been given leverages by the citizenry. And so goes further to anyone, including the government, including the president, including the military, including everyone. It all starts with chapter 1 of our constitution. The sovereignty begins with the people who actually give that money, because without those people, actually, you can't even have a military. You're going to have a military of your own. First of all, even the military are the people. So can they control the people? No, you can control yourself. I mean, no. And that comes to my constitutionally, you can't, because if you know what, for good reason, let's kill everyone in Kenya and leave the military. Are they not going to be dead by themselves too? And who are they going to control? The animals? You understand? So it all starts with chapter 1 of our constitution. Mr. Njiro, without the people, then there's no constitution. But with the people, then there's a constitution, an agreement of how we're going to live together. Just the fact that you wear that military, that camo, and you know how to shoot a gun, then go shoot it to the world. We can even take all the animals and we live with them. Who are you going to shoot? Who are you going to defend? Who are you going to be on top of? So, and that's where chapter 1 of our constitution in our Kenyan journey begins. Though we don't have an amendment yet, other countries have done amendments. And that is why we are so tumekaliwa by some of the leaders that think that being a politician, you're immune to anything. You can do anything that you want to do. I don't know if it makes sense, make any sense.
Mukenya Mukora, there is something I'm not getting from you. Let me come again, because this issue of military, we have to exploit it for the purpose of our viewers here and the listeners, because it's also good also to have like an intellectual dialogue. niweke kamera nikuulize vizuri. The military is mostly concerned on external affairs, like attack outside, like external attack. Let me call it that way. Jiro, second point is, so military is concerned on external attacks. Let me call it that way. Now we have Bwana William Ruto, who has brought the military, not even GSU or anyone. We have Mr. William Ruto, who has brought the military into the streets of Nairobi for some urban warfare maneuver, because that in the streets of Nairobi, you bring the military into the streets of Nairobi, na hizo vifaru zao. At the same time, the president is legally in power. Is it legal? First of all, is it legal? Can the military mobilize to the urban centers of that country to try and either attack or cool its own people? Is that the work of military? Does the military have any work to do with the people or with internal issues?
No.
So I want now to understand. Then why does the Kenyan military doesn't understand the constitution or their responsibility? Then why did they not decline that offer? And why could they not say that this is not our mandate? That's what I wanted to get from.
Yeah, giving them credence. Actually, they did. They refused. If you remember at the time, because that was what.
No, they did not refuse. They mobilized. And it was part of.
They got. Yeah, they got into the.
No, they mobilized into the street. So the question which I'm asking you is, legally and according to the instruments of power, is the military supposed to mobilize against internal threats? As the president wants to describe them, internal threats. Let me call them internal threats.
No.
It is people who have decided not to be governed within the country. Can they even mobilize?
No.
Then why did they mobilize?
That's why I'm telling you it's against the law. So that's why I told you before that we will still hold him accountable. We have three cases against him about that day. Some of them coming from some of the big people that actually out there. And I think when I was looking, I think there was a little bit of about 15 from just individual people of asking that day why was the military actually deployed on internal grounds to come and run, because that's tantamount to coup, which nobody is caring about the coup, especially where we are, but that's tantamount to coup. Now, the military, can it be deployed to go like help gabions and do some things like, other things? Yes. But what was the essence of them being deployed at that time? The good thing with the military, I think they have very good generals, because at the time, actually, they never shot at anyone. They never did anything. They just drove around the city, and I think it was a theatrical kind of scare tactic of just let them scare. Oh, wait, Gen Z, sasa, now, and all that. Because once the military gets
but
in,
it was wrong. It was wrong even to do that, Kenyan Mukera.
Yes.
They were actually supposed. That's why I'm telling you. The military and the executive, they are almost close to at the same level, although the president controls them in a light way. But you can actually decline a mandate which is beyond you. So the question which I'm trying to ask is, don't you think the Kenyan military should put on fault the fact that they actually mobilized into the streets to scare the Kenyans, and they should be busy scaring our foreign threats, not internal threat? Do you get
100%? I agree with you. 100%. You're 100% right.
And how comes that issue has not been talked again, even in the public spaces, or even in the Kenyan parliament, or in the places where order is restored in the country, to say that there was one day where when the Kenyan military was wrong, they were in the streets against the sovereign will of the people. There was no crisis in Kenya when, as long as the people are concerned. The crisis was with Mr. William Ruto. Why did the military decide? 1 minute. Why did the Kenyan military decide to side with William Ruto instead of siding with the consciousness of the society? That is the problem I have.
Okay, did you watch yesterday, and I think and the day before yesterday's, when Lotaya, the defense minister, did you watch what they were actually arguing about? They brought up that, they kept on bringing up that day, because let me tell you, whether you run around or jump around, there was a constitutional crisis, a constitutional mismanagement of that day, that no military should have been on the streets. So, and that is what it all was revolving about. Even Kina Sifuna were asking about that thing. When we start talking about, when they were asking about and even I think who's this? So many senators asked those questions about that specific day of where, and even I think one asked, what's the threshold of where we say now military has to come in?
Okay.
And that's what, yeah.
Mukenya Mukola kidogo, I want to pump to you something here. You see,
Yes, sir.
And that's the reason why I have brought this thing. I wanted to show you we do not run a serious country, because that issue, the head of the military was supposed to resign. Just if that thing happened in another serious country, that event whereby you mobilize the military out of the order, because that was mobilizing the military out of order. That was not in the order, in their order. When I talk about that,
right?
So
yes,
the CDF at the time and the person who mobilized those people was supposed to resign. Mr. William Ruto, as the person who has caused this confusion, was supposed to resign, and we were supposed to have even an investigation towards this ordeal. But the question which I'm asking you, even, and you are talking about those stupid Sifunas. I call them stupid Sifunas because they are people of gaslighting na kuongea mingi na kuna kitu wanafanya. How comes people like stupid Sifunas who do not think right, they have been unable to actually bring this thing into the public spaces, and this issue being debated on an issue of putting people to task and disciplining whoever is supposed to be disciplined? How come this thing happened and you call the military disciplined and no one has been disciplined? So can we now qualify that the Kenyan military is fake, subject to this ordeal alone?
Subject to this ordeal alone, I agree with you. Subject to more diverse, I still feel there's a lot of constitutional understanding that needs to be done, and also political mumbling that happens with even our defense forces and also our disciplined forces. But subject to this alone, I agree with you 100%.
Okay, sawa, well said. Let me advance you a little bit. Unajua hii subject, and I don't know why people are not joining studio, and leo nimeamua I a little bit Belfast unaweza kuja studio. I wanted to take this one to exhaustion. There is a reason why we are talking about these things, because these are some of the things which people fear to discuss. And I felt there is a time, we have to reach a time whereby we have now to graduate into our levels of dialogue. We have to start even dialoguing on the things which people fear or they feel we don't need to dialogue. That's how you change a nation. So let me ask you a question, Bwana Mukenya Mukola. Now, we now have a degree and a total rejection of a president through like a civil rebellion, like the one which happened in June 25, and where now the government was out of control and they didn't know what they are going to do. And we are having Rigathi Gachagua even in Mombasa giving his own parallel speech I think he was not agreeing on some things about the government. So the question which I'm asking you, at what level can we actually bring the president into books and actually question some of the acts which he did, even if he is in power? Do you want to tell me that, and don't tell me that when the president is in power, he cannot be questioned about the things which he has done, about that. So the question which I'm asking you is, can Ruto be questioned through a legal system on some of the heinous acts which he did where the country was almost getting destabilized? Or we have to wait
Yes.
for him to exit power? Can he be questioned
No.
now legally on some of the issues which happened when the country was almost getting destabilized? Especially, and we have signs like we can see the parliament was banned, a portion of the parliament was banned. So there was some destabilization, which is so. Is it possible to put Mr. William Ruto on a legal process and question him on his involvement and the capacity and the things which he was able to do and not able to do on that material day when the country was collapsing?
Let me just allow me to answer that in three questions. I mean, in three tiers, real quick. Now, Mr. Ruto is a criminal in the first place, and I'm not calling him criminal because of the cases that I know or which I don't know. Mr. Ruto has violated the constitution of the Republic of Kenya numerous times, because Mr. Ruto does not believe there's any constitution, and even if there is, he doesn't believe it belongs to him or whatever. For Mr. Ruto can kill you in a minute or even hit you and say, "I'm the president. What are you gonna do?" Even if he wasn't the president, he can just do whatever he wants to do. That's Mr. Ruto to you. Now, coming back to your question, Mr. Ruto has violated so many, not just Kenyan. We know a lot of people in our country have lived their whole life without ever testing the steel of a handcuff. People who don't even know how a handcuff comes to your hand. Ruto has already worn handcuffs 2 times. Go look in your internet, it never forgets. He's been convicted and being American handcuffs. Some of the people that he's trying to pick a chapati for them, they've never even seen a handcuff in their whole life. Pingu. So, why do you end up in a handcuff? You end up in a handcuff because, number one, you violated the constitution of our country. Ruto is not anything close to a president. Ruto should have been just somebody that just kept quiet and dealt with these cases. Has he violated our constitution? Over and over and over again. And if you want me to prove to you the late one, just the latest one, bro, so that you understand what I'm trying to say, and we become serious. Isn't this the guy that now is banned from going to the United Kingdom, even though I know the watachana na hiyo kitu, but because of his entourage, I mean, doing what you call it, I mean, running over someone and get away, na wanapotea, hit and run. 2 cars. Yes, you might say it was the driver that was driving the car that hit him, but he was the one running all over. Can't run away from that. I have seen world leaders resign just because of getting to a meeting late. Just by the fact that his entourage ran over someone. And it did not have to be someone that is away, I mean, someone from a different country, that a powerful country. So that asks you how many people have been run over that are from our own country, and it never comes to the news. This one just came out to the news because what? He was a white guy.
Yeah, nani Mkenya Mkora, na please wale watu wanataka kujoin studio you can come. I want to advance you a little bit when it comes to this issue of military and presidential order, because our Kenyan government has pretended to us is like the presidential order and military order interact somewhere, but I don't think there is a place where the military and the presidential order interact somewhere. It is either one is superior than the other, and one can actually take over the other, but they don't supplement each other. I don't believe that the military and the president, they are supplementing each other. So the question
Agreed with you. But just quick before we go further, and I like this discussion. Thank you, Jiro, for having me with this discussion, because I also want to ask you, when we talk about presidential and military, at the end of the day, what is it? Is it not the constitution that we are talking about? Is it the binding factor, the constitution?
I agree, it is the constitution, and just like we violate so many things in the constitution, that is why we are unable to understand the defining checks for the military and the defining checks for the executive. No wonder the Kenyan president can actually ignore any court order, even if it is there. The same way he can disrespect the judiciary is also the same way him and the military, they are unable to know who should do what and who talks about what. Atenjiro would execute your points. Atenjiro would execute your points. Weka hapa kwa comment. Sasa sijui ni point gani unataka niweke. Me I'm just trying to make Mkenya Mukora to think. I want him to think, and also I also want to make the comment section also to think and also look at the instruments which we have, and we try to ask ourselves, is this thing right? Because that's the only way in which we can be able to grow the democracy. We are growing democracy, but we will not grow democracy in stupidity. We can only be able to grow democracy because we have understood how the instrument works, and without applying ignorance and without taking all the shit which people tell us that this one can do, or this one can do. No wonder that is why we are so happy and proud to live in a country with no opportunities, and we think it is right. And it is actually against the human rights for people to live in their country and they have no jobs. But it's only in Kenya and Africa whereby you will hear that 5 million people do not have jobs, and still the government there is alive, well, and kicking. It's abnormal. It is not something which can be accepted anywhere.
Bro, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Give me the closest village. You don't have to make it accurate. Just give me a closest village that you know back at your home.
There are so many. You can talk of.
Just give me one. Just take one. You don't have to say. It doesn't even have to be close to you. I'm not trying to expose.
I've said Mutondori. I've said one village, Mutondori.
Okay, so Mutondori.
Yeah, Mutondori, Gatondori. Yes, those ones. I was have a lot of Mutondori.
So me now me you Kenyan.
Wewe ni wakadhonzweni. Wewe ni wakadhonzweni. Kabalo.
Satan, wacha siasa. Man, I'm trying to talk about serious business here. You now, sasa umeleta kadhonzweni. Anyways, now let's go to Mutondori. me and you, as we know each other, and then we go buy, we go and call a lot of people, and I mean, three SUVs and everything, and then we go to Mudondori or Kadondori or whatever it is, and then we go out there and we are closing all the roads and everything. Are you sure we are not going to be arrested?
A
Question.
stupid government will arrest you, but they will not want you to. They will not understand that you are actually exercising your civilized duty. Yes, you can cross a road as a purpose of reacting to your sovereignty. It is possible. As a
No,
citizen, you own that country, and you can cross it for innovation if you want.
but if me and you we go there, are you sure we are going to get out of there? Okay.
Yes, if there are enough reason why we are crossing the road, we should be able to get. In fact, people will come and help us. Wewe kwani kwenye hamjaiweka barabara Migomba? Nyinyi mpandangi Migomba kwa barabara? In my
Ni
place,
kweli, ni kweli.
we occasionally put Migomba kwa barabara. We occasionally do it. So kufunga tunafunganga
Haendi.
na tunasema hii barabara hatuitaki tena, na tunasema hii barabara sio barabara, ni shamba, na tunafunga na tunapanda na na tunasema Ruere.
Na chief mtaulizana nini? Sijui kama unaelewa where I'm going with this. I know I'm coming
Okay,
napitia shimo.
go ahead, no problem.
Huko nyuma.
What
What
I
I'm
want you
trying to
to
say
do,
is that
okay, Kenyan with Rab, 1 minute. What I want you to do is I want you to do your explanation concept about that issue of interaction between police and executive. Then I will come and also give my thought about it, and then I will ask you a question to tie it up. Is that okay?
that's perfectly fine, sir. I
Yeah. So
really
you can
appreciate
use like 5 to 10 minutes to do your serious explanation towards it. Then I will come and do mine 5 to 10 minutes, and then we tie it up.
it. Just don't leave me here by myself, man. I don't like talking by myself
No. I
unless
cannot leave
you.
you. I cannot. Mimi niko na wewe kwa studio. I never go anywhere these days. I'm a very obedient man. Even Anne can tell you, mimi siachangi studio peke yake. Nyinyi ndio munaenda munaniacha. I am in the studio throughout. Eh? I'm
Nah,
not like
all
Kikio.
right.
I'm not like Kikio anachanga studio tu anasema tu musikilize ngoma niko hapa, lakini hata ngoma ili anyway Kio ina light way.
For me, I like having a conversation because the conversation is actually makes us. And today I have a good time to have a conversation, guys, ladies and gentlemen, whoever wants to come. Na unajua ulinitolea right, so siwezi ongeza mtu, but if there's people who wants to come actually and have a conversation, because I think most of the time that we end up talking about too many conversations that we are really not looking at the whole looking at it in a different place, and maybe that might be me. I stand corrected, but for those people who have known me for all those years, I like being like we are having a conversation here with Njiru, is that we need to have these conversations because personally um I feel like we keep on saying we are going to deteriorate into a lawless country, but I feel like we've already done it. It's done. And I think it's either we keep on digging ourselves deeper and deeper, trying to build stairs and escalators to get out of the deep hole that we've already dug ourselves into, and we forget on stepping on the same escalators or stairs that we're trying to get ourselves out of. So basically, we keep on digging. Gets narrower and narrower. There's so many injustices, and not just injustices, but also watu wamefanya vitu zingine zinafaa kuwaingiza kwa jela mingi, so many of them, but then it's okay when someone else is doing them, but it's not okay when you doing them. You can see someone that is an MP, is a not a councillor, it's a MCA driving on the wrong side of the road, but just because they are MCA, it's okay. You can see people like Ruto and these people doing everything against the constitution, but just because they're the president or they are in the government, it's okay for them to do it. You could have your kid unampeleka emergency, lakini kwa sababu ule jamana, and thank God Gen Z venye walikuja walikuwa nasema hakuna mtu anapita, hata hizo mabendera mtoe. One thing I used to love about one person called Kivutha Kibwana, he used to drive himself. Hakuwa na hizo sijui siren and everything and all that. Now I've been sent a couple of videos that wameanza sasa kurudisha hizo masiren tena. Walikuwa wameongopa since last year. When you look at people like Raila Amolo Odinga, yes, he can tell us, oh, the government we want it to be, oh, Kenya is bigger than anyone. When is it bigger than anyone? And you're the one that took us running all over and doing mandamano and everything. Then we have this guy coming us and telling us chapos and making, now he's making fun of us, telling us hata mkiniita majina zifike sijui wapi. Going against the constitution but having no, hata waishtakiwa na mtu na hawezi shtakiwa na mtu. Kwanza ukijaribu kumwongelesha nakwambia, wewe kijana unaniongelesha kama nani wewe? Like they own the company and the country. When you talk about them, they talk like there's a clique or a cult that the rest of them don't, the rest of the Kenyans do not belong into. They will force you talk about, I don't know, housing. Mm. Who's housing? Nani ana kwao? But they will force you, by the way, whether you like it or not. They will tell you to metenga and give you 20 million for a church. Yet we know their salary is, 1 million, 1 point, I think 1.45 something a month. So that at least you should have 20 months for you to actually come up with 20 million. Nimepeana, umepeana ya nani? Nani are you giving? Do you own it? And even these parliamentarians, why are you mkisema ati sijui ati ile pesa mko nayo, your declaration of wealth, why is it actually it? Why do you say that we declared wealth yet is sealed? What is your job? You want to bring opposition in parliament to come in, and you want to come and oversight. Are you really, did you really, don't you, I mean, did you actually, are you telling us that you failed in your job to oversight the government, that you want an opposition person to come and help you oversight that?
Can I take over now?
Hey,
Ni kama nini yako before I
Njiru,
also bring.
I have so many things to go. I can see Q is here.
Okay, ni sawa.
Wacha ninyamazie.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just bring you into the reasons why I brought that dialogue, because that dialogue, we have to exhaust it. You see, every time when we talk about the rule of law, people will tell you that our country is about the rule of law. You will even hear Mr. William Ruto telling you that we have to govern by the rule of law. We have to obey the law. But the same person who is telling you we have to obey the law is the person who will mobilize the military against the constitutional requirements, because you cannot mobilize the military as a president unless if you are declaring the government is at a state of impasse, is at a state of dysfunctionality, and it can no longer work on itself. So it was a close to martial type concept, which did not materialize. But at the same time, the same people who are mobilized, they were unable to understand the constitution. No wonder even Kenyans are being killed, they are being abducted, and we do not have a constitutional framework or somewhere where we can actually be able to defend those Kenyans. We have somebody who has been abducted na anapatikana akiwa ameraruriwa sura kila pahali. Huyo msichana nimesikia akiitwa Mumbi, and still the Kenyan constitution cannot defend that woman. So that woman, the only thing she can get from us is, oh, sorry, pole, ni poa umepatikana. But there's no any Kenyan law somewhere which will actually make that woman afford saying that anajifunia kuwa Mkenya. Kenya is the only country whereby you'll be abducted, near death experience, and you still don't get justice. That is Kenya, a country which everybody of us boast that we have a constitution, one of the best constitution in Kenya. Tell me of any man who has ever been abducted in Kenya and got justice. Niambia hata mtu kama mmoja. Abductions have not started now. Professor Ngugi Njoroge, the famous writer of books, he used to be abducted, and also bad things used to be done. Some people even migrated from Kenya, they went to other countries because they feared for their lives. Have those people ever even gotten justice from anyone? Has even the Kenyan government talked about those people? That is why these things keep on recurring, because they are very easy to do, and no one has ever put government to task. How do you put government to task? Number one, you put government to task by hefty fines. Mama kama huyo sasa amepatikana akiwa abducted. Actually, the Kenyan government should be forced to pay her in tunes of 1 billion. Analipwa damages ya close to 1 billion. Ili hata siku ingine the government and its agencies wakifikiria story ya kuchukua raia, they cannot attempt to do it. Actually, that is what you do. How comes in Kenya we cannot have laws which can protect citizens against punitive acts? If the government harms you, this is what is open to you. Do you want to tell me that even Ruto himself will abduct people if the damages for abducting somebody is 5 billion Kenya shilling? Let me tell you, that is why we have now to start thinking of parliamentarians or people to go to the parliament who can start now defending Kenyans. We need food, we need clothing, we need all those basics. And what government need to do, good education, good health. Those are not things which ni tafadhali kutoka kwa serikali. So, in other words, the whole sense of the reason why I was trying to discuss this situation is that we are in a state of lawlessness, but still Kenyans think or pretend they are in an organized government, whereby things are running and we are busy boasting to Ugandans and boasting to Tanzanians who has a better country than the other. Well, our country is as shit as any other. We have a country whereby we cannot even remove a president even if he chooses to kill people. That is the country where we live in. If today like 2,000 Kenyans died, Mr. Ruto will be just walking in the streets and still be telling people relax, relax. Kwa nini? That is the problem which we are having. And I don't want to have such a country whereby people can die in masses and the executive cannot be questioned. People died the other day in Shakahora. Hiyo story ikapotelea hivyo. Tukakuja tukadanganywa tu ni story ya ati ni story ya watu ati kujifunga, ni watu walijifunga sana. Hiyo story ikapotelea hivyo. So we are in a country whereby actually mass murder can happen and still the government will be alive and kicking. Those are things which I'm not understanding. And when I tell you those are signs of a failed state, na then mtu anaanzia kuniambia ni kama like I'm a stupid man or I'm deranged, like or the way Ayaga was telling me here, alikuwa ananiambia ati niko na sijui kuna word alitumia sikujua Ayaga vizuri. There's a word Ayaga used like my head is not thinking well. So when I see a country whereby people can die in masses and still the government is alive and kicking, I cannot understand it. Can you help me to understand? Like in Kenya, 2,000 people can die, and still William Ruto is in the State House making a conference, trying to like.
Kenya Mkora, Njiru, habari zenyu. Sina mengi leo. You know, sometimes I listen to the conversations here, and I wonder, are we living the same country? Kuna mtu atakuja tuambie tungoje mpaka 2027. Na natuambia sijui IBC itafanya kazi, tutakuwa na IBC poa, based by Nyacha. Nyacha si mtu wa mchezo, right? Mwingine anakuja anakuambia, unajua, hii story ya army is dangerous. And then I ask, the parents of the kids who died, if you go and ask them, is their country dangerous or not? A country where it can kill your kids and nothing is happening. There's no consequences. There's no justice for these people. Kuna mwingine anakuja atakwambia, usitoe Ruto, juu ukitoa Ruto utabaki na wanga. Then kuna mtu mwingine atawambia, you know what, let's not talk about this. You know, this is too much. Let's talk about what they're doing today. Right? Tumekuwa tukiongea about what these people have been doing. They got away by killings. That's all of us saw it with our own eyes. So it's not like nakuja kusema sijui kitu hatujui. Kila mtu aliona the killings. These people are still walking with the flags. The parliament, as we know it, it should be the one keeping an eye on this government. All of it is bought out. Kila mtu anajua the parliament is bought out. Kuna mtu mwingine atasema, oh no. Tungefanya hivi, unaona venye impeachment ya Gachagua ilifanywa, tufanye ya Ruto. No, and knowing very well, ama kama mtu ajui, the impeachment ya Gachagua, first of all, it's illegal. It has not been judged, but all of us who have eyes and who can read knows it was illegal. And it was initiated by Ruto himself. So, using that logic, you think the same person Ruto alitoa Gachagua illegally. You think na yeye ndiye alianzisha what do you call it? Impeachment. So you think these same MPs who have no backbone, the constituencies, the people who they represent, they are complaining, they are dying. None of the MPs, especially from the regions where the kids and people died, have said anything about these people, the people they ought to represent. So, I think our country has failed. It's not a failing country, it's a failed country. It's a failed country where the organs of our country, they're held by foreigners. That's a pure fact. All of us can see it. Then you wonder, then someone says, unajua, tutashikana si wote. We all come together, we form one big coalition. So we can defeat this person in 2027. The same person who killed people and he is all walking in our streets, making fun of us about chapatis. And that's an insult to the Kenyans. Because according to him, he thinks chapatis is the food of the rich. And most of you people, we're poor people. We can't afford it. The education system has failed. All of us can see it. We have master's level education, 10 years after graduating without a job. 10 years, masters. We have people without dialysis. Dialysis. If you don't get dialysis within 30 days, you're dead. The healthcare system has failed. We have the roads. Failed. And they can show you they have failed. That's why they fly around with choppers. They don't want to use the roads that nyinyi watu mnatumia. And we come here and engage and ask ourselves, tutafanya nini? Tunafanya nini? Tuanze kungoja 2027. 2027, the damage this man is doing, looting 1 trillion Kenya shillings. Those are billions in dollars from our country. Our country is not that big. The damage it will take for us to fix our country will be 10 years or more at minimum. The billions of dollars stolen, they've been stolen within 2 years. Tupatie this man 2 more years. What is this? What are we doing? Are we being serious? I yield back. Mkora, go ahead, please.
No, I'm really appreciative of the questions that you're asking. I don't know where Njiro left to, but I'm really appreciative because these are the same questions that I'm also myself asking myself. I really do not understand where we are right now. And I do understand neocolonialism and all that, but I think we are past that. And the same questions that you're asking right now, I believe those are the same questions that Kenyans need to be asking themselves deep down, even though we might not want to ask them. Those are the questions that are actually needed to be asked. And quit with the semantics of Mtuyetu's Geo and this semantics of climbing up on top. Let me go on a rant museum here, like Stone does. How I wish one day, just like JFK, and God forgive me, it ever happens, that one of these people that stand on top of the cars, mtu tu achapiwe huko juu, not necessarily by a bullet, but just a stone. Someone just, uh, someone to somewhere, just picks up a stone and hits him so that they know how to stay inside their cars and in their offices to do the work that needs to be done for our country. And that's my biggest thing. I'm past politics. I am past. I'm beyond politics. I am thinking that even these things of being told people need to go, I don't know. They come up with issues of diplomacy, and the diplomacy they are doing. Even our own passport is not as strong enough to enter one country. Q, tell me one country that you can enter. Tell me one country that you can enter with the Kenyan passport without having a visa?
Hakuna.
Tell me one.
Just basic Africa, I guess. Basic. Barely. None. We are joke. All of kila mtu anajua country has failed. We
But
have
with
failed.
the United States or British passport, how many countries can you enter without even a visa?
100 minimum, I think. 100 and something, if I'm not wrong.
Right.
But go make your point.
So we
But go
can't
ahead.
even get ourselves to be stable enough. Yeah, so we can't even get ourselves stable enough to a point that we can even enter another country without a visa. I mean, seriously, even our border countries, we still need a visa. I mean, you go to Malaba, they're stopping you there to tell you a visa iko wapi ya kuingia huku. You know, I mean, you're wondering what. I mean, even our shilling value is not as strong as to where that now we are fighting with Nduta. Now is the time that we are starting to think, by the way, do we have an embassy, a Kenyan embassy in Vietnam? You know, we are a failed state. I'm sorry. And I apologize to say that. I mean, politically and everything. This is one of those countries that even somebody can come and tell you, you know what? We faked 2022 and 2023 elections. We were called somewhere and we changed all the election, and people still clap. At that time, you should be already arrested, you know. So you changed the election of a country. I mean, do we even have a judicial system, or does it only work for the Mamamboga? I don't know. As we wait for Njiru, I want you to indulge me in a better way. Don't you think at that point you've already self-incriminated yourself?
What point? Which point?
The fact that somebody can just come to people and say that we were taken somewhere in a hotel, somewhere we were picked up and we had to go change the election results, and then and something like that. The fact that someone can say something like that in front of the whole nation and they go scot free.
Na anasema hivyo when someone comes anasema, you know, our judicial system is fair, right? Huyu jamaa anatuambia they stole the election. He is still working. We have systems which are supposed to be working, but they are not working, right? So huyu jamaa alikuwa wapi ICC na bado anaendelea kuwa hizi vitu it's so sad. If you look at things na watu unaona mtu mwingine analipwa pesa 500 shillings anakuja kutusi watu, and people are just talking about their country, the country they want to build. Mkora, man, these things if you think
Let me ask you, Q. Let me ask you, Q. Let me ask you, if today you were the directorate of criminal investigations and criminal whatever, right? Whatever it is,
Mm.
and I came and said, you know, on such and such a day,
Mm.
I went and killed someone because we were taken somewhere to kill someone. And I decided now it's time for me to say that. What would you do to me?
So, okay, I'll your analogy, I'll answer it in a fair system. I don't think Kenya is a fair system. I don't even think we have a system. But to your question, I would not be working under anywhere with a government like Ruto, because it's just a matter of time. Si Chebukati alikufa juzi? Alikuwa anapata millions. Alikufa lini? Juzi. So anyone working with this person, Either way kutakuwa kubaya eventually. Either huyu amkumalize ama whatever it takes for him to silence you, or akufanye ufanye makosa, and eventually when he is out, this Jama and these people, they will not live forever. Eventually there will come a fair government. It may not be today, but eventually all the books will be open. That's my only positive thing I can point out. Hakuna venye accountability hii nchi yetu itajengwa without accountability. Anyone who have ever served, ukisema Ruto alikwambia kufanya makosa and you did it, you pay for the crime. And if that doesn't happen, when your job is done, you're done with Ruto too. If you're a big risk, utamaliziwa pia. Chebukati alikuwa.
Thank you. But my biggest question, hujanijibu vizuri. You know what? Let me just go straight to the point. What is it? And let us, so that people can understand what I'm asking. And I'm not afraid to ask this question. We had LSK Masharia a week ago tell us that he was picked up from his own house, taken to his office, told, let's change these numbers. All the returning officers, as per him, from, he said Central, but I know it's more than that, but were taken somewhere and told them, give us your returning, the returning officers, they were told, give us all these returning forms. It was all changed, and they were given back now to take them to Bomas after they've been changed. How much evidence that does anyone need to I mean, how much evidence is there needed than someone actually coming out and saying it in front of the whole nation, and no one rolls, nothing happens. In fact, for me, if I was there, I would have arrested all the returning officers that were implicated. That LSK Masharia, even though he's old, but doesn't matter anything. I would have arrested that same Ruto. The evidence is right there. What people have been saying, and people have been. Rumors don't just come from anywhere. But here we have evidence, self-incriminating. Confess.
Na kwa video, na nasema hivyo kwa video. But you know why he did it? Alifanya hivyo juu ya kuona what happened to Chebukati. And he is another one who knows where the bodies are buried. So he is saying that as an insurance policy. And and
he said very well that I'm 85. So I think for him, he doesn't care if he gets caught. I think for him, he doesn't care. But again, all those people need to be in jail. So first of all, Ruto is a criminal already by that virtue itself. He's out. But Kenyans, what? We clap. Nimedanganya? Q.
No. No, I think the evidence is very clear. Actually, it's not even you. The evidence for court is very clear. Very clear, not only in just Kenyan courts, international court of law. The evidence is right there.
So why do we even have an attorney general? Why do we have courts? So if somebody can self-incriminate and incriminate everybody, and they are big witness, and they are telling you this is what happened, we were arrested. First of all, you should be telling us who actually took you guys to your office, came and picked you up at night to take you to an office to go and change the will of the people.
Methinks we are on agreement, you and I. But those questions, they are very good questions. And I understand that, and I agree with you. My only point different than yours is we are discussing V2. We will have to discuss, not now, but when Ruto and the political class are all gone. And I said all the books will be open eventually, one way or the other. Na hii ukweli yote watu lazima wajue. For us to build the country that everyone is praying for, fighting for, all things will lazima zikuwe handled. Because now we don't have a judicial system, we don't have courts, we don't have any way of investigating these issues. And even if there was, this man is the one in control of each and every aspect of it. So I agree with
Isn't
you.
that criminal? Isn't that criminal in itself?
Yes, a crime. It's a crime. Even not doing your job. Even the CID, I don't know what they call them nowadays. The CID. Those people who knows, for example, what SK alisema juzi, and you didn't open a file, that itself, it's a crime. Because you're supposed to go where the facts take you. This man said this in front of the Kenyan people. And not only the Kenyan people, the Western media, the Eastern media, they are paying attention to this. It's just a matter of time. Njiru umerudi?
I hear your pain when you breathe hard. I hear your pain because even me, I've been like, "Ay, Jesus." I mean, are we just damn stupid or both as Kenyans? Yaani mpaka unapatiwa evidence na kabisa, you're just sitting there and just looking at it and saying, hey, Ruto kukumi tena, oh sijui baba nini, oh sijui what. Yaani the politics part of it has become bigger than the judicial, bigger than the moral fabric of our, even the geopolitical fabric of our country. Like, as long as you're a politician, it's kind of like, and you know, the funny thing, they went to a point some years ago, they went to a point of telling us that you cannot even bring a case against anything that has been said within the precincts of the parliament. Really? So unaweza ndo nitusi uko ndani ya parliament and then you're immune at that point. I
So
mean,
you can
what
even go.
nonsense.
So you can even go to parliament and lie directly to the people without consequences. That's exactly what it means. You can go and lie to the people you're supposed to be representing and walk scotch-free. These are the things that we have to deal with as a country. So tukikuja tuanze kusema sijui tutachagua tutatoa, I don't see it that way. That's not a viable solution. Ukikuja leo tunasema tutashikana Matiangi, Karua, kuna huyu jamaa leo nasikia anaitwa nani? Sijui Gausho. The other day Gausho alikuwa anaongea poa, so tulikuwa tunamweka hapo. The next time huyu. The other day Babu Owino. We are going in circles, people. In circles. Not finding a solution, but the circle that the political class want us to be. In the drain. In the drain.
And unfortunately, they're immune.
Not for now. Until we remove Ruto and the whole political class, all these people will be making fun of everyone. And they can do it. Utawafanya. There's nothing we can do. Until Ruto and the whole people are gone, these people will make fun of us, the Kenyan people, and destroy the Kenyan economy. And by the way, when this guy is gone, messing with the economy will be a capital crime. Destroying our country will be a capital crime. Ukipatiwa pesa and you're not in charge and a penny is lost, first of all, you'll never serve in government. Any asset that you have, it becomes ours, and you go to jail. We have to have serious country, serious people who think about the people, the future, not the future of next week or next year, the future of 50 years down the lane. When Kibaki was there, I remember very well. There was a 2030 agenda, and all the people, even Uhuru, refused to implement most of it. Ruto is destroying it, all of it. For any country, a serious country, do not think about today. They think about 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. China has a plan for 2100. Burkina Faso, within 2 years, those people are giving out food, not even selling, giving out food to their neighbors. We're Kenya, we're very proud people. We come here and say we are better than Uganda. We're better than Tanzania. Tanzania hakuna mtu analala njaa. Uganda, no one sleeps hungry. How many Kenyans are sleeping hungry as we speak? A lot. If I was to estimate, I would say more than 30%. If I want to go deeper, I would say 70% of people are not getting balanced diet in our country. Na bado tunachekelea Uganda.
Hebu niulize swali, unajua kiu wewe hujajibu swali yangu.
Yeah.
I asked about tulikuwa tunauliza ile story ya military kuletwa kwa streets na the president. You did not respond about that.
So the question was?
The question
I
was
had a commentary.
Okay, Mkenya Mkona anaweza kuuliza.
Mkora niulize then. Nisikia ukiongea about it, but I wasn't. Nilikuwa busy na kazi.
Njiru, I think you bring it better than I did, because mi naileta ikiwa nileta kaa nimeficha kaa naitupa huko nyuma. Unajua unanielewaga vizuri we, lakini unajua kutupa straight to the point. Mchape hiyo yenye you know what we were asking.
So yeah, what I was asking about your story ya kuleta military into the streets and the military agrees and there is no any confirmed country destabilization either through the act of parliament and or any other form. So the question which I was asking is at what level can the military agree or disagree with the president on such a matter, which has not actually been determined by the parliament? It's the president mwenyewe, and I think with some few elements in the security sector who might now tell him, now you need to bring the military here. So at what level can the military actually agree to come into the streets? And we know very well that the military is concerned with external affairs, not internal affairs. Why should the military come into the streets of Nairobi and on a stabilization program? Is it legal?
So first of all, I don't think legally it's illegal. You're not supposed to. The military is not supposed to engage civilian in their own country. The military job is to protect the borders. That's the main job. Second, the parliament has to approve for you to bring military people to the civilians. If that was the answer you're looking for. And again, by the way, when he did this, I remember now that he did not order, because usually when president orders something, you're supposed to do it in writing. He did not do it. I remember following this story. Walisema, walimwambia, you want us to go to the street, give us an order, and you have it right down. Akakata. That's one of the things I remember well from that time. But anyway, it's a failed state. That's when you see Congo, military people are walking around, because a failed state. Ours is we're not different than Congo or Somalia. It's just that we have not been killing our people in masses. Ruto has done that. There's no big difference. But that's my answer. That's my take.
Okay, so what was supposed to be the response? Like at that level, what was the best thing which the military was supposed to do?
At that time, even if they did not say, they should have refused. They should have said, we are not in war with other countries. We're not supposed to be there. unless the parliament approves, and say why. Ama Kenya Mkora, unaonaje? I think Mjiro ako busy kiasi.
No, I completely agree with what you're saying. Ile kitu tulikuwaga na Njiru tulikuwa tukiongea juu kitu ya military is that have we really defined? Okay, here's my thing. I still go back to the constitution. Na mi kitu yangu napendanga kurudi kwa constitution because it's an agreement of what the country does. Because I think one thing that we've done in our country is that we've suffered a point of where we've never had we've never had a point of disagreement with. I mean, we have with with Somalia when we did. Can you hear me?
Yes, endelea. Nakusikia
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. So we had the Somali kind of conversation that we had back in, I mean, a couple of years ago, where we had to take our military down there. But that was bordering where Kikambi imekuja. Okay, bordering matters national security, and actually that's border security, and that's when we went into Somalia. Now we ended up at the end of the 5 years, which I don't even think we've completely withdrawn. We ended up having issues like charcoal being sold in Kisimayu and things like that, and where everything had already been calmed down and everything, and now we ended up that our military was being accused to now indulging into some uncouth businesses out there, you know, and 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 that's where that's where I belong. Of the military should stay at the borders, and maybe like someone, I think it was Sifuna or Alwale in Senate that actually asked, is there a way that maybe we can start using them instead of them staying in the barracks, but just doing, and this is not something new in our country. It has been there. Kitambo, the military would come and build the gabions, udongo wa momonyoko, and things like that, where they may be, instead of just staying in the barracks and training, because we have mainly military people who they're military and they've never even seen a front line of a war zone, because for the most part, I mean, not for the most part, for the whole part, our country, we've never really indulged in any kind of war, to a point that somebody was asking, these aircraft that we see, do they actually, the F-16s that we see, F-32s actually, we don't have F-16s, no, F-16s, yes, F-32, that they fly all over and doing all these somersaults during Mashujaa Day or whatever it is, do they actually carry any weapon on them? Do we even have any kind of weapons? So instead of doing that, can the military be used in a different way rather than coming to intimidate the citizenry? Yes, we understand we have Reke squad. I mean, how many squads do we have in our country? Some of them, I mean, even today there's a blue, there's a whatever, there's a camouflage, there's all that. I mean, how many police? I mean, almost everybody in Kenya today is a police. If you go for Mandamano, almost everyone, I mean, you'll be sitting there thinking someone is taking is an nitrogen paparazzi, then all of a sudden, kumbe he's an undercover, picking you up. Some of them we don't even know. Now they are saying, even the defense minister is saying that there are people who actually have all the defense, virauni zote, and that they can, they're there, but they're not commissioned. So we have a military that I believe does not, and that's what we were talking with Njiro, and we were trying to demystify this, that really we don't know where the military is. We don't know if they're in Nanyuki. We don't know where they are. We hear some of them are engaged in land grabbing. And when you look at this thing, we wonder where is our defense at when it comes to the military. Because the military should be more stern like other countries are. And that brings me to a question that we never asked me and Mr. Njiro. If we were attacked today, are we sure that we do have a military that can defend us? Both of you go.
If there is an invasion, if there is an invasion, can we get can we have something civilized which can protect us? I think it will be a bit difficult to define that, but we always pretend that the Kenyan military is one of the elistic in the world. But I don't think the Kenyan military has been tested. The Somali thing, that was a necessity because one Briton or it was an Italian had been attacked. So I doubt the capacity of our military. Their capacity is good in papers, but in reality, I don't think they can do the jobs we are saying they can do. Yeah, we occasionally say we have some realistic one who have been trained overseas. That is how we always boast. But Bwana Q and Mukenya Mukora, there is a lot to say about our realistic organs in the nation because corruption has engulfed all the institution, and I don't think we can say that they can be able to organize. Remember, even like the attacks which happened in El Hade, there was a place in Somalia where like our military was attacked very foolishly. I don't know, I don't know, but they can do a good job when it comes to an external threat. Thank God we are in a country whereby we by design we are stable. But if we were at a place whereby we were in external threats, it could be difficult. They are not reliable. Q.
As Q comes in, I agree with you, Njiru. By the way, I do agree 100%. And that is why you see the police can do whatever they want to do, and any country can do whatever they want to do. I mean, seriously, Mogadishu can do whatever they want to do, my friend. They come in. How many times have we had those not even Marsabit? You know what are these guys called from the north and there the Mashifta, and there's nothing you're doing. You know, so me even things like Njiru. Let me ask you a question. By the way, let me now let's connect the military part with the elections. Njiru, have you ever had a country that has their own military getting another country to come and do their own to do their elections? Have you ever had? Please educate me.
Say again. Say again. Say again. 1 minute. Nikusikia.
Have you ever had a country that has their own military and a budget for their military come? I mean, what do you call it? Get another country to come and do their to do their elections. I mean, so I'm talking about the US getting Kenya to come and do their elections.
I get you. Let me begin by answering Bwana Musyoka. And unfortunately, sijaona gazeti ya Thursday. nitajaribu kuitafuta nione what you are saying, but I'm not unapologetic. It's not unpatriotism. I have nothing to say that the Kenyan military is realistic. I have no indicators which can tell me that. If Musyoka, you have indicators which can show me that the Kenyan military can actually defend itself, not even defending us. Me, I don't want the Kenyan military to defend me because they have no capacity to defend me. Does the Kenyan military have capacity to defend itself? They go to Somalia in El Hade, and the people are butchered. Anyway, let me not go to the extent of that. Somebody might tell me that I'm not sympathetic, but the military is not supposed to be butchered. They are the ones who are supposed to butcher. Ama naongea Mkenya mkora? Ama naongea vibaya? Especially that you are being butchered by...
Hapana, sema bwana, umesema ukweli. Ukweli wacha. Kwa nini unaogopa? Sema watu wajue.
Thank you, Kumizo. So the military is the one which is supposed to butcher. They are not the ones who are supposed to be butchered. So when I hear a story of an realistic military, over 100 of them have disappeared, hawajulikani wako kwapi, then that is, to me, those are the evidence I use. Mimi situmiangi evidence ya makaratasi, ati sijui ati Mossad wanasema hivi, sijui nani wanasema hivi, sijui gazeti inasema hivi. I use what I hear and what I hear in the ground. Nasikia saa hii Al-Shabaab akiingililia in any military camp in Kenya.
Wewe,
you always hear
Zero.
what happens there.
You know how bad our military is. We don't even have any capability to monitor like our neighbors. You know, like the terrorists. We are given by West. You know, it's so sad. It's so sad. In all the countries, China, US, UK, these people do the research for the future.
Maringo mingi ni ya nini? Ati sijui Kenya, we have one of the best. Let me tell you,
tunatumiwa na West, alafu wame brainwash watu to believe this garbage. The West uses us for the research and all that stuff and control Africa. So on purpose, they reduce our military capabilities. We can't even defend ourselves. So they have to give us the information that kutakuwa na attack hapa. Because the military itself have no capability
but
to
you
monitor
see,
people.
I don't agree on the times of on the issues of reduce. Like, let me ask you, intelligence is technology. Which technology does Kenya have to have any intelligence? I'm just asking you a honest question. Kenya has no technology. You know, intelligence is technology.
Yes.
Huh? So,
You know,
like, for example, how do you intercept information if you don't have technology? Because you see,
kuuliza Njiro, ile shule ya huko hivyo inaitwaje? Huko Mandera yenye before Dusit or whatever. Ile ingine yenye ilichapa huko
Garissa.
Yani seriously, right next to the border. Yani military kujua na nao ndo wanafaa kushade. How many did we lose?
Mukenya Mukora, the real meaning ya what my grandmother used to say, sisi tunalindwa na Mungu. I always agree. Sisi, our defense comes from God. This idea ati ya kusema ati tunalindwa na jeshi la Kenya, uongo bana. Those people cannot assemble a battalion which can attack anyone. Let me tell you how, and I want to give proof of the reason why. Unajua hata kama kuna mtu wa military anasikiliza hapa, just know that we do not respect the Kenyan military and it is useless. That is my words. You can incriminate me against my words. I don't respect the Kenyan military because I believe they do not have capacity. It is imbecile. It cannot do anything. It cannot even defend its citizens at the right time, and it cannot even defend its citizens against the government, and it cannot even defend the citizens against external attacks. That's how bad we are. We just pretend. The other day, Karonebaga, yule wa Uganda. So kama mnajua Karonebaga, yule wa Museveni, Karonebaga.
Nisani yake, I think, right?
Kijana ya Museveni, Karonebaga.
Anatutishanga mara moja. Anapenda kututisha, by the way. Na ni ukweli, by the way. What he says is true.
He was in Twitter. Akatishia Kenya mbaya sana. And a serious country with a very serious realistic military was not able to take that, whether it was a bluff or a serious statement, but it is something which communicated volume. It is something which communicated volume towards, like, There was no any diplomatic role between Kenya and Uganda. We just took it as a word of mouth at the mutu anacheza. And the person who is joking about those issues is somebody within the military order in Uganda. It was not like Njiru trying to threaten another country. It was somebody with military rank in Uganda. So that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, another person has said here, Migingo used to be captured anyhow by the Kenyan police, by the Ugandan police, and the Kenyans could do nothing. Kenyans could not even be able to defend their Migingo. So what I mean here is that we are just running a country by default. Let me use that word. Kenya is run by default. Sisi, there's nothing which works. Hata moja.
Unajua Njiro, unajua ile kitu watu understand. These people, even the military, not to insult them, but I'll tell you what they do. Kazi ni kukula na kufanya push-ups. You, in all civilized societies.
But that is not military. Military is
I know, that's a joke.
Information.
Yes.
Say military ya Kenya, we should be hearing that. Let me tell you the emergence of internet. Unajua lazima tuanzie kuambia hii. Internet, we had the first people to use internet, and maybe Mkenya mkono umesikia hii. Internet was discovered in military. That's why it started. The first fax. Hii vitu tulikuwa tunaita kitambo, unajua wale ambao ni wazee kama mimi, fax, sijui, you know, kabla hata yatufike kwa manini, kwa ma typewriter, we had the fax machines, messaging, fax machine, all those things, they were within the military order in the US. The first email through transatlantic communication, the first email which actually traveled from North America to Europe was actually done by the military. Transatlantic communication.
Boss, waambie Telegram si Telegram yenye wanaona saizi. Telegram na SOS.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to tell you, like the purpose of the military, that word which we call intelligence. I want to explain here so that I tell you how fake Kenya is. Na kama kuna mtu wa Kenya ni military hapa anisikie leo, because you people, you are imbeciles. You don't know what you are doing. And I'm sorry to use that word, but we have to use the right word so that you people, you can also start using your brains now. The word intelligence means, ukisikia like in the US, if there is an agency which even the government respects, is intelligence. The word intelligence means using brains. Intelligence sio kumaanisha, sio kukuja atukutu. The fact that you are able to know Al-Shabaab will attack before time. The reason why we call it intelligence, it is because you are able to know what an enemy is planning before they action it. That's why it is called intelligence. Intelligence. And for you to get intelligence, you need things to facilitate you. Sababu intelligence is not guesswork. Intelligence is about tools. The reason why, like you are like even in military actions, like the one which Mr. Putin is doing, even though you want to have boots in the ground, much of it is information warfare. And what is information warfare? How are these people assembling? You cannot go near where these people are assembling. How the troops are being brought together. But
how do you even fight someone and you don't even know what the weapons they're using?
Yeah. So those are the things. So you see, even some of these countries, they're even monitoring you from the space. So they're even able to capture images from the space. They can see how your troops are spreading. They can even be able to do troop counting from the space. So that's what we call intelligence. Being able to use information tools, software to get information. Can you hear? The other day, Gachagua said that the government was not aware that there was an uprising which was to come in Kenya because of financial. Hiyo kitu ilikuwa inaitwa financial. Ilikuwa inaitwa financial what? Hiyo kitu tulikuwa tunakataa sisi wote. Sio kama mnakumbuka Gachagua akisema ati the government was
finance bill.
Yeah.
Finance
because
bill.
Kulikuwa kunasemekana, like there were some people who are saying that if somebody was intelligent enough could have been able actually to detect that bubble was about to burst. And you could have done rectification measures going backward. But the Kenyan government, the best in military intelligence, as we say in East and Central Africa and south of Limpopo and in Sub-Saharan Africa.
Unajua, once you, it's very easy to fulfill. Once you tell them what they want to hear, they feel good. Ni kama venye in the West, wazungu, especially the poor ones, wanaambiwa, unajua wewe, you're better than the black person. It's a whole brainwashing nonsense, man.
So that country, that country which says is the best in intelligence in the southern and the northern side of River Limpopo, you know those, and the biggest country in East and Central Africa, bigger than Ethiopia. Yet we cannot even have an airport like Bora International Airport. Shame on you, Kenya. leo hata ukiniambia I'm not patriotic nitawagonga mbaya sana. Shame on you, Kenya. Your work is just ego, maringo mingi na hakuna kitu. The only thing we can afford is to sell the airport, is to sell ile kitu ingine, bombers. Those are the things. Is to sell the Japan embassy. Those are the things which we talk best here. But even speaking against the ills which are happening about your country is also patriotism. So patriotism sio story tu ya kusifu peke yake, and sio story ya Kenya inchi yangu naipenda Kenya inchi. No, even when bad things are happening is part of patriotism. So this thing which you are calling patriotism can be either on the negative side, on the positive side. If my country is nosediving, somebody like Amenya, yule mnaita Nelson Amenya, who was in the limelight for a short, including yule kijana mwingine wetu ambaye tumemtoa kwa street, nilimuona na Kanzoni Mushomba yule, msijui kama mnakumbuka kijana alianzia kutuambia airport inauzwa.
Kale kalikuwa kanatembea na kalienda kabisa.
Those are the patriots now, but I hope that boy can be able to resurrect, asiende kupewa minofu na serikali alafu sasa akuwe sasa he can no longer talk. Those are the issues which we are talking about here. So let me explain to you about now the military intelligence. Ili sasa muache kuringiwa na Kenya na kitu hakuna. Kenya has nothing. Kenya is an idolous country, and Kenya should not actually be boasting to anyone in terms of that we have this, we have this, we have this. We have zero. Let me explain to you. When, like, for example, I want to talk about Mossad and I want to show you how I'm not trying to credit the killing, but I want to credit the technology. I hope majority of you have heard of the killings of the explosions. Let me call it of the explosions of pagers in for the Hamas and Hezbollah leaders in the Middle East. That is in Lebanon and some places in. You saw like that
in Yemen too.
Yeah, Yemen too. You understand? You remember the explosion of pagers. Can you imagine? Israel was able to infiltrate those pagers. I'm talking of intelligence. They were able to infiltrate those pagers. I don't know whether they infiltrated them from the manufacturer or where they were, because
they intercepted them from the shipping. Then they swapped it. Then the shipping looked like it came from the manufacturer, but they were spying on these people without even knowing.
Yeah, those are the issues. Now, that is how intelligence looks like. That now we can. It is intelligence in a bad way, because it will result in calamities and people dying. But that is what intelligence is. Intelligence ni mwenye nguvu mpishe, and whoever attacks first is a victor. So that is what we are talking about. Purely technology. Israel is there. They are sitting. They are looking at the pages, and they attacked. That's what we call intelligence. In Kenya, tell me of anything they have produced. Any tank Kenya is even attempting to produce. Na tank ni nini? Tank ni mabati.
Wait. Hata sio tank. In all the other countries, dams are built by who? The military. Dams. And dams sio kitu complicated. It just, dams. The military cannot even build a dam in Kenya. And Kenya people.
You're 100%. Dams. Those are the people who build the dams. Those are the people who comes up with the bridges, the biggest bridges in the world.
Like in the Army Corps of engineers. In the US, I hear of something which they call Army Corps, Army Corps of Engineers, something like that. Army Corps, which karibu nipate kazi huko lakini sikuitwa. You know, it's not all interviews you do, you are called. Anyway, karibu sana neutral. So what was I explaining? What I was trying to say is, let's stop carrying these pharisees, which our country all the time is trying to want us to carry, the lies. Like, for example, you'll be hearing, like, the government is saying we have, or some people saying, we are the most civilized country in Eastern Central Africa. Is a statement you will hear people saying. You'll hear like Kenya is the most developed country in Eastern Central Africa. Like, you hear like those statements, but really the country which you are hearing that is the most civilized, it is not able to get out of the yokes of tribalism. It cannot even assemble a proper concept of putting its people into work. It cannot get it right on elections, while even some other smaller countries, they have no problems of elections. Like, there are so many things we are getting wrong, and we are busy talking to other people how far democratically we have moved. Let me read the comment moja alafu tuingize neutral. Maybe neutral could also want to add. So it's a lie. Kenyan military is among the worst in the world. Should Kenyan military intelligence oversee NIS overreach and shortcomings? You see, Musyoka, what happens here is that there must be an interaction point. At the end of the day, the information which they go to action outside there has to be the superior one. So if the Kenyan military intelligence has more superior information than NIS one, we work with the superior one. So, and the two agencies should be able to decode from themselves who has more information. They should be having an interaction point. So that one should. So sisi kazi yetu tunangojea intelligence, Bwana Musyoka ama Mrs. Musyoka, because unajua saa zingine hatujui. Mimi nangojea intelligence. So the provider of intelligence, I don't care. What I want is intelligence and is reliable. And so that once I know that intelligence is reliable, like, for example, I always feel very nasikianga vibaya sana at the US has to tell us that there is an imminent attack in Kenya. Anytime this place could be attacked, this place, and wanapeana advisory. So when the US is giving advisory, sasa sisi ndio tunaanzia kureact na advisory ya US. While okay, thank you, Musyoka, Mr. While my country, maybe I want somebody to tell me which intelligence about an attack in Kenya has ever emanated from Kenyan government itself. Nataka leo hapo watu muniambie there was an attack which could have happened in Kenya, and the Kenyan government did the research and they actually cautioned Kenyans from going there. Muniambie hata moja.
Njiru, before we bring our big brother hapa hivi Eli, unajua Njiru, two points haraka. If you remember, there's ukikosana na mdosi wako as a police force, ulikuwa unatumwa huko Mandera na huko hivyo, there was a click of watu wataniambia walikuwa si Al-Shabaab. Kuna mtu tulikuwa tuko huko hivyo, watu walikuwa wametuogopa kabisa at the border of Ethiopia and Kenya. I know some people in the comment section will know what I'm trying to say. So if polisi ndio wanatumwa huko wenye wamekosana na wadosi wao wanaenda kupigana nao huko hivyo, there's a name, I know people will tell you down in the comment section, wakikwambia useme, but if where was the military at that point? Because I guess the military is supposed to do the borderline, the border of our country, and these are the things, hizo ndio vitu unasema, because mi hiyo kitu inaniogopeshaga, because the second case that I have is, remember, one time siku ya kina Mamluki na nini, there was a phone that we had to call FBI waende wakapate simu fulani huko hivyo sijui wote. We didn't even have a way of tracking that phone, ikaenda ikapatikana huko hivyo. When we had the bomb blast, guess nani walikuja? You remember nani walikuja? Israel na sijui nani. Then we had to wait for them to come. So we didn't even have any intelligence in any way. Remember these bombs, I mean, ziliingia through the, now we hear zingine zilitoka Somali, zingine zilitoka sijui Said Gani, then zingine zikapitia sijui Malaba, zikaenda sijui mpaka, you know, our neighboring countries. So now when we talk about the military, because tumeingia story ya military sasa, do we even have anything? And why are we even talking about them in parliament? And one thing I like about Uhuru, akitoka yeye aliacha at least anapeana Gigiri, a place where we could manufacture our own guns. The other time we had tumepewa zile ndege zenye zimeisha, the nini, what do you call this, the choppers zenye zimeishaisha tukaletewa about 4 or 5 years ago, tukaletewa zenye they're not the military of
Kenya
the
Mkora,
US is no longer using.
Kenya
So
Mkora, can I interrupt you a little bit? Hiyo part unasema hiyo ndege tunaletewa tunauziwanga at a full price, and that hizo vitu they don't work or they're just useless. Wanatuuzia at full price. Now those things cannot even defend our country. But go on, sorry to interrupt you.
So how you gonna fight? How you gonna fight me with my own weapon? Actually, my weathered weapon. Nikaa nikupatie pencil yangu yenye imeisha, alafu unataka kunipiga na mimi nishanunua ingine mpya. You get my point?
Yes. Your point is very valid.
Yeah, you can't fight me with something that I designed and I know how it works. I know when to shut it down. I know what the strength of it and everything. I mean, seriously.
Na unajua wakituuzia, they downgrade all the systems. They downgrade them so much that they are almost useless. This is why you see the other military, they are going to buy weapons from China and Iran and Russia. Because if you get anything from US, they're downgraded. They know the system, so they can even shut it down before you fly. But go on.
And it all boils down, as I keep quiet, because I can see Julie is back, and I can see Eli is also here, my brother. Na pia Njiro, I want to ninyamaze nisikize kidogo, because I know mi na wewe tumeshinda hapa. That also goes back to the Kamagos, the fact that we cannot even print our own papers. Even our own money. We can't even print anything, including printing a ballot box, a ballot paper that we have to go bring other people that cannot even open servers because we just don't have anything. I mean, there's nothing. Hakuna hata kahawa, hakuna. Like we have nothing. We can't even print our own ballot papers. What do you mean we can't even print our ballot papers? Yet we had pen papers, and we still have all these forests that we can actually do everything that we want to do. What is it that we cannot print? Ama tuandike kwa foolscap, you know, or something like that. Then we bring people to come and do our elections for us, and that's why we rely on everything from outside. Yes, yet all these other countries rely on themselves, and actually military come up with the best. I mean, there's an area for the people who have lived in the US. There's a place called Area 57 where I swear if you kikaribia utagongewa huko hivyo. But many technologies come out of those entities because they're not fighting. So what do? And they have all the monetary funds to actually do better, and they have the best engineers, they have the best pilots. Most of the people that take you on commercial flights, they will tell you I was a naval, I land flying from Navy, from Air Force, and whatever. And now I'm a commercial person, commercial. In Kenya, how many? Anyways, Njiro, let me keep quiet at that point. I think Mimi, Wewe, and Q, we've ranted enough. Maybe we have new guests here. Njiro, take over. I don't know who, Julia, whoever wants to go.
Neutral.
No, I think Neutral and Julia can take over now. They can learn the dialogue for now.
Julia, you want to go first? Okay, so thank you guys, and thanks for your patience. I told Annie there in the chat room, aniwekee carpet, red carpet, si nusu mkate lakini sawa, amenialika hapa vizuri. I'm enjoying this discussion. The Kenyan military has always been a proxy. We know this of mostly Western countries, especially Britain, that used to call itself Great Britain. The Nanyuki, campus of military things, where for all these years since independence, they've been sending up to 15,000 troops every year to come and train in Kenya. It's a long-term contract where Kenya doesn't really benefit much, even in terms of the money that Kenya earns from British troops training in Kenya. I'm talking about British troops in Kenya because I'm aware, and I think we know that part of the reason, I know that we were talking about military takeover kwa sababu sijui Raila alisema kitu kingine hapo juzi na watu wakaanza kushangaa na ni mshangao gani, kwa sababu hiyo kitu ilikuwa in public domain during the Gen Z or the youth protests and revolution last year, that those soldiers, they were not sent to the streets of Nairobi as if it was like a knee-jerk reaction. There are bigger players behind this picture, including external influence. So the reason I believe, personally, just me, I don't know about you, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but why they pulled out so quickly from the streets is because they would have exerted their power and become the new, rulers, if you like, of Kenya, right? And I know that you are aware about the situation with the former Chief of General Staff, something that no one wants to speak about. It's not broadcasted because it's a very intense subject, but it then means that people will make rumors, because it is very, very difficult to find a situation where a Chief of General Staff just disappears out in the air like that without any credible, what is it that has really happened here? That story of Francis Ogola is not complete. And this was a man who was, even within the military ranks, popular. Yani, hakuna mtu anasema huyo ni mtu wa kabila gani. He was just someone different from most of the senior practitioners of military in Kenya in the past. So I'm trying to say that our situation, when we think about the military, even if Raila was right or wrong, that the military is fed up and it's singing the same script like Kenyans, but we know that the external influence is so powerful. The British army, there's a thing they call BATUK, which is that station barracks in, that project they have in Nanyuki. It's not a joke. Those guys, this is their infantry, the best infantry training center they have in the world, the Brits. So do you think that they will see a country collapsing when they have their own training interests in Kenya? No. So I believe that part of the reason why the Kenyan military, any soldiers who pretend to be like rebellious and with the public, have a difficult time because the external influence of Britain is so powerful, which is a shame. And this is why countries like Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso have said no to France. If you watch a program where the uranium in again, I need to be corrected about this. I think it's Guinea, either Guinea or Mali. These people were being paid peanuts by the French government. Now they're collecting billions because they nationalized their own property, and they chased away the French army. Us were just slaves.
It's Mali, neutral.
Go
it's
ahead.
Mali. It's uranium. They were getting paid 1% of how much it costs, 5% or something like that, out of how much it costs in the international market. So literally, they were not getting anything.
Exactly. So these guys said, no, this is a joke. And now the amount of money they're getting, whether they're selling that to Russia or to China, whatever, they're making business, and it's helping them to, to change their country, right? But us, we're stuck with this situation. Well, actually, Kenya is now not even a service industry. We're not exporting anything. Look at us now. Sudan has folded. The exports that we were sending to Sudan, I researched it and I found really it's ridiculous amounts of tea and coffee just laying there in Mombasa. Just nothing is happening. This is even before the Sudanese government decided to stop trade with Kenya.
Eli, I got a question. I got a question for you, sir. Please, without due respect.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. We're working here as a group, so questions are fired to everyone, not just me. Go ahead.
Thank you. And this is out of just mere, curiosity and not knowing. I know there's two types of tea that we transport that come from Kenya, but my biggest question when I saw that whole thing of when Sudan canceled all the imports and exports, imports of tea into Sudan, I was wondering, and maybe you can elaborate to this because this is actually out of idiocracy. What is the export doing in Mombasa while we border Sudan on the other side? Does it go from, and I assume the central part of Kenya and the northern part of Kenya and eastern are the ones that actually do tea. So how does it go first to Mombasa and then backtrack to, because when you look at the map, Sudan borders us on the other side. So why is it in Mombasa instead of, or does it circle around? Because I think Sudan is on the other side. Why is it not going straight to Sudan, which is, that's what, east, no, southeast way of going? Why is it going to the southern side? What is it doing in Mombasa? Shouldn't it be going to the border straight?
Bro, I would not have a proper answer, a comprehensive answer for that, but I know that Mombasa is really the central point of the trade. The trade that's the tea and coffee trade. Hizo vitu za weighing, sijui nini, all the protocols they get handled in Mombasa mostly. It sounds ridiculous that these things leave Central and Rift and then end up in Mombasa for some countries.
Neutral. Can I try to answer his point as well? When you're done?
Go ahead.
So in Kenya, this is what happens. We haven't had a good government, especially with Uhuru and this government. Usually, two countries get into trade agreement. So if we should have a port between our borders for what they have and what they need and whatever we need, so we can have that trade. We should have a port there as well. But we haven't had leaders who have thought of these kind of things. Because they are told, for example, the West don't want us to trade between ourselves. We all know this. But if we had leaders who focus between Sudan has something that we need, they have something that They need something from us and we have it. We exchange. It reduces the cost of export. It reduces the cost of how much they buy it there. But if we did this more with other countries, we get more power. So it's all intentional, what Ellie is explaining as well. It's a trade between ourselves. But Ellie, continue with your point. You're making a submission. Sorry.
So basically, you find something that is in something that we're trading with Namang or somewhere, on the north coast of the country. We border on the north coast, but then now we have to go to Mombasa for it to be weighed, so that then it can circle around to get to the other side.
Yes, and that's the protocol I don't
Yes.
understand. But also, I know what you're asking is this question of, actually we don't neighbor Sudan anymore since South Sudan became a country, that is recognized by the United Nations. So Sudan is not our neighbor. Our practical neighbor that touches our belly is South Sudan, right? If we're talking about the Sudan, that the original place.
Yes,
But
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's just the way Nani has explained, Q. All these protocols are, a lot of things happen in Mombasa. That's why you find like even people like Alias and Joho controls a swath of import, export, and warehouses and things that come in. Those, Yani, you find that individuals own spaces that should be like, Kenya is a capitalist country essentially, that people should be competing to play the same game as Kina Joho. But there are those people who have monopoly like Kina Joho. That's why Joho, for example, during Uhuru's time, when they were boycotting the two of them, Uhuru could not dispense of him because Joe was such an important central part of the economy of Mombasa. So the things that happen in Mombasa, you guys, when you're trying to export, you're trying to send something via Mombasa, you know what happens, but also when people are trying to export things, even by flight, those companies or those people who have monopolies of spaces in, they literally own flight conditions of export, and massively, and this, so in short, what my point was, we have a ridiculous thing where Kenya is stuck in a mess at the moment. This mess is worse than, say, the mess we had 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. In fact, sometimes when I see what we are going through as a country, I even think that Moi's time, that despot, that dictator, there are so many things that were better during Moi's time than now. But that's just my personal opinion. I find that there are things there that Moi's time was so ridiculous, but there are things that are happening now when this man Ruto is in charge that are much worse than Moi's time. Honestly, we've just gone way, way back, because if you look at the situation now that is basically controlling our international politics, it's because we have a government that does not have people who understand international politics. It's as simple as that. And it's, how can you give one person the position of CG Prime Cabinet Secretary, and he is also the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he is also in charge of the diaspora, and he hasn't a clue? And then we have this situation where the people who are advising these leaders, they are afraid of telling them the truth, right? When I watched this defense secretary, Sijui anaitwa Soita, do you know I have never seen someone handled so carefully in Parliament or Senate. And if someone feels that I'm being sexist here, but I like these people, they were more interested at looking at the beauty of this lady than to really ask her to say what is happening with the defense sector in Kenya. They did not really get answers from her, but they were more interested in, like, most CSS who have come there to the Senate wamepatiwa kazi ngumu sana. Huyu, it was a walkover, you know, and she was giving ridiculous answers. I watched this thing. She even quoted some security clause where she said, and I don't know where she got it from, that she cannot say a thing about why there was not X number of people in a situation which was asked by. I know people have been saying angry things here about Sifuna, but there was a question that he asked, and this lady could not really answer it, you know. And I find that the body politic of Kenya at the moment, compared to even Moi's time, is just very strange. And so we have an opportunity where things can change really fast, where Kenyans can develop a new system. I think I personally have positive vision about what might happen in the next few weeks or months in Kenya. I believe that things can change, and in fact, if triggered, things will change really fast. There's a reason why even people like Gachagua are quiet at the moment. And I think that with Mr. Odinga's track record of dismantling from within, this will be one of them. And I find it difficult that I'm one of these people who think that we have to believe in Mr. Odinga's ability to dismantle this project of Ruto. Because for me, I think the man should be retired in Bondo and just enjoy his retirement. Yeah. But for some reason, I also believe that he's actually digging in, and whatever he does right now will probably help Kenya to change. It's difficult to say this.
No, can you give us some of the things that you have seen him do to guide your thought process to get to that point? Because some of us haven't seen it, but it's okay.
No, I'm just using his history. I'm just saying this because it's history. When you look at how he grouped with Kinasaitoti, in 2002, nobody thought that he would do such a thing, and he did it because his fierce challenge at that time was Simon Nyachai, because everyone thought that Simon Nyachai was the person who would now parade himself to oppose Moi. That was the kind of consensus thing, right? But he then decided to go with people that people never imagined that they could, mobilize and defeat Uhuru Kenyatta, who was just a Moi proxy, And then he did the same thing with the.
But Eli, can you put into consideration that also time has changed? I agree with what you're saying, but can you put with the time? Those are Nyachai's time. This is me, you time.
True. Time has changed, and these people are getting older, and in fact, we should dispense off of them. That's very true. But if we go by the history, and honestly, I'm also not comfortable with the fact that Mr. Odinga and Mr. Ruto are engineering this process where they think that that they're changing the country. No, I actually think that when everything has been captured, including the so-called opposition, that is a mess, That is a right mess. I sent I failed to share it yesterday because yesterday Jiru and PK did not, did not open the studio. But there was a picture that was shared by, this former police spokesman, Charles Owino Wahongo. And it was, it was something I was very, very shocked. This guy is now the head of communications, government communications. Yeah. He's like, would say Alfred Mutua of Kibaki days. But there was another guy who was a police officer, then took over from Alfred Mutua. I can't remember his name. And now we have Mwaura, Isaac Mwaura, who is the one who is the chief propagandist, the Goebbels of Ruto. But this Charles Owino, a former senior police officer who is heading government communications, he posted something on his Facebook yesterday in Luo, and I was very, very embarrassed about this. It was terrible, because if that was a Kikuyu or a person from any other tribe, they would have been slaughtered online. He said, look at this picture. This is Dorcas Oduor, the Attorney General. There was Sam Atandi who took over from Dindi Nyoro, and John Badi, who is a Suba / Luo, and there was a few other individuals and who come from Luoland. And this guy said, because they were taking there was a photo opportunity at State House, and this guy now started talking about how Ruto is very inclusive and he has brought Luos to power, and now we have to start working for the Luos to take over most government departments. I felt this was really, really sad because, number one, he posted this thing in the Luo language, and he's the head of communications, the government, Yaruto. Those things shouldn't happen. And I feel that every time we're trying to think about how to change things, there's some significant people who are just basically destroying anything that Kenyans are trying to do. Okay? So, of course, and by the way, this Owino, he was anti Raila, but of course now because he's been brought into Ruto's box, he's pro Raila now, But it is something that is happening now in Luoland amongst the Luo political elite, and it is so easy to influence the people on the ground. But it is such a shameful thing that we have to, manage our politics in this way, where a senior government official has to say that now Luos are in charge, or Luos are being recognized. What Luo? I'm sorry, guys, if I'm talking about this tribal thing, but for me, that thing really, 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 embarrassed me, and I felt really like we don't need to go this way, because we often complain about other communities, and now a senior person who is a spokesman of government can say such a thing. And by the way, nobody even noticed it, and he was enjoying the time of Harry in his life, on that Facebook, because people were just saying, praiseworthy things about that post, right? How do other communities feel about such a thing when this senior person says that this is Ruto's project to elevate one community? I don't think it's a good thing to do. And it is a shame, not just to the Luo community, but Kenyans as a whole, that a person who is in charge of such an important position of power can say such things. So, in terms of the retrogressive politics that we have, I saw, you know, some news clips about Mumbi. Mnamjua yule mama ambaye aliumia juzi. Is it Mumbi Senaka or Mumbi Seraki? She does these broadcasts every week, and there's a story that she was abducted, but it turns out that there was a freak accident, and then sijui her car was burned, sijui they tortured her. So there are this kind of stories that they're trying to silence people like her. So when Raila Odinga and Ruto stood before the public in front of KICC the other week, and one of their most important points was to stop abductions and anything that sounds and looks like abductions. But you hear stories now, and even now people on social media are being, you know, they're being targeted. CG NIS is using, you know, they're using women. And please don't take this in a bad way, but that's what's happening. In order to find a way to bring this, it's almost like a James Bond movie, because in most of those James Bond movies back in the day, you know, they try to get Sean Connery or Roger Moore. Those people, wanamtupia mama mwingine hapo msupu, alafu wanaona vile vitu zitakuwa. This is happening now in Kenya, where you are targeted. If you are going to be, if you are an influencer in social media, or anything you say anti-government, they will use women spies to get you, you know. And apparently a lot of men now have fallen for this trap. It could be happening to women as well. But so this guy said a few weeks ago that they want to stop abductions. That is what Raila Odinga said. It was one of his 10 points at the abductions must end. Alafu unapata hizi vitu bado zinaendelea na watu wanateswa. Unaona? So I believe that the courage that Kenyans have right now, it's intense, and it's not slowing down. We just need to have different strategies. You know, there are people in new media who will be giving information that people are afraid to give out. The young people now, I understand, have started joining trade unions. There's a way that people are speaking now, and they have started joining trade unions, and Atwoli's days are numbered. That one I know. We're aware of this. And I was disappointed that this one doctor who opposed Uhuru Kenyatta's, you know, he went to court, and in fact, he was sent to not, you know, custody, police custody at some time back during Uhuru's presidency. Ule daktari ule wa kutoka Nyanza, he was you know, a trade union person, but also a medical doctor. And now he has a senior government position. And in fact, there's a story there today that he has been promoted now in this shakeup of the permanent secretaries. So whilst we're trying to change things, there are people who have been captured. Now wamekuwa captured kabisa. Hii ni shida ngumu kabisa. By the way, I can if I was to share here with anyone who is in the WhatsApp group, mi leo nimepata kuna mtu hapa amenitumia picha sijui ati anajiita sijui nini Rotich. Ameanza kunizungumzia hapo, na najua hawa tu ni watu wa NIS. wanatumia watu vitu, anatumia picha ya msichana and you know there's a way you can go to Google Lens or all these other things and track and see where these images are, and you know you can make up your mind, you know, who this is and stuff like that. These things are real, and it doesn't matter if you're abroad or you're in Kenya, but it should not mean that people should fear, you know, because I think if you're afraid, there's no point. There's no point at all. So I wanted to end it there by just saying that, you know, I think we're doing a very, very strong, powerful struggle. I'm ashamed that we can have some guy coming from Sijin, Netherlands, at some king, at coming to lecture Kenyans, Sijin what? And Kenyans are there clapping. Of course, those are people, mostly the political elite. I think these things will end, you know. If we have some person of conviction like Traore of Burkina Faso, I think Kenyans will wake up, you know, and the culture that we have right now will change, you know, immensely. Most things will change in the country. But as we stand now, it's difficult. If you hear about like the budget is in the trillions, and most of it is for the wrong reasons. I could go on and on and on and on forever. You know, it's very sad. But
Neutral,
yeah, thank you.
neutral. Hold that thought, Julia. Please, Julia, contribute. Julia, please say something. Neutral, hold that thought, please.
I don't know kama Eli umeland ama ulitaka kuland.
Yes, I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Yeah, just riding on what Ellie was saying. I think one of these fine days the West will be shocked. The West will no longer have places to dump their waste. The West will no longer have room to dump, or I mean to bring their arrogance. You know, you can see what is happening with West Africa. I can promise you. You know, guys, hata mimi naona itafika ataacha kuhama Africa. Do you know that, guys? If we have the right leadership, itafika mahali watu wahami because they won't need to. They won't need to travel. So history ati mtu anakuja kutulecture hapo. One of these it will not be long. I think they will still be alive when these things happen. If Africa has the right leadership, that is my take. So Ellie, hata mimi niko, I have hope that things will change soon. I have hope that we'll have a new dispensation. I have sijui ni aje lakini I have that hope. As we live, we hope. Vile tunaishi hapa, I believe God will give us an opportunity to see these changes come and Kenya bounce back. It's that we stop having our youngsters being used as drug traffickers and all that, and drug labs and all that. So that is what I would like to say. Okay, sikusikia historia hiyo ulikuwa nasema earlier, those ODM guys, I didn't follow up. But then, yeah, that's my take. Let me stop there.
I don't understand. What did you say about the ODM guys? Which there's something I must have said there.
What you were just saying, I don't know. There was some press, there was some Facebook. What you were just analyzing, sikufuatilia.
Oh, okay. What I was saying was there's this guy who was a former senior police officer, Charles Owino Wahongo. He's from those sides of Game, Siaya County, and he was very senior, you know, a police officer. And in fact, at the time, there was a time he was a spokesman of police during Kibaki's time into Uhuru's. And he stood, I think he tried to run as an ODM senator or MP They blocked him because they didn't know he was wishy-washy in his politics. But recently, he has been appointed by Ruto as a head of communications. Yeah, he is serikali ya Ruto. So him and Mwaura Isaac, they're working together very closely. In fact, he's higher than Mwaura Isaac. Now, this guy posted something a few days ago. Actually, sorry, yesterday, about how Luos are benefiting very, very fast under the regime of Ruto. And there were some Luos now senior in political landscape ya Kenya, sijui nini, walikuwa wana meet Ruto jana, and there was this photo opportunity, sijui what, there was a press release. Kina Sama Tandi is the one who has taken over from Ndindi Nyoro as chair of the budget committee. Sama Tandi is actually a good politician, but that's not the point. What I'm saying is, this particular Charles Owino, communications guy wa government, ameweka kitu kwa social media that Luos are now in power. So akaweka hapo John Mbadi na Dorcas Oduor. You know, this is just disgusting. To me, it's disgusting. Kwanza, even if they start saying that the Luos are in power, Kwanza Mbadi is not a Luo. Mbadi is a Suba. Suba ni wale Waganda. And if we want to now start, I know Ndets doesn't like this tribal thing that we're defining tribes, and even Q usually say that hamtaki hizi maneno za history. Lakini this is what this person was saying, this Charles Owino, that the Luos now are successful now, they're in top leadership, and in fact, if you read that post, anyway, it's in Luo, but he says that now any Luo who wants to aspire to top leadership should start contacting him and contacting their local MPs and things, and then things will just bloom like that, you know. And I find this is so. That's what I was saying, that this is a very, very bad insult in terms of how the politics of Kenya should run. Even if the Luo people or community felt that Raila Odinga was rigged or mismanaged again, but now we have been a situation where this person is the head of communications, and all he talks about is the tribe that he comes from. That's what I was trying to say about ODM, and it's not so much ODM, because he's actually not a party member of ODM. He's a civil servant, you know, and his job is to always propagate on behalf of government. Even now, when we have this problem with Sudan, you have seen his ridiculous posts, you know, trying to show that we are not involved in the mess that is happening in Sudan. Thank you.
You see, Ellie, unaona, that Owino man, if that is what he said, that's how Gachagua was talking. Unakumbuka Gachagua akisema si ndio shareholders na serikali ni yetu. And Gachagua to Mount Kenya and start counting. Ati sasa sisi tulipewa, si nilisema juzi mtapewa waziri, si mnaona mmepewa. Sasa mnaona, that is the mediocrity with Kenyan leaders. Because while Gachagua was going to Mount Kenya to say those things, how are Mount Kenya people benefiting? Walikuwa nasaidika aje? Were those people helping them to pay school for their children? Were things becoming harder and harder for them too? Huh? When Gachagua was saying, si mpewa PS, si mnaona tunagawa serikali nusu, was the common Mount Kenya person really enjoying anything? Huh? So if you ask yourself, I mean, Owino, Gachagwas and the others. Me, I think they just like playing with Kenyans' minds, the common man. And it is high time the common man wakes up and stop buying that takataka na rubbish. At serikali ni yetu. How has my life changed? Now, Kikuyus have had how many presidents? 3? How has my life, have they directly affected my life in any way? I've had to figure out my life like just like any other Kenyan. Mimi kwetu hatujai kuwa na rais kwa nyumba yetu. We've never been in power. So what is this somebody coming to tell me at mimi ni shareholder? Now I'm in the government. That's what Owino is doing. And sadly, if the common law man is buying that is really mediocre kabisa. Sijui, and in fact, let me say this. Probably the Kikuyus may even have a chance to boast a bit and say, tulijengewa Thika Road. Unajua kuna watu walitusi Jironga alitusi Kibaki akamuuliza ati Thika Road inajengwa kweni Nyeri kuna gold ama kuna nini, such things. But then if you look at Luo Nyanza is so underdeveloped because they have had mediocre MPs, such mediocre leaders. Ukiangalia Junet mwenye anarushia Didi Nyoro mawe, Junet the money was at his disposal, just like Didi Nyoro. And Junet, you look at his constituency. Juzi wamepiga picha another shule iko Busia yenye watoto wanakaa hata nje. So me, I think the common mwananchi Mkenya, awe Mkikuyu ama Mjaluo ama Mkale ama Mkamba, should just wake up and kick the hell these leaders out of our government. Because now they think by telling us serikali ni yetu, tutawashangilia tukiwapigia makofi. Tunawapigia makofi na hatuna barabara. Tunawapigia makofi na watoto waendi shule. Tunawapigia makofi na watu wanalala njaa. Tunapigia makofi and our children are still being abducted. How do we go clapping hands for them and them saying ati serikali ni yetu? I think we should just, the common mwananchi should just wake up. So I hope the common Luo person is not buying this trash. Just like the Kikuyus, I hope they have woken up. I hope they have woken up from that Gachagua shareholder nonsense. Because for shareholder, it was him and his fellow gangsters. See, not Mount Kenya people. Just like Owino and the gang, Raila's gangsters. They are the ones sharing the government and looting and stealing and withdrawing from treasury and sharing the money for their families. Lakini the common man atalala njaa, mtoto hataenda shule, barabara hazijengwi, shule zinaanguka, nothing will change. That's my take. I stop there, Q. Ama mwenye anataka kuongea.
Yes, sir. Let me take over from there. Julie, I'm so surprised that the narrative which has actually made even in Mount Kenya region for people to be for us to have so many squatters, people to be landless, and even people not enjoying the proper opportunities in the government or even working hard for yourself is now starting to trickle down to some of our rural brothers and sisters. I'm so surprised that now the narrative is now trickling down to them. It is so unfair, and I think it is misleading a very innocent population, trying to tell them that serikali sasa ni yao and they will actually enjoy. Today, Mr. Ruto has just nominated almost very many people, especially some of the people in the battalion of Mr. Odinga. But the truth of the matter, sorry? Neutral, you want to speak? Yeah, so...
No, it's okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
No problem. So, I saw there are a number of people who come from the rural region who have been incorporated in Mr. Ruto government. The truth of the matter is that those are individuals, those are personalities who have been incorporated in the government. How, other than unless there is something which is done positively by the government, which will trickle down to the people, how will Mr. Mbadi, being the Minister of Finance, How is it helping the Luo Nyanza as a community? The prestige which comes with the position, I don't think that one warrants the whole community to actually dance and do so many singing because they have gotten a finance minister from their region. I think it shows our backward thinking and it's so unfair. Kama leo nimeona watu wengi sana wamepewa kazi na Ruto. How is that thing helping the common Luo man, the common Luya man who is there, yule ambaye miwa yake hainunuliwi, yule ambaye hata ana boti ya kutoa samaki kwa ocean, kwa Lake Victoria, ama yule mjaluo ako pale chini kabisa, he doesn't even have the money to educate his kid or even go to the hospital because he is sick. So this idea whereby Kenyans are buying into the lies that if we have 3 people in the government, tuko kwa serikali, it's mediocre. I wish these people were fighting for service delivery. I wish these people were fighting for corrupt-free society, corruption-free society. I hope that is what they were fighting for. Maybe during Kibaki nilikuwa nikiona saa zingine tulikuwa tunaangiwa hizo vitu kwa maofisi. This is a corruption-free place. Even though that was not an environment, at least the intention was there. I don't think kama siku hizi serikali ofisi za serikali zinawekangwa hiyo mabango siku hizi. Sijui kama mnakumbuka wakati wa Kibaki tulikuwa tumeanzia kuweka mabango kwa serikali, sijui this is a corrupt free zone. I don't know if in our today's government that is the motto. I don't know kama, sijui Julia, you can tell me, siku hizi
hey, hizo corrupt free zones, those were World Bank and IMF things. Those were just cosmetic surgeries. You know this, you know it. You know, if you're going to speak about corruption and you can quantify things like, say, for example, Ferdinand Waititu and his wife being sent to jail. By the way, that picture, hey, me, I feel very sad for the man.
No, you cannot feel sad for him. In fact, we need a lot of so many people. The only problem is that is the person implementing it. Mr. Ruto.
Exactly. Ndio kitu nasema. Huyo ndio sasa anatakana kuwe jela, si hata Waititu.
Naona Daridari ati anasema ati today is corruption. No, bwana Daridari bwana, si hata mtu akiingia kwa kikao anasalimia watu. Sasa wewe unakuja umeingia kwa fujo kabisa. Ati Daridari anasema ati siku hizi ni corruption friendly zones. Sina la kusema. Go ahead bwana ile,
lakini anasema ukweli. I remember nilienda lands ministry some time back in 2006 hapo tu Nairobi, wakati ule jamaa wa Siaya anaitwaje, Orengo, alikuwa minister for lands, and I'm telling you there was this corruption free zones posters everywhere, and that was the most corrupt department during Kibaki's time. Yani lands was more corrupt than security services in Kenya. You see, this thing that Ruto is trying to reorganize CG government by capturing communities, because I think now after Luo, he's going to go to the Somalis. He has already done that, you know, by making them aware that they don't have to, you know, be vetted for IDs, especially if they're coming from across the border. We know that's the aim of what Ruto is saying. But for the Luo, yani, even hata kuna huyu dem ninamjua, Sebi Nyarasego, she has been made something protocol officer, head of protocol officer, sorry, protocol officer something.
Nikuulize Ellis, kweli
Officer office of deputy president Ukindiki. Ni wale watu wa Facebook unaona hapa wakipiga makelele. Na ni kwa sababu ni Wajaluo, wao Wajaluo sijui middle class.
What is protocol?
Ndio, exactly. You know, this haki nimeshindwa kabisa, nimeshindwa.
Yeah, wastage of, and then let me ask you yani Mkenya ni maoni ya nanga ama like sisi lazima tufanywe? Okay, maybe early because you're almost being knighted in Britain, so you have an authority to say this. Can you tell me, like in Britain, can they just introduce this shenanigans imposed in the name of they want to bring inclusivity to people? Mnaanzia kuletoa tu viti hatuna maana hapo, like and the people are not being consulted, or maybe even the prime minister tries to bring some, like some of the shenanigans which happens in Kenya. Can that shenanigans
No, you see, what I saw here in the UK, let me just talk about devolution. Devolution started in the UK when Tony Blair became prime minister. And Tony Blair did some wonderful things, and then he did some really bad things. For example, the war in Iraq. But devolution, let's just stick to devolution. So this was a country which was previously everything was based in London. Power was in the hands of Westminster Parliament and Downing Street, and that place they called Whitehall, where all those cabinet meetings take place. So when these guys decided, hey, we want devolution, UK-wide. So devolution was handed over to Northern Ireland, to Wales. Wales wako na parliament yao, wana make decisions zao, except taxation and foreign policy. Same with Scotland. Scotland nearly got independence 4 years ago. In fact, we believe that the election, the referendum was rigged against Scotland people's wishes. Anyone here who is listening to this and is based in the UK will know that imagine what they did in Scotland. And I remember we were discussing this during Mutembei's channel. What they did in Scotland is that the young people wanted so much to vote during that referendum. Mpaka Scottish government and the Westminster Parliament here in UK, they decided to lower the age of voting. Mpaka 16. Yani watu walipiga kura at the age of 16 kwa hiyo referendum. So unataka kuniambia ati hao watu na serikali ya UK bado ndio ilishinda hiyo nini ya vote ya independence? Unajua hiyo kitu wa Scottish they hate England kabisa, kwa sababu hao watu walikuwa wanapata independence kabisa. Ilikuwa rigged because the percentage by which the anti-independence people won was not that huge. But you can imagine those youth from 16 years old ambao walikuja ni kama sisi sasa tuseme Kenya, we want to change the system kabisa, and we say that we are tired, but we also want to involve 16 and 17-year-olds in a referendum to change the country. Do you know that is a thing that can change the country actually, you know? Like, for example, that girl who said that, Baba, you stay home, don't come and join us in the protest. That girl, Baraza, she was 17 last year. I know that she's a Meru. Now, can you imagine how many of that girl at the age of 17 and we allowed them to vote? Unaona? So, hii kitu ya swali umeniuliza about the UK, it is nearly impossible that a prime minister can just invite cronies and do what they like. There is a possibility, but it's not to the extent of what we do in our country. because our country will still do this thing at the mzee, the titles. We're obsessed with titles. You know yourself. When you go somewhere, that one says, "Who ni engineer Njiru, sijui nani," all those titles we're obsessed with. You know, my own brother is an engineer. I asked him one question. I said to him, "Now you, with all your qualifications, and you're so smart, and you're there lecturing at University of Nairobi," and he left. Now he's doing his own thing. Why are you not involved in creativity? You know, inventing things. You know, trying to do something substantive, research that can change the country. Why are you just going to the classroom to teach engineering? For what? There are too many engineers now teaching. Eh? And anyone who is listening who is an engineer, this is not an insult. It is a question of what do we really want, in terms of changing our country? Do we just want a theory, or we want theory and practice? Because before you go into practice, you need theory. Those two are intertwined, as far as I know. So I find that that's how wazungu huwa wanatushinda. Now, the Indians, they caught up very quick, and the Chinese. The Chinese even said, "Fuck language, I'm sorry, but we speak Chinese Mandarin, and we still develop things, we develop systems, we change things, and we build things." But us, what we're doing, and we're still refusing to come out of it, but I know that there's one day we'll start reflecting and we come out of it. We're just exporting, but there will be that moment where someone will wake up and say, "Look, no, this is enough. I want a country that does things, produces things and creates things. And the wealth is there because we have the minerals and things like that." So, yani, unajua hata ukiwa kwa kazi huku, mzungu anakuangalia, hata anakuambia ati, "Hey, by the way, unaongea kizungu poa. Ati hiyo ulisoma wapi? Hata kizungu yako imenishinda." These are very embarrassing questions. I feel very embarrassed when a mzungu tells me stupid things like that. Because what they are saying, ati hiyo tu ndio tuko nayo. Ati tuko na ma-theories, nini, lakini hizi zingine na sisemi ati kuna watu weusi ambao hawana nini hizo practical things hawaja invent nini. No. For example, the person who founded Vodafone was just a man from Sudan, Mo Ibrahim. This guy who donates $1 million pounds equivalent per year to an African leader or statesperson who he deems that they're not corrupt and things like that. Of course, Ruto will be nowhere near getting that prize. But Mo Ibrahim started Vodafone company. This Vodafone that even owns a huge percentage of Safaricom. Apart from government percentage here, Safaricom, Vodafone is the next big player in the private sector that owns Safaricom. And the person who started Vodafone anatoka Sudan. Mpaka hii kampuni saa zile walianza kutengeneza simu. He's an engineer. He's a man in technology. So, and he's Sudanese, he's African. So what I'm saying is that it's possible that Kenyans can do these things en masse. There are Kenyans who are trying to invent things, but they are still, they're not a huge percentage of Kenyans trying to do these things. And I think that we need that leader who will push Kenyans, to do such things. And then maybe this will help, if we're inventing things, we're producing things, our politics will also be different. I believe that that's the way to go, because if we just speak about, if we just concentrate on theories peke yake, and me, I'm a very theoretical person, I think we're going nowhere. We just have to have Thabo Mbeki talked about African Renaissance. That was theoretical. It didn't go anywhere. Julius Malema believes that to reinvent Africa, you have to remove those people who are hurting Africa. But then he's working with them. So why is he saying that? Me, I'm saying that it doesn't mean that we don't work with Wazungu. It just means that what we have as our wealth as a country needs to be used properly. My last point is this, and I'm a critic of this David Wafula guy, who has a very, I would say, proactive, YouTube channel. It does well. But the other day he said something, and I'm coming closer to agree with him about this. Those people who sat down and wrote the constitution that we currently have, Equity county governments, they should have thought about it seriously, because the county government is a bad story. They should have actually photocopied what happens in Nigeria and see how many governors in Nigeria have been jailed because of the mess of this type of devolution. We could have thought about it in a different way. And the reason why David Wafula was saying this was when last week, Nani Anne Waiguru, Wila NYS, she was asked a question about how much her county spent on sijui breakfasts for county workers, extension workers, It was a ridiculous amount. When I calculated it, it came to about 70,000 pounds, which is maybe something like $90,000 to $95,000 US dollars on breakfast items per year, right? In Anne Waiguru's county. These are just officials. They're having sijui scones, sijui what, mandazi hapa, mandazi pale. Hii ni breakfast. And David Wafula asked this one question: was there actually some breakfast worth that amount of money? So when we look at the suffering that we're going through, it's not just national; it's the county systems as well. And we should be brave enough to say that the county system, as it is right now, is not working well. And that is part of the problem. So when even Kenyans are going to protest in Nairobi, why are they not protesting, say, okay, Isiolo, what is happening in our country, in our county? Why can't we say whatever is happening in Nairobi and people are going there in full force? The young people, the older people. Why can't we do the same thing in Isiolo or in another place? But I am now starting to think that this county system, the way they were devolved, does not work. I was shocked that any county kama ya Waiguru wanaweza kutumia pesa kama hiyo kwa breakfast. She could not, she was asked, okay, this is the amount of money, this is the millions you have used for breakfast. How many people attended or were facilitated that breakfast? Was it 2 people, 10 people, hundreds, 1,000? Just give us the number and then we'll not bother you. She could not answer. So ni kama wale watu wa zamani siku za Moi, ama not so much Kibaki's time, but Moi's time, Kenyatta's time. Unapata kama we ni government official, gazeti inaletewa unapata gazeti asubuhi, sijui ni vitu gani unapata, zinakuja kwa nyumba yako ama kwa ofisi yako. There used to be newspapers coming to government offices, alafu tea time and all those kind of stupid things, you know. So, but to find that a county like the one run by Waiguru can spend millions on breakfast alone, and she could not even answer the question. And that's why when we come to Ferdinand Waititu, what point I was trying to make there, I was feeling sorry for this person, because there's so many Ferdinand Waititus in our political dispensation. There's so many. Maybe even in the list, even in that league table, he would be one of the ones in the lower rank. The worst ones would be really many, and they're at the top. Kina Anne Waiguru would just be right there at the top, you know. And I don't feel sorry for Waititu for the things that he did, but the justice system seems to get like a weaker person, and then the rest can just be free to do what they want. They're roaming our streets for free. Thank you.
Okay, ni sawa. So let me ask a question based on that argument hiyo umeweka especially sasa story kama hii ya Waititu. Who determined Waititu has committed a crime? I'm just trying to ask, and because as zingine tunaona kuna watu wengine wana like has Waititu gotten the proper justice from any system, or it is something which is being done simply because the government want to show that they are cracking corruption? Or has justice been served to that man? Maybe Eli nikikuuliza hiyo ama tu ni sarcasm tu.
What do you think? Because you know this case of Waititu has been running for many years.
Yeah, I know there was kulikuwa kunasemekana alikuwa amepatikana ameiba pesa sijui nini story kama hiyo. But the question which I'm asking is how comes if we try to use the same law kwa watu wengine tunaanzia kusikia ni kama hata hakuna kitu inapatikana? Why is it that in Kenya your issues become worse if maybe like you seem not to be on the positive side of the government? Let me ask you a question. If Waititu is in UDA today, leo tungemuona na hiyo uniform ya jera?
Your guess is as good as mine, because we know that there are a lot of people in UDA who should be in prison or in ODM, or even other smaller parties who should be in prison. But you know, okay, the accusations against Waititu were so big. I mean, the amount of the number of companies he registered to in order for him to steal money from the county. But then most county governors have done the same thing. So I don't think okay, the justice system is pointing at your individual mistakes. So for example, him and his wife. But you're asking us to do a comparative analysis and say, okay, as this justice system, you know, betrayed justice and worked against one person, I believe, yes. I believe that he should be in jail, yes. Up to a certain amount of, you know, like the sentence should be reasonable. But when I saw Waititu going to jail, I was asking myself, scratching my head, thinking, but there are people who should have been in jail like 15, 20 years ago. And Ruto is one of them. Ruto is one of them. But there are so many others that we know from what we know of public domain, right? You know, people like Raila Odinga, there have been stories about molasses. The biggest heist I've had is about things to do with molasses, and there were stories about his connections with Central Africa and the minerals there. But these things of Raila, whoever manages his affairs, they're too smart, you know. You never hear the real story. Honestly, you don't hear the real story. And the man is a billionaire, you know. And it's strange because his father was essentially a socialist. I don't think he was so much of a communist, but he was a socialist. And even if he was a communist, China is a communist country. And I think it's the third most powerful country economically. So that makes us think that even if Raila was a socialist or a communist, he's still just like China. They're making a lot of money. So when I see Waititu, my prognosis is that this is a Kenyan problem, because you find that governors like this guy who came back to power in Bungoma, the former Speaker of the Senate, is one of the most corrupt governors. Like, yani huyo jamani corrupt. Haya, unaona huyu mwingine alikuwa governor wa Homa Bay, Cyprian Awiti, very very corrupt. Yani, you see, Homa Bay County, if you want to know a county where billions have been spent from government coffers by individuals who worked in the county, they built hotels and they built apartments, they've got properties in Dubai. You go to Homa Bay County. You go to Homa Bay County. Utashanga. So yeah, I agree that the justice system, that judge who jailed Waititu, could have just been, doing fair play and saying, look, this is the justice system. This is how this man has failed the country. This is what he stole. I'm sending him and his wife to jail. Fair enough. Yes. But on top of that, there's a political thing where the people, NIS, the security intelligence services, they advise the attorney general, they advise the prosecutor, they advise the president what to do with individual people. And that's how these judges come to those decisions. I don't think Kenyan judges are independent. Honestly, I don't think that Kenyan judges are independent. Those who try to be independent, they'll be sent to marginalized areas and they'll be told, nenda usugue mswaki huko, kwa sababu hizi shida zetu za Nairobi uachane nazo, si zako, kwenda huko. And I think that's what's happening in Kenya. We need a situation where when things will change, yani they will change radically. Yani kila mahali unapata vitu zimechange. Haya, so if I constantly compare our situation with Rwanda, it's because I know that in Rwanda we have a dictator, yes, but things changed in that country where even vile unaona bodaboda zetu za Kenya, you will not see that stupidity in Rwanda. So you're talking about change that affects the lower ranks of society and the top of society. Na tunasema hivyo hata tunajua bado huyo jamaa Kagame si mtu mpole, anazusha na watu wanamwogopa. Hawezi sema hivi vile tunaongea, lakini ukiona vile hiyo nchi imeendelea. Personally, I think we need someone like that. But I wouldn't prefer if it was a dictator, but lakini mtu ambaye ako na vision and does not care about the West. The Western countries are the back of the banner for him. You know, they tried to bribe him. The UK tried to bribe Kagame with some 56 million pounds. Kwanza, they paid half of it for asylum seekers and refugees to be offloaded from the UK to Rwanda. And when the Labour government took over, that thing was cancelled. Do you know that Kagame had actually accepted to take these people who are going to be deported to Rwanda because the UK did not want refugees or asylum seekers? But the way he has turned things around and said, no, enough is enough. I've had enough of the West, and this is the way I'm going. Imagine if all these African countries did the same thing. The next thing, they want to have a meeting at the AU or whatever, and they say, look, if this is what we've done to the West, these Wazungus, who are we going to work with? Is it China full-time, Russia full-time, or what are we going to do? And I think some African leaders are starting to think this way. And I'm saying that I think there's going to be a new paradigm shift in the international relations of Africa and other countries. You know, I think it's possible that this is going to happen. You know, and if it happens quicker, because young people are starting to take over these countries for the better.
Okay, yes. Juria bado huko? Mkenya Mkora na Q, are you available? Ni
kama watu wamechoka. Time zone zenu kwanza nyinyi mko 3 hours behind, eh? 3 hours.
Yeah, ni sawa. So
saa gani huko kwenu? Saa 4?
Saa 8:45 p.m.
Okay. Hamjakula hata sapa.
Fanya hivi
Njiro, I think can I come in now? I have a few.
Okay, you can come in, ni sawa.
So I will start by reading the headline of Nation tonight. Yeah, kesho I think. Nasema Kisingiani out as more Raila people join the Ruto government. Then I'll go to Standard. Raila allies gain ground in a new PS reshuffle. And this is how you asked this question. You told us about the PS changes, about this, and I think I'll
start here. If Ruto government was working, we will not be talking about these kind of issues. Any functional government has projects or to open hospitals, new lab for research, new bridge, new port. But this man has nothing to offer. So all he does is play this game, tribal games. The Githeri media eats it, and a few days goes, few months goes. The time we are not focusing how we're going to remove this man who is destroying our country. We come and discuss huyu leo, kesho huyu. The other day, mwingine. But this man, we are buying this man's time. We are buying what he's feeding us. For people who read the Standard or the regular Githeri media, this is what they want you to focus on. kuna mtu kwa chat, I think ni Ani, alikuwa anasema the teachers, the police, and another civil servants, I think 4 million people, somebody corrected. They will not, the insurance from the government will not be taken in hospitals. So nothing is working. We can all see it. What this guy is feeding us, we are eating it up, and we're discussing it non-stop. And that buys him time. So the next time something happens, and we keep doing this cycle and cycle and cycle. We all know, everyone knows what needs to happen. None of these things we are discussing about, and they are very good points, and they are very fair points about this corruption. And we all know the corruption from your village to Ruto. We all know it. We all know as well the justice system does not work. We all know it. The parliamentary system do not work. We all know it. So the question is, so what do we do next? What do we do? Are we going to come talk about somebody who was jailed? Next week, there will be someone else. We engage about that all week. Another week, another accident happens. Then we discuss that all month. When will all this stop? When will all this suffering stop? Because all the civil servants, on the today's newspaper too as well, it says the health insurance not be taken. These are people who are going to die. As we discuss these reshuffles, what will the Kenyans do? That's my question. I yield back.
Yes, Q, I think now the discussion which should be here, especially for the Kenyans, is none other than things are not working for them. And we have to agree we're in a worse situation than last year. So we have to think otherwise. Nothing is working. The government has colluded against its own people, with even people like Raila Odinga now going onto their side. It's just pathetic. So Kenyans should just think of a revolt, nothing else. Revolt, mass action, moving out. I wish we had a person to call the mass out, the mass action. But frankly speaking, hii kuongea tu and there's no serious action which civilians are thinking of doing. I'm not saying a near anarchy situation, but people have to get out and they ask for their rights. I saw Serbians getting out, asking for their rights. At times, tribalism and some other things which are in us prevent us even to attack a bad government. I wish we could be more than that. But the truth of the matter is, we can revolt. Any person ambaye anatuambia we still continue giving Ruto time. Ruto has been having more than enough time. Karibu anamaliza first term sahi. And the pain, Ruto hajaipata reprieve toka achukue hiyo uongozi. Amepita sasa 50% ya leadership. Things are not working. Amepitisha 25% ya, not 25, 50% of first term. Now he is almost now assembling on re-election plan. It can't be. It can't be. Thank you.
Mkora or neutral or Julia, please, if you're there.
Ni kama watu hawako. Bwana Q, you can discuss that. How do we get people out now? Ama Mkenya atajitetea aje?
No, I
Hana
think
mtetezi.
kwenye tuko we are so deep in the doodle. None of this, whatever he's doing, it will get to a place where it will not work anymore. People watakuwa nakufa, watu watakaa kwa hataenda kazi because you're not paid. Security is gonna get bad. Juzi kulikuwa na advisories juu kutakuwa na something in Isili. Kuna US said something about Isili the other day, right? If international news iko nasema kuna group in Coast arming itself, training there. Things will fail. Things will have to fail. Kabisa. That's what I think. That's just my personal opinion. Things will have to fail completely. Then ndio itauma first. You know what happened in Ghana? Ilikuwa almost under receivership. This is what will happen in Kenya. Tutakuwa na madeni. Anything that we raise in our country, 95% of it will be going to pay interest or deni. Then the society fails. And it will have to fail so it can be built from scratch, the way the Kenyans want things to work. And that will come with accountability. The corruption is what has failed our country. We can all see this. Our watu wanacheza na magari, planes, helicopters. When people are dying in hospitals, you're flying around in helicopters. That fuel from one place to the other, it's enough to pay a bill for that person who is dying. The history will not be kind. And we will not forget our history, because if we ever forget what will happen soon, we'll end up coming back here again. I talked about this government pushing this PS, sijui tumeleta watu kutoka Nyanza, sijui wamejoin napatiwa new PS. Position which is not even in our constitution. You wake up and form a position, and you use our money to pay that person. So they can say, kuna watu from this tribe, there's a guy from this village, and the people from that village who are suffering, dying, most of them, sick, not getting education. They're focusing with the tribes. History will not be kind. It will not be kind. It will not be kind. Ease of it to all this money you have stolen and stashed abroad. Hazitasaidia mtu. They will not help. Easy building mnajenga na pesa ya kuiba. Anyway, Njiro, go ahead. Pole.
Hata sisi nilikuwa nataka tukuendelea, but we are now at the intersection of everything. Ni ile story ya uko na shinda, uko na njaa, things are not working, na bado huwezi jisaidia. You are just seeing a python is there, anaconda, wewe tu unasema tu nangojea nimezwe. Is that the point where we are? Kuuliza tu.
Unajua, what this guy is doing, he's doing too many things, stupid things. So we are focused on the stupidity of what he's doing about you. But so you don't focus on his failures. This man, for 2 years and a half, has nothing to show anyone. Nothing to show. If you go to Burkina Faso, every month, it's a project. Not pesa, project inaanza. opening a plant to process veggies, opening a plant to make their own textile, bringing tractors and starting farming there and then. Drilling holes, because you know Burkina Faso is kind of arid. Borehole deep enough, 100 meters deep, so the country have enough water for the farming. This is what this man is doing. Every week is a new project. The next time there's a new car, EV car production. Not a concept, a new car running, tested, running, and now starting a whole new production. Ruto has nothing. The political class have nothing to offer the Kenyan community. Zimbabwe, the other day, they opened an EV company. EV. This is China level technology. While our country, this man is talking about chapatis. We live in a banana republic. Njiro. Sema. Who is that?
Wewe njione, mimi nawafurahisha tu.
Hizi ni nini?
Uelewi?
No, sielewi. Sema, man.
Wewe uone hiyo version ya nywele wewe.
I don't know.
Anaitwa Mama Michelle.
Oh. Okay. Nani huyo? Nani Mama Michelle nani?
Mama Michelle. Bibi ya Obama.
Oh. Man.
Naonesha warembo style mpya town, eh? So please kama mnaenda masalon, mastaili ndizo hizo, mastaili deadly.
Hizo ni za kina nani? Nani? Sijaribu hii nani Njiro anakuonyesha.
Julia. Mastaili deadly.
Anyway, man. I yield back, man.
Aya, go ahead.
No. I yield back. Wewe tupatie story. Sina ya kuongeza, man. But this is sad, man. Easy ngumu. Wewe achana Michelle, bro.
Unataka niambie watu ya kipindi mimi nakujua.
Mimi hata sikujui. Tujuani. Mimi hata sikujua, sijai kuona. Oh, nimekuona kwa nini? Kwa wachana.
Ati Njiru uliko unaeka nini? Yaani Njiru unachukia huyo mama, unachukia huyo mama.
It's not about kuchukia. Me, I just showed you a photo and if it, you know, we borrow from leaders. Julia, I would like to see you in the studio kika hivyo.
I think you are not doing it positively.
I did not say that.
I think unachukia huyo mama.
I did not say it is subjective. I don't think her regime was very good. That was another.
I think unamchukia. I mean, Njiru, I think
no.
Unamchukia.
You're right, Njiru. Her regime, jamaa yake ndio saa hii nakuja kuona and kujua exactly what he actually did. It's terrible.
Si vizuri kuchukia. That sounds like male chauvinism.
Hapana, mimi ni style imenishtua sababu mimi sijaiona style kama hiyo ya nywele.
Hapana Njiru, that doesn't sound so good.
No. It's not about you. Mimi nilikuwa naonesha, you see, this a new thing that naweza kuonesha hata you can copy.
It is not a new thing. That thing has been there. It is not new.
No, the only thing I know ni mohawk. Na hii kai mohawk.
Yeah, it's just because unamchukia. I think there's nothing new there.
Aje.
Kwa nini unamchukia? Why mbona uchukie mtu hivyo because of their political stance? Seriously?
But politics is about hate. Unfortunately.
No. Sometimes I really wonder. I don't know to say something. But
okay, Julia, if you don't,
I'm really wondering about a lot of us here.
You know,
ninaweza anza kuwa criticize. Nishangae sana.
Julia, let me tell you, if you don't invoke hate in politics, you will be like Raila. utakuwa unaenda kusalimia kila mtu.
Hapana. And
Yes.
sometimes hiyo hate ni kama ya wale watu. In fact, now I can describe you. Like the people who voted Kasongo because they hated Raila Odinga, even having seen Kasongo killed their own people. I'm describing that is the attitude I see with you. Even having seen Kasongo killing their own people in Kiambaa Church, you are a supporter of the people who eat your own people.
What I'm saying,
And those people may eat you one of these fine days if you are not careful.
Yeah, Julia, what you're not getting from me, I'm a person of politics of hate. Mimi,
No.
I'm a person who takes sides.
Na ukitake side, unaona Njiru, me I like, there are a lot of things I want to look at people and their policies and appreciate. But at the same time, maybe bado naangalianga, if you hate my people, you know, charity begins at home. There's no way ninaweza kwanza kushangilia bwana ya mwingine kwa sababu yeye anakaa serious investor, serious planner ya pesa na nini, alafu nadharau bwana yangu. I'm just using an example because I'm a woman. Nadharau bwana yangu because I think he's not hardworking, because I think he doesn't make as much money as that other person. And that other person, there's no way he'll never love me genuinely. Sasa wewe uko na chukio kwa watu wenyu, unaona? People would have pity and sympathy towards you, and you want to worship somebody who has no place in you, who sees you as a human being, as something close to an animal, if not an ape. Hapo ndio Njiru umejiweka. Sasa ndio sababu naweka nimekuingilia juu umeweka picha huyo mama. Sasa vile umeignite hiyo chuki, wacha hata mimi nikwambie what you think about yourself.
Okay, there's no problem about that. Mimi najua mimi Julia, mimi hata mtu akiniambia you are hater, mimi siwezi kasirika, because the truth of the matter is that maybe I could be in a worse school of thought, but my politics is a bit fierce. Mimi ni yule mtu ambaye I do politics with hatred, and I don't think I can get out of that.
It doesn't help, Njiru. Utakuwa tu kama wale watu walichukia Raila Odinga na wakamchukia. Imagine not Raila Odinga. In fact, let me say this: those people hated their own Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Can I ask you a question? Can you imagine that sasa between mimi na siasa ya Ruto, sasa nicheze naye siasa friendly?
Wewe uko hapo. Sasa uko hapo.
Nicheze siasa friendly na Ruto?
You are like those Mount Kenya people.
No, me, I have to hate him completely.
Voted for Ruto because imagine now watu walipigia Ruto kura, wakaibisha Kenyatta mtoto yao, unaona? They even disrespected and insulted him. Just because of Raila.
And I actually feel very good. Mimi ile wakati natusi Kasongo nasikianga vizuri sana. It is part of comfort. It is part of my comfort.
Sasa ukiweka hiyo picha hiyo mtu hiyo mama nisema kwa kama watu. You
okay. The picture will not come again. But what I'm trying to tell you is that every time when I'm attacking Kasongo, because let me tell you, Julia, the reason why we have been unable to democratize Kenya ni historia ya kusema we don't create boundaries, and we should be able to discuss even if the other people are doing evil. This Ruto, he is a killer. He is stealing from us. He is colluding. He is doing attacks. He is abducting our people. He is doing state capture. Why should I not hate that person? Why should I even love to listen to any political ideologies from that person? So at times, Julia, you have to have hatred, especially for those people who are destroying your country. There's no in which unaweza niambia sasa ati nianzie kusema Ruto is our president, tumusikilize, you need to be patriotic. I cannot be patriotic to Ruto. I am patriotic to Kenya. There is difference between Ruto and Kenya. And my concept of attacking Ruto has nothing to do with hate for Kenya. I hate Ruto. I will never love him, and as long as I'm alive and Ruto is in power, I will practice politics of hatred to him. Akipole sana Julia. It's unfortunate, but mimi lazima nimchukie kabisa. Mimi,
I don't have a problem with you hating Ruto. I just had a problem with you trying to scandalize that mama's picture. And
mama tushamalizana na yeye. Hiyo tu ilikuwa tu ya that was easing pressure. Nilikuwa nikitaka kuonesha there are new styles in town. Mnaweza chukua. Unajua sasa unaona Anna hapa, Anna ananiuliza kama nimeona gazeti because I think Anna expects me to have seen everything. Sasa kuna watu wanaweza ona sasa wanaweza niuliza ama nimeona the trending. You know hiyo picha ya mama is now the trending one. Maybe Julian, you are not aware that this story of mama with this hairstyle is extremely trending. It is everywhere. In fact, hata mimi nimekuja kuipata nikiwa so late. People started, I think, from yesterday. Ndio ina trend sahi. So and I don't know the reason why she decided to do it. Maybe it was also to capture our attention. Well, if it is good or bad, I don't know. Mi sijui style za watu zinakuanga aje, but mi nilikuwa naoneshana hapo because I know Kenyans also like copying a lot. There is a Kenyan somewhere who can copy. Maybe Anne might think that she wants to make her new hairstyle. Michelle
as some people think it's bad, you see so many people making that. You know, people just make what they think celebrities are making. So unaona vile watu watatokea na hiyo kitu.
I understand. Unajua hata mimi sijui kama mnakumbuka yule Ronaldo wa 202. Ronaldo wa 202 World Cup. Unajua Julia, some of us si ati tuko wadogo sana. Ronaldo alinyolewa hapa. Sijui kama 202 mnakumbuka Ronaldo alinyolewa during the finals Germany 202. Ile waligonga 2-0. Ronaldo alinyolewa alafu akaachwa kakitu hapa. Kuna kakitu Ronaldo aliachwa hapa. Asubuhi yake bana, hiyo Sunday sisi wote tulikuwa tumenyolewa hivyo. That was the version like we wanted to be Ronaldo. So it was the impact which Mr. Ronaldo brought. So nilinyoa kama alafu sasa nani akatuletea mohawk. Kuna jamaa
by the way unaweza kapoa na mohawk by the way Njiro. Unahitaji unyoe mohawk. Unahitaji upate mohawk wewe. Unaona venye kofia yako iko hapo juu.
No, unaweza kapoa. Mimi nilichukia mohawk with Balotelli. You see now sasa the day when I saw Mario Balotelli with the mohawk, nikasema hii kitu siwezi nyoa.
Si watu walikuwa wanasema anakaa poa man. Man makes you look good. Watu walikuwa wanasema anakaa poa.
Then nikaiona na another Italian player alikuwa anaitwa sijui somebody, but you know how mafootballers ndio wanatuleteanga this version but in America ni these celebrities ndio wanatuleteanga hizo version. But anyway, I choose my long hair without any distraction. So but I want to encourage somebody if to improve your democracy you need to hate. Saa zingine we have to hate. Kama sasa Julia ukajua vile nasikia nimechukia Raila. Raila hata angekuwa meal ningekuwa nishapuke. Yaani Raila angekuwa chapo hata siwezi meza. Pole Julia. Pole. Utaniruhusu, I have to hate people who are doing bad things in Kenya. We have to hate. Ati unasema nini Julia? No one can copy huyo friend. Anyway, naona there are new entrants in the town in Jericho. So see, I can see also the viewership has gone up again. I think people are ready to talk, especially with the entrance of people from.
Unajua watu wanapenda marubano.
Ndio naona yani watu wamesikia hiyo mambo ya tunaambia mambo ya mohawk wanakuja.
When I began again with you, they came back.
Yeah. Anyway, naona people from Canberra. Sijui kama Jeromora, you are in Canberra or Melbourne or Sydney.
Niko WA. Lakini nakaa Gold Coast, niko hapa kazini.
Aya, no problem. Do you have an opportunity to speak? Leo unajua tunaongelea nini? Ama wacha nikuambie. Leo Raila amesema anakula kabisa. Yeye hawezi toka kwa serikali na hawezi.
Jeromaura, one of my destinations is Australia. One of these fine days nitatembea Australia.
Ukuje.
I always tell myself lazima nitembea Australia kabla uzee wangu hujaingia.
Hapa kuko na discipline mzuri sana. Wachezi sio kama Ruto.
Na watu weusi wengi.
Wamejaa sasa. Wakati nilikuja hapa kulikuwa watu weusi, sasa tumejaa Masudanisi, Afrika, wale wengine wanapigana, watu wamejaa hapa sasa. Hata masaluni unaweza kupata kila kitu, mafuta yetu, unasuko nywele, wamejaa hapa sasa.
Okay.
Wamejaa hapa. Lakini Australia ni mzuri sana, wako na heshima zao, wanakuambia usitupe kabila zako, ongee lugha zako, usikubali watoto watupe lugha zao. Hapa tuko na lugha moja, wako sawa.
Okay.
Kama juzi nilisikia hapa tulikuwa tunaongea na nyinyi, sijui ni jana. Unaona hapa, ukileta ukabila hapa, unaweza kufungwa ubaya sana, shauri ya Aboriginal. Na ndio Kenya inatakana iweke hiyo kwa katiba, shauri ya discrimination, ati uko kabila hii, wanatakana tuongeze kwa katiba hii. Vile nimeingia hapa nilikuwa nataka kusema ile niuma ni vile huyu Ruto, nirudie tena, anasema ni mtu wa Mungu. Kwa nini alifanya Ndindi Nyoro namna hiyo? Hiyo project ni ya nini? KDF. Ni lazima Nyoro wafungue. Kwa nini alikataza dio waende pale? Haya, kwa swali ingine nataka kujua MOU ni nini? Ikiwa Raila anasema ati anaingia kwa serikali dia akuwa anaambia Ruto, kwani tuko na MP parliament si wafunge? Leo tuko na mtu mkubwa hapo Raila, anajua vile inafanya. Sasa ni analipwa ameandikwa na nani? Mumeona ile pesa yote Ruto alitumia kufanyia huyu kampeni huyu, alafu alikuja straight away, walikutana Mombasa na makaratasi ilikuwa kwa meza, akaingia kwa serikali. Kwani Raila ana haya? Afrika mzima inamuona aliresign kwa opposition na sasa tena akakuja na akaingilia serikali. Ana haya? Hiyo inaniuma sana. Sauli ni pesa ya Wajiko inatumika tu hivi. Sasa anauliza huyu Ruto ni nini anabishana na Ndindi Nyoro? Ndindi Nyoro anataka kuonyesha MP wengine vile kazi inafanywa. Hakuenda pale kuibia pesa ya Wajiko, alienda pale kufanya kazi. Wivu huyu Janet na Kimani Ichung'wah wanauliza wataki Nyoro waonyeshe Wakenya hawa MP wote wako na zile pesa Nyoro wanatengeneza, na hiyo pesa ni ya Wanjiko, ni ya tax. Wanafanya nini? Ukienda sababu zingine hakuna hata shule, watoto wanasomea chini ya miti. Hiyo pesa wanapeleka wapi? Si watu wakufe lili. Kwanza ile inaniuma, watu wengine wako kwa parliament, sio Wajiko waliwachagua. Raila ana point. Ndio wajali na watu wao. Sasa hii ukabila kwanza mniambie ilitoka wapi? Wakati nilizaliwa tu nilikuwa huko tu kwa na ukabila. Na mwache kuweka kwa kichwa vile Ruto anasema tuna ukabila sisi. Yeye ndio mkabila huyu Ruto. Anytime wa Kenya watoke kwa barabara. Ningekuwa Gen Z last year, singesema tunataka ufanye hivi na hivi. Ningesema tutaki huyu mtu. Hiyo ingesikiza. Sio kusema ati ufanye hivi, ufanye hivi, ufanye hivi. Hapana, ni kusema tutaki wewe. Na hiyo ndio nataka tufanye sasa. Mbeleni tulikuwa na makanga, walikuwa wanatuambia wakati ya Moi, hakuna mtu ataenda kazi mpaka Moi aguse sukari. Hakuna gari iko inakanyanga Nairobi. Moi siku hiyo ingine anagusa sukari. Walienda wapi? Walienda wapi? Hadi wanaweza kutoa Ruto saa hii. Wakisema hakuna mtu ataingia Nairobi. That's it. Ama tugoje sasa 2027. Lakini tuko na njia mzuri ya kutoa Ruto. Wakenya wote wasikue mikono juu, waseme hakuna kazi. Hakuna kwenda kazi. Shauri anauma sana. Anaumiza hata sasa. Kwa nini anapiga mauti Kenya? Hata unaona jana Inaonekana ameleta PS mpya sasa. Sasa kazi itafanyiwa siku gani? Akiwa anapadirisha watu namna hii namna hii namna hii, na hao watu wafanyi kazi. Sauli yeye ndio unafanya kazi, anajifanya anajua kila kitu. Anawaandika kwa nini? Anaandika hao watu kwa nini? Na anajua kila kitu, ako na PhD. Kwa nini yeye kusema hivyo kwa gari 2022 ati niko na PhD? Alikuwa anajiita hasra. Sasa amekuwa ni mtu amesoma sana, si unaona? Huyo mtu ako na madharau sana. Kwani ile PhD ndio tutakula ama tufanye nini? Hajui mtu anabarikia watu hata ukiwa hujasoma unabarikiwa. Mi naona kama alikuwa anatumia masaitani ndio alichaguliwa. Hakuna Mungu ako hapo. Kwa nini hakuna kitu anaanza inafanyika? Alitumia nguvu zake za masaitani akaingia. Kuna Mungu. Asiseme ni maombi, ni ujinga. Anaumiza Wakenya na ana aibu, hata akili hana. Hiyo pesa anapeana kanisa, anajua tu amefukuza watu kwa nyumba zao. Si ajenge hata nyumba ya mabati. Wale watu 7 wako tu kwa msitu pale, wana nyumba. Wale walipelekwa na maji Mai Mahiu, hajarudi hata pale, walisahau hata wajui wako wapi. Huyu si leader. Ye Kenya msimusague tena. Mi hata sitasaguana tena maisha yangu. I will stop that bullshit. Sauli sasa ameanza sasa ile pesa yote tunataka atengeneze hospitali anaweka kwa mfuko. Anafisha ile Kashagu amesema ameweka huko kwa parliament, kwa nyumba zake. Alafu aache kupea Wakenya 200 wanamsikiza. Wakenya si waache kuchukua hii pesa. Wanauza nchi yao, alafu wanaamika serikali nini? Huwezi kuchagua mtu ati Sauli ni jirani yako hapo, anakuja kwa matanga. Ati ukimuita kwa harambee anakuja. Ujinga hiyo. Wakenya ni waamuke sasa. Hii yote shida msiseme ni nani alichagua whatever. Wanjiku kwanza ndiye alifanya hii kazi. Mtaona tu si anapanga aende Mount Kenya. Mtaona watajaa kwa barabara. Mimi ningekuwa huko Mount Kenya na kimya kwa 7, naenda kwa 7. Kabisa. Niwachane na yeye. Wacha aende peke yake na gari zake na wakora wale Mugiki anabeba. Wawache kabisa. Si unaona alikuwa ametega aende afungue hiyo maofisi ya Lidi Nyoro. Nyoro ni mzuri sana. Nyoro nimekupea point milioni ukafungua mapema. Alikuwa anataka kuja kufungua ndio amekazirika akatuma akaambia DZ wasiende pale na askari. Project hiyo ni ya MP sio ya president. Mnajua ni pesa gapi anatumia kufunguka hiyo?
Jero goja. Ati alikuwa aende afungue project za Nyoro.
Yes, ndio alikuwa anataka kwenda kufungua, si anakuja Mount Kenya. Si ndio ako na hasira hivi.
Nyoro ameenda akafungua akazilaunch.
Nyoro amefungua ofisi hizo sasa. Hata wale alikuwa anajengea DC ndio wakakatazwa kwenda. Hata polisi hakuna mtu alienda pale, ni Wanjiku tu. Na MCA. Mukuona?
Niliona siku ile Nyoro anafungua, niliona.
Ni ile ofisi amejengea DC na dio na ofisi na nini. Huyu mtu akakataza wale watu walijengewa hizo maofisi waende. DO, DC alikataza. Wakapigiwa simu wa kuenda. Nyoro alifungua tu na wananchi. Sauli alikuwa ametegea aende afungue hizo. Ndio alikuwa anakimbia ati nakuja Mount Kenya. Mjinga huyu. Hai. Sasa unaona hii barabara ya nini? Ya Mau si amekataza tena. Imekatazwa kujenga.
Haijengwi.
Wanasema hapana. Na pesa imetoka. Ati wanasema mtaua wanyama. Si waweke fence. Waweke fence. Sio barabara iko pale tu ni lami inawekwa. Sio ati ni mpya. Sasa wamekataa. Hii ni kazi ya Ruto tu na huo jaji. Huu ni Ruto anafanya hivyo. Si Kenyatta amejenga hapo. Kwa nini wamalizi? Na hiyo ni biashara mzuri sana. Watu wanazunguka njia kubwa. Hiyo ni hivyo tu. ati wataua wanyama. Ni barabara gapi zimeingilia kwa nyama? Reli inaingilia kwa msitu. Hey? Sasa huyu mtu mi Raila nimeangalia Ruto kwanza asiende huko Mount Kenya. Si akataswa. Si Mount Kenya wasema tutaki kuona wewe enda. Na unaona Wamombi, unaona huyu MP wa Mombi anadanganya watu. Anakuja kulaunch Mount Kenya nini Mau Road. Imefungwa na koti. Koti imesema hapana. Sasa ni barabara gani anakuja kufanya nini? Kukaa huko kuja Mount Kenya 5 days. Unajua ni pesa gapi anatumia kuzunguka hivyo? Million dollars, shillings. Kwenda hivyo anaenda kuzunguka kama dingoingo. Anaorganiza wa Kenya, kwani tulikuwa kwa war? Anaorganiza yeye ndio baba yetu. Fikira mtu
Dingoingo ni nini?
Dingoingo ni ile kitu kama nyuki inaendaga ilikuwa nyeusi. Dingoingo. Inaendanga allowed like Raila anafanya na Ruto. Allowed. Na doesn't stop. Ilikuwa nyeusi hivi. Kana ilikuwa inakaa niseme na Kikuyu kegi. No kegi. Kila kia bunaki. Hiyo kegi kuko Dingoingo inakaanga kwa ile sheet ya cow. Unaona? Hiyo ndio Dingoingo. Inakaa huko kwa sheet ya cow. Huyo ni Ruto. Haki amenishangaisha, ako na haibu, anajiharibisha, anadirana na Didi Nyoro. Sasa Didi Nyoro ako na miaka ngapi? Unaona ile kazi amefanya huko. Ameiba, kwani Didi Nyoro akiwa chairman ya budget ni yeye ana sign pesa? Hebu jiulize hivyo. Janet na Kimani wakisema anaiba, kwani yeye ndio ako kwa bank? Si ni ujinga? Watu wanapewa hizo pesa. Didi Nyoro alituambia vile hiyo pesa inagawana. Sasa kwani yako na funguo ya kwenda kwa banki, ana sign pesa? Ameiba wapi? Kwa nini aendi kwa jela? Na tena akiiba si anafanya kazi ya Wajiku? What's problem? Si anafanyia Wajiku kazi? Sasa Wakenya wajiulize hii fitina na hii ujinga ya Ruto ni ya nini? Watu walikuwa wanaingilia Gachagua ati wanasema Gachagua ni mkabila. Gachagua alisema yes, I don't know job. The job you want me to do, I don't know. I never done. Na mimi nakubali na Gachagua. Hiyo job ya kudanganya wananchi, hiyo hajui. Hiyo job ya kwenda kulaunch project na hakuna pesa, hiyo ni kudanganya. Sasa tunaenda wapi na tumetoka wapi? Unajua ni watu gapi wanakufa kila day, every day Kenya? Wana pesa ya kwenda hospitali, daktari simeanza kukufa, hata daktari watengenezi. Imagine hata polisi wana pesa, wakienda hospitali hakuna kutengeneza wakiwa hana cash. Kenya tuamuke sasa. Tuite Gen Z tufanye tena. Hii imesidi. Ni pesa tu anaharibu. Ati anakuja kukaa kwa lodge huko Nyeri. Kufanya nini? My goodness. Wacha mimi niwachie mwingine, lakini mimi nataka nirudishie kwa nini anasikia wivu kwa Nyoro. Kufungua hiyo ofisi anakataza DC kila mtu aende pale, polisi hakuna. Kwa nini? Ruto ati anajiita ni mwokofu. Ameokoka.
Njero. Unajua why mbona watu wanapigana. So the reason was Ruto wanted to go open the Didi Nyoro's work and claim hiyo ni kazi yake. Even nilikuwa God.
Lakini Nyoro akatumia akili zake akaenda na akafungua ile, hata akikataza wale DC wakwenda, na amejenga kwa DC na DO amejenga ofisi nzuri na TCA ya watu, kila kitu imejengwa pale. Nyoro
so alikuwa anataka kuchukua advantage, aseme yeye ndiye amefanya kazi na hakuna kitu kufanya.
Exactly.
Now that makes
Exactly.
sense.
Sasa
Endelea,
ndio
endelea.
tunamuuliza Mount Kenya akija atuambie, mnakumbuka wakati alikuwa anafanya campaign, alikuwa anaenda kila pahali, anakaa chini pale, anawaambia mnataka nini, ikaandikwa kwa kitabu. Mnamkumbuka hivi? Kila nchi yote ya Kenya, 45 country alienda, wanakaa chini. Alienda Kiambu kwetu, akakaa chini, mnataka nini, mama boga, hasra, wakipikipi, wakulima, tarararara, anaandika chini. Ujinga, kupima watu akili. Wakati hiyo ndio alikuwa anatumia majini yake afunge watu macho. Kwa nini sasa anarudi kufungua nini na hajafanya kitu? Anakuja Mount Kenya kufungua watu ya nini? Anazunguka Kenya kufanya nini? Kufungua watu. Hebu tumemwambia atuonyeshe ile kazi anakuja kufungua, na asikuja kusema nitatenda. Nitatenda nini? Akuje aseme ni nini amejenga, ni nini, kazi gani amefanya, afungue hiyo. Wakenya wanataka wafanye huyu mtu madharau kabisa, na wamuite mwizi. Sauli ni mwizi, ni muongo, anatumia jina ya Mungu kama karatasi ya toilet. Huyu mtu afanye madharau kabisa, ndio ajue Wakenya wamekasirika. Sio kugawana wa Kenya. Anagawana watu, anagawana wananchi, alafu anasema ati na walete pamoja. Anatulete pamoja, kwani yeye alituzaa? Si aende kwa mama yake? Si tuko na wamama wetu wa kutusikiza adabu, na tuko na adabu kuliko yeye. Hawachane na sisi. Haki anadanganya watu mchana hivyo. Anafikiria sasa, kwani Ruto ako na miaka ngapi? Hata ajui mamao ni nini. Huyu ni ujinga tu. Hebu kumbukeni, alidanganya bibi ya nini, ya huyu anaitwaje, huyu alikuwa anapigania Kimathi. Sio bibi amekufa? Ulikumbuka alimdanganya huko, akasema tutafuta bwana yako kabla hujakufa. Mnakumbuka hivyo? Huko kwao alienda. Ruto ni muongo. Akasema mwezi hii ingine tunaenda huko kwa kamiti, tutapita hii kaburi ya huyo mtu, hii mafupa yake tukuletee. No, nothing done. Huyo mwanamke amekufa sasa. Huyo ako na haibu mingi sana na kusema tutatenda. Uongo ni ya nini? Na anaenda kanisa ya nini? Huyu ni Saitani, nawaambia Kenya, huyu ni Saitani mko naye. Na ndio unaona maneno yake, hakuna kitu inafanyika. Sauli alidanganya watu na jina ya Mungu, hakuna kitu anaanza inafanyika. Msiseme ni Mungu alilete huyu mtu, ni majini, alitumia madawa. Lakini Ruto akifikisha Mei iishe, wallahi nitauliza Mungu wangu question. Akimaliza Mei vile anaenda, tutaona. Kwa heri wa Kenya, asante sana. Hebu nirudishie hiyo maswali kwanza. Nimetoka.
Aya, nani next? Neutral unaweza ongeza based on what Jerumora ameongea, ama do you have something else to add? Wait, Neutral uko studio? Mukenya Mkora, are you there? Q. Nani yuko? Ama umehepa? Unajua nitawafungia. Nani ako studio?
Niko lakini niko nimetoka kiasi. Nasikiza lakini niko nimetoka kiasi.
Unaweza react to what Jerumora amesema? Ama unataka nikupe topic?
Nipatie topic. Yeah.
Wacha nikupe topic.
Nipatie topic.
Wacha nikupe topic. Now kuna hawa vijana tulikuwa tunaita Gen Z. Can you tell me, maybe can you try maybe to help me understand? Hiyo wave ya Gen Z, has it dissipated? Is it there? Can it regroup? Can it reorganize?
Yes.
Are
What Gen Zs
are
did.
still young people with the same dedication like they had with last year? Ama washa give up? Where are they? Where are those people?
No, what they did, they waited. Waliona sio kila mtu get what's happening. So it's not like hawaoni, it's not like they're not paying attention. They are paying attention. They are waiting for the right time. Na ile time haijafika bado. Ile wakati watu hawajalipo, unakosa kwa nani demonstration lakini huna mshahara for 3 months, for 4 months. Itatoa. The middle class is who failed the Gen Z movement. Sai Ruto is going for the middle class. He's been doing it. Hii uchungu itafika. Watakufika place waone we are done. This is enough. Na hiyo itakuwa spontaneous. Itakuwa very spontaneous.
So let me ask you a question. Do you want to so in other words you are saying that generation Gen Z or the young people, they are still with the same charge. Do you think the government has attempted to bring some to them? Do you think the government has managed to cool down their thinking now that those people cannot come up or come out with a divergent thinking away from what the government is thinking? Do you think the government has managed to neutralize them?
No, actually, it has just exposed the Gen Zs to, like Moraras of the world, the Casmo of the world, to realize we do not have or we do not need one face. It's that time when it's time, there's no going back. Whatever will happen next, haitahitaji leaders. That's why tunakujanga hapa tunasema sijui if sio Matiang'i, if si Martha Karua, then who? The next one will come faceless. Because once there's everyone, you can't kill everyone. It's illogical. When the next movement comes, na inakuja, because kila kitu haifanyi. He can do this with very immediate nonsense he does all the time. And it in a distract watu. Itafika place where even that distraction is not working anymore. Because we umelala njaa. Umepoteza your daughter. Your kids wanakaa nyumbani hawaendi shule. Then unakuja unatuambia sijui umechange PS. Umefungua new department which is not legal. Unaweka huyu jamaa na unaweka jamaa ako na jina ya Mkikuyu ndio ujue wa Kikuyu. No, who cares? Who cares? Kila mtu, kila Mkenya, even the tribalists wenye wanakujanga kupush. The tribes, sijui Luo, sijui Kikuyu ni wabaya ama Luo ni wabaya. Hata wao wanaona, it's just maybe kuna wenye wanalipwa, kuna wengine they're just stuck in that mindset. But you get to a point. Hujakula, mtoto wako ni mgonjwa, huna pesa za kumpeleka hosi. Your kids are stuck at home. You have a master's, umekuwa ukitamak for 10 years. Itafika, kila kitu itaguza kila mtu until enough is enough. It happen hii mwaka. Itafika hii mwaka. Because hakuna way our economy will have to fail. No matter how much borrowing he does, it will fail. Mark my words. The economy is so bad. We do not. Unaona whatever is happening in Maju, still unafaya watu, itafika hapo, wataanza kureduce watu. You're moving people from NHIF to a new system that's not even functional. It's not even built. Watu wanakufa. The college kids who are supposed to be in school, hawajalipiwa, hawajapatiwa sijui pesa ya loans. Na unawafukuza shule. Unadhani wanaenda nyumbani kufanya nini? These things people wanaona. In that village, kuna mtoto alikuwa anaendanga uni. The villagers wanamuona, wanamuuliza mbona huendi shule? Anawaambia. The villagers anaenda hiyo kliniki yako ya village, hakuna dawa. Kila mtu anaona saa hii, it just that thing. Itakuwa so big that he can't hide with this political tribal nonsense. Saa hii ukisema Gachagua watuambie sijui tufanye nini, watu wa mlima, hakuna mtu anasikiza Gachagua. Gachagua is just like any other person, like you Njiro. Hata kama akona megaphone, you know this is an opportunist. You know this is a part of the problem why we are here. Kila mtu anaona. We know there's those pockets of people who can never see. That's there. But inafika place where this lies, hii destruction, leo unafanya hivi, leo unaongea ujinga, sijui watu wanaanza kusema sijui ya chapati, na unasema you don't care. You do not care. You're wasting our time. You're wasting Kenya's time doing these things. 2 years in, you have nothing, not even one project that you can go and say, I did this. And we can verify. Ni kusema nitafanya. All you have is empty promises. You are telling her sijui shit isha inafanya. Na watch hivyo kwa TV na najua nikienda hosi sikupatiwa dawa, na unasema sha inafanya. It will get to a point where you cannot lie to me anymore. That time is very close. That time is very close. Ama unaonaje wewe? Njiro, are you there? Ama umetoka? Mkora, are you there? Ama neutral? Njiro, it seems like kila mtu ametoka.
No, watu wako hapa. So Q, let me ask you a question. I want to enrich the dialogue a little bit. Now we are in the 8th hour. I'm almost also closing now. Maybe the maximum I can add is 30 minutes. Hata mimi nataka niende nifanye vitu zingine. So na by the on Saturday nitakuwa na show mbili wale wanapenda kufuata. So on Saturday I'll be having one American issues. I want to discuss maybe, and for the purposes of you, we will be discussing about Kennedy, the killing of JF Kennedy in 1963, or the release of those files. So we will be talking about, because that is one of the things which people follow about American politics. They are unable to say. No one had the courage to release the files of the killings until Donald Trump came into power, and he decided to do the na saa zingine mtu apewe maua yake, by the way, even as people call that man a demagogue na vitu zingine mbaya, the fact that that guy has courage to release JKF files. So I will be discussing JKF files. I hope he will also have courage on Epstein. Nimefollow kwa social media sana, naona many Americans wanataka pia story ya Epstein iletwe to the public domain. I do not know if that one is going to happen. And I will also be talking about Elon Musk and looking at is he doing the right thing in America? How is he able to multitask? The guy is working in the government, and at the same time the guy is busy in the space technology. He just rescued some people. I think there was a mission which they landed 2 days ago. So those are the things which we will be talking about. So it will be a rich show. Wale wanapenda kufuata stories za Marekani. Some of us here wanasema tusiongee story ya Marekani. We concentrate with the Kenyan issue. Some of our issues in our country are trash. Ndio natakanga pia to do that balance. Sisi we are not practicing democracy. We are practicing an illusion of a democracy. So, and I will be doing that show, so don't worry. I know you are very concerned and you really want, lazima mtu tumpe maua yake akifanya. So, and I want to tell you that not everything in America is going bad. In fact, kuna vitu mingi sana Marekani, they are going in the right direction. The guy promised deportations, he is doing them. People landed in El Salvador the other day. So, depending with ile media unafuatanga, you might be saying that that man is doing the wrong thing. But the truth of the matter is, if you are a bit looking at the right things which are being done, you'll understand that that guy is solving very bad problems which had happened in that nation. Jamaa kama Biden alikuwa ame-pardon people who did not deserve even to be pardoned. It's something which we need to discuss. Some pardons were being done while the inauguration speech was going on, things which are not very good. So we have also to start talking about that criminal empire which had been instituted in America for so long, and it is only Mr. Donald Trump who has decided to come and actually gauge it out. So those are the things we'll be talking. So hiyo ni discussion yetu ya Sunday. Yeah, naona ana akisema Epstein ni noma. Yes, of course we want to see that. I have seen very many Trump supporters, they actually want Epstein. Sijui kama resident anataka hiyo story Epstein pia itolewe. So we will try to explore that also. I don't think he can do it now, but I know there will be a process. There will be a process of, and that is why that's why we say consequential leaders. And by the way, for your information, kuna jamaa anaitwa Stephen Bannon nisiwashtue sana. Although I know you, anyway, America is a constitutional country, and I'm not saying that it will happen, but actually, there are people who are thinking of. I know people know that there is an American president who did 3 terms. That is Theodore Roosevelt. So Roosevelt did 3 terms. So Dario, sina mental disorder. So hata nikisema hiki kitu tu nasema from a discussion of very serious people. Actually, it is believed that there could be a possibility of a 3rd term. Na mimi sijaongea. There could be a possibility of a 3rd term because we are in a FDR moment, a Democrat who did 3 terms from I think 1938 to almost the whole of 40s. He was a guy who supervised the First World War. He was a war president. So naturally in America, war presidents are extremely respected. Presidents who come and invigorate the economy and do so many things. FDR is credited with actually taking the American economy to the next level. FDR in 45. So there could be a possibility of a 3rd term. If not 3rd term, there could be a possibility of another MAGA aligned candidate actually succeeding, because I think their regime is really winning. It's really winning. There is a guy called Tom Homan. Nasikia anashambikiwa na watu sana. Ana serve ile dosi ya ukweli. Anyway, away from that. So hiyo ni discussion ya Sato. So I have just tried to give that insight so that you can understand the expectation of Saturday. So Saturday it will be hot. We will begin with our 2-hour show, American issues. Then we advance to our rotten Kenyan issues. You know, our society is rotten. So sisi hakuna kitu tunafanya. Sisi we are just joyriding. I think we are accompanying the people who are living a real life. When Americans are calling shots, sisi tu tuna mark time hapo, sijui huyu amepewa uongozi, sijui huyu nini, tribalism, stupidity, a lot of stupidity. Actually, for me, I think in Kenya, we are just doing garbage work. Haya ni sawa. So Q, kama uko na kuongeza useme. Oh, Musimamo hata ameingia. Musimamo, hebu ingia.
No, Paul, I'm in between. Yeah, that's a very good topic. I would like to.
Wewe ukuje in
Yes,
fact
Sato.
You are
Yes, Sato.
Yeah.
No.
Sato.
You were too deep in the other side.
Yeah,
Me,
I know you are recovering. You are recovering patient.
Yeah. No, actually, ni poa. It's like an addiction, bro. Like I'm learning a lot. You know, I have a lot of testimonies too. Niko na lot of testimonies. Otherwise, I think
Okay.
but I think that show I'll go to
Wewe Ann, unajua hata mimi ni kama niko hapo wewe. Hata mimi
By
niko
the
hapo.
way,
So
Annie, easy conspiracy theories unasikianga, most of them, that's the truth. Because we are fed by, you know, the media is fed by who? So most of those conspiracy theories. And by the way, mtu haja watch what happened to Malaysian airline. Deep state. The technology these people have. What? But I'll share that with you on Saturday. I yield back. Ngoja nirudi kwenye niko nafanya. Nasikiza.
ni sawa, nilikuwa nimeona msimamo alikuwa hapa lakini ameingia na akahepa. You see, hii maneno inatangwa conspiracy ni watu wataki tufikirie.
Kwani Njiro amedrop. Neutral, please. Ama Mkora, ama Njero, please. Before Njiro arudi. Niko in between something, but please. Njero or Neutral or Kenyan Mkora. Sijui kama Mkora yuko. Neutral najua umedrop alafu karudi. Ama Njero. Njero, go ahead.
Sasa nimetoka kidogo, mlikuwa mnaongea nini? Sitaki kuongea habari ya Amerika, mimi sijai kuwa Amerika.
No, tulikuwa naongea story ya ulituacha ile place ya Nyoro na Kasongo. Hizo fitina nasikia nakuja mlima.
Yes, ndio nilikuwa nasema Nyoro walifanya vizuri sana kufungua hiyo project. Sauli Ruto wakati ameona Nyoro amemaliza alikuwa anakimbilia, ndio anaanza kusema anakuja mlima afungue. Na kwa nini nasema ako na wivu? Mtu anasema ni mtu wa kanisa. Kwa nini alikataza DC, DO, ndio alikuwa anajengea hizo maofisi. Akawakataza waende. Nyoro amefungua na Wanjiku peke yake. Hakuna hata polisi alikuwa pale. Walikatazwa.
Lakini hiyo ndio poa. Wanjiku na Nyoro, they are the same team. Assuming Nyoro is a decent person. I don't care about Nyoro actually. But assuming Nyoro is like the representative who actually cares about the people. I'm not saying Nyoro I'm saying Nyoro. Okay.
Okay, msimamo wako hapa na ni vibaya tuongee bila yeye tafadhali. So msimamo chukulia. Take over from there. Msimamo, I'm speaking to you. Take over. Okay, ni sawa. Na Q, kama utanijoin Saturday ukuje mapema. So you come, we can do that show with you. So don't allow me to be alone in the studio. Especially hiyo show ya Saturday. Tugonge kabisa. So wale watu wako interested in American stories, it will be a very sweet topic for you. Tutagonga kugonga. So Njero Mora, you can go on now that Musimamo has refused to speak. So sisi tumemunyima opportunity. So you can do a to and fro discussion with Q.
Niko off sasa, naweza kuongea hata mchana mzima. Ni saa ngapi huko kwenu? Ni usiku?
Ni saa 4 ya usiku. Wewe ni sawa, wewe endelea, unaweza ongea story ya Didi Nyoro, unaweza ongea story ya Raila. Yeye amesema hizi acha kukula, yeye atakula kabisa.
Really?
Yes, alisema na akasema mtu ya mitego hawezi hata ongea na yeye. Yeye ako kwa serikali, ako tayari, anakula huko kabisa. Makazi yamepewa, watu wake wamepewa makazi, PS watu wake wamewekwa kwa PS kabisa. Yeye ako huko kukula kabisa. Kwani hujui
Haki
Raila
Raila
anakula na
anatumia
force?
devil. Raila akona mapawa anatumia. Kila akiingia kwa serikali anaharibu yote, anachanganyisha kila mtu. Ni pawa gani hii anatumia huyu mtu? Sasa ona Kidiki atajua ajui. Unaona? Huyo Kidiki. Hai. Wow. Kwa hivyo sasa amesema amekalia kiti, anafurahia hapo. Wakati watu wanakufa. Huyo hata sio
dining table, in other words, ako dining hall. Raila ako dining hall, ndivyo alisema. Yeye na
sasa
hakuna mtu atamzuilia kukula.
Ni pasi gani amepewa sasa?
Si ni watu wake, si unajua watu wake wanapewa kazi alafu wanapeleka tithe.
Wanampea pesa kila mwezi.
Sasa, kama sasa unafikiria huyo jamaa wa treasury anampelekea pesa. Jamaa wa treasury ampelekee pesa, Oparanya ampelekee pesa. Yule
ni corruption.
Ampelekee pesa.
Hiyo ni corruption.
Kwani ujuange vile Raila anaoperate au magavana wote? Si ulikuwa unasikia the other time even all governors walikuwa wamemweka kwa mshahara. Alikuanga anapewa cut by all governors who won through ODM.
Sauli anawaappoint.
Mombasa was
anawaappoint.
Yes. Ama ujasikia pia anapelekea kwa pesa na mangonia akinunuliwa. Kuna jamaa Munandi amesema ndiye alitumwa pesa na Moi kupeleka mpaka kwa Raila Odinga nyumbani, pesa na mangonia kupeleka, na akapeleka na akamlipa. Raila ni mtu mbaya sana. He is more corrupt than Ruto. Yeye kazi kutishia kukula. Wewe umekuwa ukifuata mtu wa kukula.
Hivyo ndivyo anafanya.
Raila Odinga anakuanga mtu wa kukula.
We Njeru hujui nini? Kuna mtu alifungua duka na nini na country yetu.
Asante ndugu yangu Jiru na wote ambao tuko hapa Kiu na ndugu zangu wote ambao wanatufuatilia. Mimi sitakuwa mrefu hapa kaka. Cha msingi rangi halisi tumeiona ya hawa jamaa, so wacha tuone vile itakuwa mlima, lakini umegonga ndipo uliposema ndugu wawili wagombanapo shika jembe ukalime, basi imefika. Au waje mlima, watu kila mtu na shughuli zake, na isiwe tu ni mlima, the whole country, kwa sababu kule kwamba mambo haendi sawa, watu wananunuliwa kujaza crowd, ndivyo media ionyeshe kwamba watu wamejaa. Yani hii uongozi haina kichwa, haina miguu. Yani mimi sioni impact yote ya huyu jamaa wangu kujiongeza kwenye serikali. I don't see any change. Mimi naona ni story tu za jaba zenye zipo, watu wao wakimega mishahara na wakitafutiana jinsi gani ya kulindana wabaki hapa katika power. So the only way ni kwamba watu tungeacha kabisa masuala mazima haya ya kuhudhuria mikutano zao. Unajua hazileti shangwe. To me, I don't see kwamba zinaleta shangwe. Ni kama tunampa kiki tu. So hizo shilingi 2-3, unajua lazima atainvest. Upande huo wa mlima najua hakuingiliki, lazima atatumia kila mbinu. So tusiumizwe na pesa tukaacha kweli. Wacha tuitafute kweli, kisha baadaye hizi pesa zitatufuata, kwa sababu kikubwa Kenya hii kilichotumaliza ni hela tu. So ni wakati sababu kuona kwamba hela hazina mashiko. Alafu pia umezungumzia swala mzima hapa Njiru kwamba hawa vijana hawapo, vijana wote hawapo kabisa na huyu jamaa. Yani sasa hivi ni baadhi ya maeneo ndio ambao kidogo yana support, kama vile Coast bado wamelala, viongozi bado wamelala usingizi huko upande wa na Kasongo. Lakini pia hao viongozi ambao wameganda huko mashinani, watu nyoyo ni tofauti, nyoyo zimekata tamaa. Sasa ni kwamba wenye tu hawana vya kufanya, lakini ukweli ni kwamba watu hawapo kabisa. Ilikuwa juzi ya event ingine ya mwingine alikuwa anajaribu kueleza watu wa register SHA pande zile za Chwaka huku kwetu, sehemu mwingine ya Chwaka, lakini nikasema acha nisimame niangalie hii litaendaje hili. Na kwa kweli watu, kila mtu na shughuli zake. Wale watu walifuata tende pale na hiyo futari na wakaishia mitini. Maswala ya kurejesti ilikuwa ngumu, kila mtu ana maswali ya kuweza kujisajili pale. So for real, kuhuba huu wa hawaja mawawili umezidi kuharibu kabisa, na kinachonitamausha ni jinsi gani ya kuwatoa, kwa maana kama tutawaacha mpaka 2027 tuseme kwa kura, na hawa ndio wametuchagulia IBC na kila kitu, sijui kama itakuwaje, sijui kama kweli hapo tutaweza kutoboa, kwa sababu hawa wako by all means, mpige kura msipige kura, bado watu wataendelea mpaka wakati huo. So hilo. Alafu lingine, mimi sijaona nguvu ya Kindiki. Kindiki naona tu anabebwa tu kama mtoto, yani sasa hivi kila kitu kimekuwa na Raila. Raila hapa, Ruto hapa, Raila hapa, Ruto hapa. Hii nguvu ya kijana wetu wa mlima huyu Kindiki anavyotumika, mimi nanitamausha. So tumii Kindiki yeye yupo tu akule mshahara basi, na awe na hiyo legacy kwamba amekuwa deputy wa rais basi, na hawa nao wamaliza term zao. Huu mmoja alikuwa na legacy ya kufail katika chaguzi, mwingine naye rais wa obvious zaidi katika taifa. Ili kulitimilisha basi, kivyo vyote vile ni Wakenya waungane. Those wenye wanania safi, sijaona kiongozi mwenye amesimama kikamilifu akisema yuko tayari haswa kuweza kuleta mageuzi. Mimi kile naona hawa viongozi wote wanatuchezea hapa na pale, mwisho wa siku ndio hawa watakaoregeana tena, lakini sijaona mtu nje tofauti, ama hata katika ile political class ambaye anasema kweli yuko tayari sasa hivi kuweza kusimama na Wakenya, na yuko tayari kabisa kabisa, sijaona. So hawa jamaa wanajipanga panga, tumewachia nafasi, wanajipanga panga. Ile siku ikifika ya uchaguzi, wao wanajua kile kitaendelea, kwamba wao si lazima Wakenya wapige kura, kwa sababu kura ya Mkenya haina thamani na haijapata suluhu mpaka muda huu. So to me ni kwamba tu ombi langu, hiyo trip ya mlima basi yaonyeshwe, iwe ya siku moja tu ya masaa, maana akiona kweli anazomewa ama hakuna watu, basi dhani kama ataweza kukaa katika hiyo tour. Kwa hivyo watu wasibebwe na kudanganywa kwa kuweza kununuliwa. Hilo tu ndo langu ambalo naweza nikalizungumza kwa sasa hivi. Asante Jio. Lamuka. Maana
Okay, sawa, msimamo, nimekusikia. So nataka kukuuliza swali kidogo kwa minajili ya kudadafua haya maneno tunaongelea hapa. Unaweza angusha ujumbe, sasa naongea, siwezi futa, so siwezi multitask, so unaweza angusha ujumbe. So lakini ukingojea nimalize kuongea, na kama na ujiangushia Father Dani na kungojea Saturday, umesema utakuwa the show will be very rich. So bwana msimamo, nataka kuuliza wewe swali. Sasa unaona huo usuhuba wa Raila Odinga na Kasongo, ile ambayo hata inamfanya ni kama yani anakuwa na kiburi sana, to the extent yeye anajua wale watu ambao anaweza ungana nao na wale hawezi ungana na wao. Hebu nikuulize swali, katika akili ya Raila Odinga, kwa nini anaona huyo mtu wa mitego sio mtu sahihi wa kuungana na yeye, na lazima aende aungane na watu wengine, lakini anasema hezi enda kwa mtu ya mitego? Nini kinaenda katika akili yake akisema mimi sitaki mtu ya mitego, nataka huyu?
kaka, ukimsikiza kauli zake haswa kwa hili, yeye mwenyewe haswa Agwambo anasema huyu jamaa aliniambia vyovyote vile piga ua, lakini kwa kweli mimi sitaweza kukaa karibu haswa na uongo nao, niko kwa uongozi, nimwangalia it's like ni ana revenge kujibu haswa yale ambayo Gachagua aliyazungumza na kama amesimama nayo haswa, ili kumuonyesha kwamba yeye hakuna mtu atapitia katika uongozi ama rais ataweza kuongoza hili pasipo kumshirikisha karibu na yeye, ndio mambo yawe sawa. Nadhani hili kwake ndio limelijongea hoja zaidi, Raila kwamba hakuna rais ataingia hapa pasipo yeye, kwa sababu yeye bila baba si kitu. Ndio maana hawa jamaa zangu wote wa Nyanza wanaamua kwamba wakiamua wao wameungana kwa so, sorry wameungana kwa serikali, maana baba amesema, basi wanakuta Wakenya wote nao pia baba akisema basi wote twende. Hiyo ni ushahidi baba amezungumza, kwa sababu baba ndio kila kitu. So to me it's like ana revenge, analipiza swa yale ambayo Gachagua alikuwa akiyazungumza kwamba haezi kaa karibu na serikali, nao ameonyesha live kwamba mimi ndio niko kwa serikali, kwa sababu kuna mahali nilimsikiza juzi anasema sasa huyo alisema siwezi jiongea kwa serikali, sasa hii iko nje, mimi niko ndani. So it's like ana revenge. Pili pia naona katika uhuba huu wa Kasongo na huyu jamaa wangu ni kwamba wao ni kama wanataka kuadhibu mlima kiasi fulani, waungane na jamii zingine na watu wengine sadi zingine, watu waache mlima kivyake, uone kwamba mlima sasa ni wakati wa kuweza kuadhibu, kuweza kuona kwamba hawakae karibu na uongozi. Pili, yani kwa sababu wamekaa hapa kwa muda, wameona kwamba wao ndio wapiganiaji wa
Okay, ni sawa
ndio kila
msimamo
kitu.
na
So
katika hilo wazo kidogo
it's like wanataka kuunganisha hii propaganda kwa jamii nyingine, waseme nao it's their time, wako kwa serikali. Lakini ukitazama kimtazamo wangu, nikimaliza, ni kwamba ni Luos versus Kale dhidi ya mlima.
na ndio nauliza, na unaona hiyo agenda ikisucceed, wewe unaona Raila na Ruto watashikana na wagalvanize wa Kenya wengine
kusucceed not only wangekuwa pengine sasa kuna tija, kuna jambo linaonekana, kuna mambo yanaonekana haswa katika masuala mazima na usawa wa ugavi wa rasilimali, usawa wa upeanaji wa nafasi, usawa katika masuala mazima na afya, usawa katika usimamizaji wa rasilimali. Maybe hili linge succeed to me, lakini halitofaulu kwa sababu bado Wakenya wanapitia pale pale, imekuwa ni propaganda. Ikiwa mtu mpaka sasa hivi bado anasema yupo kwa serikali hii kwa ajili ya gharama ya maisha, hilo ndilo kubwa ambalo limemweka katika ukuhuba huu. Huoni kwamba huko ni kuanguka kwa peupe, kwa sababu mtu anashindwa na maneno yale alikuwa nayo zamani ya mashiko, sasa hivi hayapo tena. Hakuna jinsi ambacho ataweza kuongea aeleweke, kwa sababu kimtazama Raila mwenyewe anachokizungumza kwamba ati yupo kwa sababu ya kuapply NADC report, of which hiyo NADC report kwangu mimi naona haimsaidii lolote Mkenya, ni unafiki tu. Ulikuwa wa kumaliza mzozano yao, wagawane rasilimali ama wagawane vyeo kama ilivyotokea jana na juzi. Sio ni jana walipotoa hizo positions, ukizitazama hazina face ya Kenya. In fact, kwanza katika hizo position zote nilitazama upande wa cost walipata nini? Nothing. So to me hawa jamaa hakuna vile ambavyo Kunjiru wataweza kusucceed, kwa sababu yale yanamuumiza mwananchi sio ambayo wao wanayaleta wanayapeana kipaumbele, na mwananchi analomuumiza ni huyu jamaa aondoke katika huu uongozi, kwa sababu tayari mwananchi ashamuona tukala yake kwamba ni mtu ambaye hajali hata masuala mazima na mauaji, masuala mazima na utekaji nyara, yani masuala mazima na usalama, ushaona, alafu masuala mazima na ufisadi. Pili, Mkenya huyu amechoka, si kwamba lazima aletewe haswa kutoka kwa serikali ndio ionekane kwamba amefanywa miradi. Serikali lazima itafute watu watakaosimamia kazi husika katika maeneo fulani, hiyo ndio jukumu la serikali. Si ya kwenda kulaunch na kwenda kupelekea watu miradi na vijipesa vya mkononi, ila ambalo nalizungumza kwamba ni tonge la mkononi na siku zote halishibishi. Basi huwa namaanisha hili kwamba maendeleo sasa hivi yako State House, wao wakija ndo sasa najiuliza kuna haja gani ya wizara, kuna haja gani ya parliament, kuna haja gani ya ugatuzi kama hawa watu wanajua mbinu ambazo wataweza kuzileta ili Mkenya faidi ama aendelee aone maendeleo. So to me hii unafiki huu ndo Njiru, hakuna kitu ambacho hao jamaa watafaulu hata siku moja kwa mitazamo hii, kwa sababu sio ambayo yanamuumiza Mkenya sana.
Haya, ni sawa. So bwana Msimamo, sijui kama Jerome Mwaura mnaweza endelea kidogo. Sijui kama kuna mawazo mengine ya kuongelea. Niko hapa chini ya tent. Kama kuna mawazo mengine ya kuendelea, naweza wacha mkiongea. Kuna mawazo mengine?
Nimekubaliana na Msimamo vile anasema Sauli. Sasa Raila kusema nimeingia hapa ndio nikiwa nikiambia, nilisema kitabu hivi ati nikiwa nikiangalia rais na wabunge ni ya nini, tunawalipa kila mwezi ya nini hao wabunge wamekuwa hostage by Ruto. Hakuna kitu wanafanya, wamepitisha nini? Hakuna, ni ile kutoa watu kuingiza, hiyo tu ndio wanapigania kwa seneta na kwa parliament. Hakuna kitu kingine wanafanya, wote wamebebwa na huyu Raila na Ruto. Sauli, wabunge wangekuwa wanataka kutoa Ruto, ODM peke yake ni wengi kuliko wale UDA, wangefanya hivyo, lakini wote wamepewa pesa, wanapewa cheo ndio wakae pale na waache huyu Kimani akuwe majority. Unaona ujinga? Hiyo sio katiba. Hakuna katiba iko pale vile imesema. Hakuna kitu wanafanya, ni kuchezea tu wa Kenya. Wanakula tu pesa zao, kutumia pesa kurudarada Kenya mzima.
Kwanza Njiru Njiru kukatisha ni kwamba kinachonishangaza ni hivi kwamba sijui kama kikatiba huku huba wa Ruto na Raila kwamba unakubalika. Hii serikali yao inakubalika kisheria. Labda pengine hawa wachanganuzi wenzangu hapa na upande wa comment section wanipe hilo jibu, kwa sababu mimi nimekuwa nikizungumkuti. Maana kama huyu unajua huku mimi ni mfugaji, kama ulivyosikia Njeru kwamba unasikia hiyo sauti ya kuni mfugaji. So kuna wakati kuko na haribu mayai yake, yani yote anakuwa visa. Akishajua ameharibu anafukuzia kwa mwenzake ambaye ameshalalia yake nayo. Na kufanya mchezo aswa hayo pia nayo ataachukua yeye na atamfukuza hata mwenye hayo mayai, ama uone wamegawana, huyu ana fungu lake, huyu ana fungu lake. So hii hali naiona katika huku Baru, kwa sababu ikiwa Raila angesimama haswa kama mpinzani kama alivyokuwa tangia awali kwamba ni mpinzani asimamie haswa kwa lazima la basi, lakini sasa hii serikali yao walioingiza hapa inachukuliwaje kikatiba hii, kwa sababu hatuoni sasa kwamba kuna upinzani ulionatija. Maana upinzani wa kwanza ni wa ODM, maana ndo walikuwa na viti vingi na wako upande wa pinzani na wakajibali kwamba wao ni wapinzani, maana IBC ilizungumza hilo na mahakama likathibitisha hilo. Sasa kuhuba wa hii serikali yao kisheria, haswa nyinyi ndugu zangu mwenye mko hapa, linachukuliwaje hili? Ni sawa ama si sawa? Huu muungano wa huyu ndo alikuwa na serikali, sasa amemleta huyu mpinzani ati wakae pamoja, na imekuwa hii ndio desturi Kenya ilivyo. Je, kisheria haswa ni sawa? Kwa sababu tumi naona inaleta mapungufu mengi. Kutaka kuipigania haki kwangu inakuwa ni kingumu, naona ni kikwazo, na kikwazo kikubwa ni kwa hawa wabunge mfano walioweza kuchukuliwa upande wa ODM na wengine kuweza kusimamia kule ambako walikuwa wanakupinga tangia awali, sasa wanakufagilia. So kwa hali hii naona kwamba imemnyima fursa mwananchi kuweza sasa kuwa hajui asimame kwa serikali wala kwa upinzani, kwa sababu hakuna upinzani kwa sasa hivi na hakuja kuwa na upinzani almost karibu chaguzi 3-4 zenye zimekuwa. So katika hii hali je, kisheria haswa serikali kama hii ndiyo inakubalika kisheria? Na kama inakubalika kisheria, je, jinsi gani ya kuweza kuzitoa sasa serikali hii katika mamlaka? Nguvu gani nampa mwananchi kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba anaweza itoa haswa hii nguvu? Labda mtanijibu kwa hilo, asante.
Ndio nakwambia Kenya tujawahi kuwa na opposition, ni ujinga tu. Hakuna opposition Kenya, never. Na wale wanasema ati Raila ni leader ya opposition, hiyo ni ujinga. Hakuna, hajai. Sauli hata uchaguzi kisha anaingia kwa serikali, anakaa pale, anaanza kukula na watu wake. Wajiko anawachwa pale, anasumbuka tu, miaka nenda miaka kuja. Kwa hivyo hakuna opposition Kenya, na hakuna katiba imesema vile wanafanya iko pale kwa katiba, hakuna. Ndivyo hivyo wanataka kupitisha kitu ati waongeze hivi. Hiyo ni BBI ingine imekuja, na hii ni ujinga. Tunabeba ufara sana na hawa watu, wanabeba watu wa ufara kabisa. Sasa hebu niambie, bunge tangu waingie 2 years and a half wamepitisha nini? Nothing. Kwa nini walisema walienda huko Naivasha wakasema hii saa si whatever sisi ifanyi kazi? Kwa nini wakurudi kwa bunge waifuja kabisa waitoe? Kwa nini wakutoa? Wako na nguvu, wao ndio wako na nguvu yote wamebeba kwa Wajiko. Kwa nini wakumaliza hii saa kabisa? Turudi ile ilikuwa pale mpaka watengeneze hii ujinga. Na wawezi kufanya hivyo. Sauli, ni pesa ya Wakenya, wanachukua ya taxi wanaweka kwa private. I will never ever see government putting health system to private people. Never happen. Na education. Na hivyo ndivyo wanafanya sasa. Hakuna serikali iko pale kwa ile ni biashara. Sasa tufanye nini? Si unasikia King vile aliambia Ruto. Alimwambia ni lazima asikize Wakenya malalamiko yao. Alifanywa madharau sana na King. Huo King ako huko, sijui ameenda na nisikii kanakaa tu kakichwa kidogo, ndio Gen Z wanamuita Kasongo. Hiyo kakichwa yake ni maji kabisa, hakuna kitu, hakuna akili iko pale. Hiyo ni malenge, kichwa ya malenge, hata anakaa kama malenge tu. Hiyo BHD anatuambia ako naye, afikirii Wakenya wanakufa saa hii. Hakuna kazi, hakuna nini. Uende huko hospitali na cash, unatoa wapi na una cash? Na pesa yako ikimezwa, hakuna kutengenezwa. Si hata polisi wameanza kulalamika. Kwani polisi wetu na army wamekimya nini? Huu mtu pengine wanangoja Wakenya waamuke waseme tumutaki. Vile nasema Wakenya wote waache kuenda kazi, waende huko kwa koti nje, huko high court, waseme tutaki huyu mtu. Hiyo ndio njia, ama tukingoje 2027. Amezidi. Amezidi kabisa. Huyu Raila asidanganye mtu alikuwa anapigania Wakenya. Wale watu wanasema hapo, wafungue macho. Kabisa wafungue macho. Hakuna kitu wanatetea Mkenya. Na watu kwani wana roho ya mtu na wana watoto wao wanakula vizuri, wako ng'ambo, wajali. Wale wengine wanateseka. Na ndio naambia Wakenya, muache kuchukua hii pesa, iko na laana. Hii pesa iko na laana kwa Mungu. Mungu anasema ukisaidia maskini ni mimi umeshika mkono. Sasa Ruto anasaidia maskini gani? Ati anapeana, anajenga kanisa. Kanisa kwani inanyesha? Hebu niambie, kanisa watu wanaenda hata saa hii wako na nyumba, na maskini analala nje. Ni nani Mungu atabarikia nani? Ukipea maskini huyu, mpe nyumba, umjengee, umpe chakula, si Mungu ndiye atakubariki? Ni wapi imesema ujenge kanisa? Si huyu mtu anajengea makanisa, wako tu na kanisa, kwani inanyesha? Hii pesa anatoa watu, anapelekanga kwa kanisa. Wakenya tumekaliwa. Hii maguvu yote wanatoa wapi? Kila mtu Kenya sasa akuwa anabeba mafupa ya nguruwe. Tuache kufungwa macho na Ruto. Sinasikiaga mapema kitabu nilikuwa nasikia, ukibeba mafupa ya nguruwe hiyo uchawi iwezi kuja karibu na yeye. Ni machawi wanatumia tu. Raila anajua ni nini every deputy kwa president anatolewa kwa nini. Raila ndio sumu ya hii. Anajua ni nini. Anajua anza. Lakini ya dunia ulipio duniani. Watakufa na uchungu sana hao. Nakwambia kuko Wakenya wanalia saa hii, wanalia, wako huko tuwaoni, lakini mi najua wako wengi wanasumbuka, wajui wataenda wapi. Ati na tuko na serikali na mnalipa tax. Ai, eh? Haya, mi sijai kuona hii imezidi. Na mtu anawaambia ati mi najua Bible, nimesoma Bible mpaka wapi? Hakuna Bible anasoma, ni ya Saitani. Amebeba Bible ya Saitani, sio ya Mungu. 10% ile unasikianga tunaambiwa tutoe, hiyo 10% pasta hata asikule, ama mafadha wasikule, wasaidie maskini. Sio ati 20 milioni unapeleka kwa kanisa mbele ya watu. Mungu hataki hiyo. Mungu anasema hii mkono ikitoa usikubali ya left ijue umetoa ngapi. Ako na madharau sana, kwanza ako na kiburi buto. Kiburi na ana hata adabu, hata ana nini. Haya, where is intelligent? Huwa hajasoma hiyo, aliiba hiyo masomo yake. Hakuna kusoma amesoma, hapana, amezidi kwangu, amezidi. Na huyu kwanza, huyu Raila huyu atajua ajui. Mungu anamuona tu, anawaona tu, anawaangalia. Sisi tuombe sasa, tujue tupange, ni tufanye nini sasa. Mimi sijui. Hauli pale niko, watu wanasema kwa nini watu wa nchi watoki waseme kitu? Ndio wamewaweka, wamewaandika hawa watu. Kwa nini wasemi kitu? Watoke wote wakatae kazi mpaka huyu mtu aende. Hiyo tu ndio njia. Ama tugoje kuchaguana? Kwa nini president anachagua watu wa election? Hao watu wanatakana wakuwe kama hapa. Tuko na watu wanaitwa wanaitwaje, wanaendaga kotini jiro. Sasa watu wa election itakani ijue huyu Ruto anawajua, ni mtu tu atoke pale ametoka, akuwe clean, anafanya ile usaguzi. Wanachagua kwa nini ati atoke kwa hii chama? Hiyo ndio inaniuma. Naona ni ujinga. Kenya tujai kuwa democracy. Hakuna democracy. Raila na Ruto wameshikana hostage parliament center wote wamekuwa hostage parliament. Hakuna kitu wanapitisha mpaka Ruto aseme. Ai, hii ni ujinga. Hiyo tumebebwa. Ai, mimi sijui, sina ya kusema, ninanyamaza tu, naomba Mungu. Haya, nimetoka.
Okay, ni sawa. Msimamo, you have a point to add? Tunafunga sasa. Please. Mkenya Mkora, are you there? Au ni kama walienda. Q, are you there?
Niko.
Haya, sasa nataka sasa tumalizie tukifunga sasa. Hebu sasa nielezee sasa, tutajitoa kwa hii minyororo, na usiniambie maneno ya uchaguzi. Niambie sasa, what is the practical way ya kujitoa kwa hii minyororo ya Ruto sasa?
Utaki nini? Utaki to vote? Unajua kila mtu atuambia tuende 2027. Hawa watu wote wanatuchezea. Wanatuchezea leo, wanashikana kesho, but kazi ya Wakenya haifanywi. These political games wanacheza, it's a circus, sadly. And the sad part of it has a lot of casualties. And the casualties are the Kenyan people who will die, who will not get their education. As these people, the political class, wanacheza na nchi yetu, lives ya watu, accident kwa njia, because you guys are not doing your jobs. Kwenye niko hizi vitu zitakuwa ngumu and sijui tutaona, but a lot of people should be asking themselves, anyone who is supporting this man, especially anyone in the government, anyone who is representative of the people have said this is enough. Some of you, or some of them, want us to talk about the tribal politics. And they are proudly using Mkoloni playbook to rule over us, to spoil the lives of people. This is not good. You even wonder, and Njeru asked, kwani hawa watu hawana humanity in them? How can you be stealing millions, billions, na unapitia somewhere you see people living, wanaishi kwa nini? Slums, and you drive by there every day in your big car, knowing very well that anything that you have belongs to them people. And it takes, Njeru said, on her submission, she said, kwani hawa watu ni shetani. Yes. You understand, you're destroying the whole humanity in a society. Sio mtu mmoja, watu wawili, the whole country. Na mnazunguka, mnachezea watu akili. Wanatuambia, angalia hapa, while I rob you, na unacheza hiyo mchezo, laughing, assuming that no one can see this, assuming that people will forget this. The tears the old people are going through, those tears, hizo uchungu zote. Sitaki kuingia part ya spirituality, but hizo mauchungu zote, the souls that will die because of what you guys are doing. You wonder, kwani hata nyinyi, don't you even have faith in anything? Mwenzako. Sahi nimeona Mutahi, the other guy who joined the government the other day, aitwa nani? Njiro? Mutahi nani? I saw it on newspaper. He is the one pushing forced
Mutahi Kanywe.
Mutahi Kagwe.
Mutahi Kagwe, yule alipewa
Yes.
agriculture.
Yes. Now he is forcing people, the soils to be tested. And on top of the testing,
At the soils to be tested. So, like, let me ask you, why should soil be tested? Why can't they zone Kenya? It is easy to zone Kenya. Tunajua hii pahali ni ya kahawa, ni ya majani chai. We already know Kenya what to plant where. Ama hatujui.
Not to mention, hakuna venye, we do not need our government to tell us what to plant. People plant what they know works. Wacha mchezo. Nyinyi tunajua what they're doing. What they're doing is, wanakuja wana test soil, wanajua what your soil can grow. Then they tell you can grow it. Now on top of that, the fertilizer they are using.
Hebu nikuulize kidogo bwana Kiwe, as you speak, like mimi shamba yangu ni nusu eka na nimepakana na wewe nusu eka. So why should I test my land na wewe test land yangu? Gava iwezi sponsor hiyo testing of land and they do samples.
No, that's what they are doing, but they are forcing. That's not the intent. The intent, there's a plant, you know, the globalist agenda, right? Njiro, you know this, right? The globalist agenda.
Globalism, of course, I know.
This is what they are pushing. Unakumbuka akisema sijui cows zianze kupatiwa vaccines, sijui za fatting. All that is supposed to work on depopulation agenda. So what they're doing, they're spoiling the agriculture sector on purpose, so we have starvation. And once we start starving, then watakuwa natupatia food poisoned. This is the whole globalist agenda, to depopulate Africans. They're even doing it in Europe. White people are tired of this too. Na Mutahi Kagwe, you just joined in. You know exactly what you're pushing to people. Wewe. You wonder, kwani akili watu, you just resign. Say, man, I don't want to get in politics again. I'm getting old, I'm getting sick. Just stop it. Kwani, are you being forced to do this? How greedy do you have to be that you take the money to spoil the lives of the people, your brothers and sisters? Now,
Let me tell you, Bwana Q, people like Akina Mutahi Kagwe and so many other people who can actually be used by the system to destroy their people. I said that cancer is in Kenya is now leading in cancer in East and Central Africa. We are really dying of cancer, and 80% of
most of it is in Meru. They poison
for
a
certain
river
agents.
up. River
So,
up there.
Like,
that's where they poison it from.
Can you imagine? Our cancer is worsening even more than countries which even more than countries like America. We are now like at a worse rate than even countries like America.
Unajiuliza, before wazungu wakuje huku watu wako wanakufa, walikuwa wanakaa mpaka mimi shosho yangu na guka wangu walikufa wakiwa 95. And I know where I came, most of the people even now wanaishi, but now unapata mtu wako 25 akona cancer. Kuna a friend of mine akona mtoto wa 3 years, huyo mtoto akona cancer.
And can you imagine we are not even interested, no one is even interested in like because you see like majority of the cancer, and this is something I will say, unaona hata story ya herbicides, we are doing very bad herbicides in Kenya. Hii maneno ya kunyunyuzia dawa, like majority of our places like Mwea, those places in Meru where we are doing a lot of horticultural product, hizo manyanya tunakula huko zimenyunyuziwa madawa excess.
Yes.
That is what our agriculturists should be doing, like to stabilize farming kidogo, to stabilize farming with retroll, no drugs. But sasa kazi yao ni wewe unaona tu nyanya iko mzuri, iko kwa soko ni mzuri sana, iko pale na crate, but ni dawa tunakula madawa mbaya sana. Hiyo madawa ndio inaua wa Kenya. And you ask yourself a question, how comes like cancer has become a pandemic, as just a pandemic from nowhere? So I'm just trying to tell you, because actually if you look at some of the items in Kenya which have extreme herbicide, na nitasema including like unajua pia tumeenda to the level pia tumeharibu mito, because you use herbicides and pesticides, I call them that way. Then those pesticides wakati wa mvua kama saa hii, hiyo madawa yote inapelekwa kwa mto. So some people downstream where akunyeshi saa hiyo, they collect all those herbicides and pesticides. I think we need a revolution where now it's not even a dialogue, where now we have to tell people, can you imagine even Europeans themselves, when we are farming in Kenya, they have to send companies like Syngenta and Uragap, if you know them, actually to look at the methods which are being, because already even Europeans know the excessive use of pesticides and herbicides in Kenya. And sasa mzungu, for those people wale wanalima meshiri, because I come from areas where we used to farm meshiri for Syngenta and Uragap. Like mzungu cannot trust my father to farm meshiri. My father has to be supervised. Andi akiambiwa kama ni dawa msiweke msifanye nini. That is what they were doing for so long. I don't know if those companies are still in Kenya and supervising the farming of the produce which are being taken to Europe. But look, but majority of the thing,
they are supervising what they are going to eat.
Yeah, what they are going to eat. That's what I'm saying. They are supervising. But Kenyans,
spoiling it.
But what Kenyans are going to eat, what I'm going to get kwa ile soko ya pale Embu, ile nyanya nitaenda kununua pale Embu, ile avocado nitaenda kununua pale Embu, ile machungwa nitaenda kununua pale Embu, ile sukuma nitaenda kununua pale Embu, imelimwa na guesswork. Jamaa tu ameenda akanunua hii madawa Mafildan, Roundup,
Like imejazwa nini poison hapo, imejazwa poison
hiyo
on top
vitu
of.
yote. So jamaa tu ameenda tu, you just go into the angle of it hapo, because sasa unakuta sasa unasikianga mtu akisema sijui kama ni kuua weed, unaua na hii dawa, sijui kama ni sisi watu wa kahawa sijui tuko na kopa, tuko na nini, hizo madawa zote nitazitaja hapa. That is the problem. And I think if there is somebody who will help our nation and help our people, na mimi naambia because you know the problem is this naweza sema mimi sitaki kutumia hizo madawa, but I'm not self-reliant ati nitalima kila kitu. That is the problem we have. But in the that is why, by the way, people are being encouraged, have your own nursery bed hapo. Stop going to the market to buy these ready-made goods. Maneno ya sukuma, wachana na sukuma ya town. Hiyo umeligua na mtu ambaye unajua amelima.
Kama ni neighbor, wewe uko na cabbage, mimi niko na sukuma.
But we have to look for
yes,
a way. And I wish in Kenya we love each other, we love democracy. But if we love democracy and we loved a serious way of life, there was a way in which actually we could have pulled ourselves together, and we actually start now fighting this drug farming, which is actually killing Kenyans. Because the truth of the matter is that unajua sasa we have now normalized death. We have now normalized death. Tumeanzia sasa kusema at like we don't care, like sababu ni biashara. I'm talking this because of biashara. Sababu ni biashara. I don't care whether I farm tomatoes which have excessive drugs which will go and kill Kenyans. I don't care. Why are we these carers? We are not like our brother's keeper. Yani siskivi, I'm not okay. Like I'm farming things which I know. I don't know if it is ignorant or they don't know they are not supposed to be using this drug, but I'm farming tomatoes, and I know very well these tomatoes are actually killer to people. These tomatoes are going to kill people. That is the story I'm trying to ask myself. How selfish, even as we are trying to cry about the government and how the government is doing heinous acts and issues, why should you be farming products to kill our people? I understand sometimes some things we cannot avoid because maybe you are working in a school somewhere, you stay in a staff room, munaletewa vitu hapo za kupika, you are in an event like nimekuja harusi kwako, kumenunuliwa manyanya na vitu zingine. So you see, because of this nimeenda kwa hoteli pale Lilian Towers, nimeenda kwa hoteli pale Norfolk, nimeenda Boulevard, I'm in Pan-African pale, niko Sarova Stanley. I will not go and start asking them manyanya yenyu mmetoa wapi. So that's why you are seeing the level at which you will be subjected, and the level at which you can eat drugs and bad food is so rampant. Because occasionally I'm in a meeting, I will meet myself taking tea from milk in Sarova Stanley. I don't know where that milk has been raised. I don't know the product. Ama nijikute nakula ile kuku ina rotate hivi kwa madirisha. That is the problem we are having in Kenya. And we now need that dialogue of safe food. Already America started it. And these are some of the things I will be talking about. The reason why Bobby Kennedy Jr. was actually given that slot, because even America themselves, they have seen how food is even causing mental retardation. Sorry to say this. Saa hii watoto wa siku hizi ni wajinga kuliko watoto wa kitambo, sababu ya zile chakula unatumia. And I can tell you, watoto wa siku hizi hawawezi karibia ile brain ilikuwa na watoto wa kitambo. Wale watoto walikuwa nakula good organic food, which actually was very good in stabilizing your brain na vitu zingine. So unakuta even the amount of food, the type of food we are eating is also destabilizing our thinking, because we are eating the wrong food. Chakula yote ni mkolidhanio, ama ni ile sijui everything is improved, kila kitu we are saying improve. We don't want to like save and rescue indigenous product, and that is a dialogue Kenyans are not willing to talk. And let me tell you issues about death. According to and that's the reason why our countries are becoming bad. The reason why God had instituted we have a very big young population, then population density reduces as you go towards age 100. The reason why God had instituted that concept other than now this concept which is now being instituted by man, whereby now man want even by age 65 you don't have anyone in life living. Yeah. And like for example, if I tell you today in Kenya the population of people who are 75 years and above is less than 5% of the population. People are 75. 75 is still a healthy age. Personally, when I was in the university, I was being taught by professors who are in their 70s. So 75 is not that you are extremely old. You are still resourceful to the community. Donald Trump is in 70s, arrive and kicking and running his errands and deporting people. So I'm talking of if you're in 70s, you should be somebody with energy. We should not be like saying like you have 15 perennial diseases. You have like 30 diseases. Kama wamama wengine who are in their 70s now, unasikia mama anashidanga hospitali ako na magonjwa kama 15 na ni zile magonjwa noma, sio homa. Unasikia sijui ako na diabetes, ako na hypertension, ako na asthma, like you have 15 diseases and every disease need stabilization. Si ati kila ugonjwa inahitaji dawa, so you meet that woman in the village there and anahitaji like 7 or 8 drugs kumeza every day. That is what we are talking about, destruction of a civilization just by food poisoning.
Jiro, unajua wakati nikuja hapa walikuwa wananiambia Sauli, mimi nilichoka, nilikuwa nurse nikienda hii kazi nyingine, walikuwa nasema kwani unakula chakula gani huko? Kwa nini nyinyi mko healthy namna hii? Sasa Kenya ikawacha agriculture yao, msungu akuja kuwafundisha vile watalima. Hiyo nilikuwa choke. Nikasema kwani Wakenya tuko wajinga aje? Tunaletewa madawa, tulime na madawa ya nini? Wanakufa kila 15 minutes, watu kama 10 wanakufa. Sauli ya hii madawa yao, chakula hii wanakula hapa. Na Kenya wakakubali agriculture yetu igiliwe na msungu alete hii madawa ya kulisha chakula. Ati kwa miezi 3 unakula. Kwani mbeleni sisi tulikuwa tunakula? Sasa wamewacha ile mavi ya ng'ombe, ya kuku, wameacha kukimbilia madawa. Ati chakula ikue haraka. Kukibisha Mungu. Sasa ona Kenya yote imejaa. Ni kweli Kenya imejaa kansa kila mtu. Sauli mzungu alikuja na ule ujaja yake. Haribu Afrika mzima. Si wakatae. Turudi vile tulikuwa tunakulisha chakula zetu. Organic. Sasa hebu niambie hii madawa na wamekataa na tuwezi kununua madawa hizi. Watu wana pesa, wanakufa tu kila siku. Sauli nilisema juzi mzungu wa hiyo Amerika na England wako tu Kenya. Msiseme ati tuko freedom. Hakuna ati independent. Wako tu nyuma yetu pale. Hii madawa imetoka wapi? Sauli wanashindwa. Kwa nini hawa watu wanakaa miaka 100 na wao watu ni wengi. Hiyo ndio njia walitumia. Wanadanganya. Wakakuja wakaleta hii poison yote kwa chakula. Kila mtu unasikia huko akuli sukuma. Sisi tumelelewa na sukuma. Saa hizi ni watu gapi Kenya wamekataa sukuma? Wengi. Akikula ako na shida ya tumbo. Sauli ya hii madawa. Agriculture, mimi nilikuwa 4K club, school. Hiyo yote imemalishwa sasa. Mimi naweza kukulisha chakula bila madawa. Sasa Wakenya siwafungue macho, wakatae hiyo fertilizer zote, wakatae kabisa. Warudi our old days. Hiyo tu ndio nitasema. Ni kweli tunauawa kila siku na wasungu wameingilia agriculture zetu ati kufundisha mtu mweusi vile atalima.
We Njeru na Njiro na chat, mnakumbuka before 2024 wakati kulikuwa na election ya Harris na Trump, I think when I was very close, sijui kama kuna mtu alipay attention, Ruto was pushing a bill or he was giving Bill Gates a blank immunity. Mnakumbuka? Ani nakumbuka Ruto akipatia nini Bill Gates blank immunity. He's the person who been working on this project. This is the person who's been working on this project.
Oh,
This is why he wanted a blank immunity, because he knows what he's been doing in our country. He's the one who's been overseeing that project.
na unaona
Him
sasa
and
ameingilia kwa ng'ombe, ati waduge ng'ombe, si unaona maziwa watoto wanakunywa wanakuwa na kansa, unaona?
It's the same person. Na huyu jamaa ndio akona whole, nasikia akona whole village yake karibu na kwa Ruto yake amejenga whole village yake. So he was in Kenya, he was living in Kenya and states, but most of the time he was in Kenya. He's the one who has been pushing this, planning this, and executing the whole vaccine things, all of them. This is why he asked for blank immunity. Now start connecting dots. Kila kitu you hear, there's something behind it. Jiro, are you there? Jiro?
Yes, I'm there, but you can conclude that discussion mukimalizia.
Yeah, I think
because I want to engage in other issues. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So how many more minutes do you need to discuss that topic? Because mimi nisha inject the information I wanted to inject.
No, mimi nimeshamaliza pia. Nimeshamaliza your topic.
Okay. Then munaweza peana wazo lenyu la mwisho na tufunge kituo until tomorrow.
Ngoja mimi nimalizie hapo. Asante sana kila mtu. Be careful. Take care of your neighbors, please. Whatever you can. And don't believe everything you read from Githeri Media.
Hata mimi namalizia pale. Asante sana Jio, asante sana Wakenya. Tufugue macho, ndio nitasema. Ukiwa na saba yako, we tumia ile old school. Acha na hii fertilizer. Hii inaua watu kila siku. Hiyo tu ndio tutasema, tuonane jioni. Asante sana Jiro, asante sana kila mtu. Kwa heri.
Okay, ni sawa, tumemaliza kipindi yetu siku ya leo. I appreciate for everybody who has been here. Nimeshukuru sana. It's my pleasure to serve you. Yes, and nilisikia hizo injeri za shindano, but nothing is being done because our government is lame and fake. They don't even talk about it. Wale watoto, kuna wale watoto waliumia. These are the things I will be coming here to discuss in the future, because I have come to realize that unless tuongee those life-changing events, hatujisaidii. So I think we will do a show, maybe Anne with your authority and other people who are here with your authority. We need to come and do a show here about the poisoning of Kenyans using food. We need to do that show. Hapa sisi hakuna kitu hatuongeangi. We speak everything and we believe information is power. Chemnyatet na yetu wale wanajua kikale. Information is power. We have to start empowering our people to know that they are actually poisoning themselves. They are poisoning each other. We are eating poisoned food, and we cannot continue in that trajectory of eating poison and poisoning each other. We cannot grow a healthy nation if we are not assured of having people in the age of 70s and at least 80s. Those are the people who pass knowledge to the next generation. If you die at the age of 50 or at the age of 40, you don't reach a capacity to pass knowledge to the next generation. The reason why God allowed some few people to be able to reach even to age of 80s and 100, those who are supposed to connect generations, those who are generation connectors. Then you need to tell people that. Because once you live old, you stop being in active life and you slow down on issues of life, and you now start thinking about your next level of life. and you want to leave the generation at a safe life. Mtu wa miaka 40 na miaka 50, they don't care much about the afterlife and how they will live this world. But mzee wa miaka 70 na miaka 80 na miaka 90, they care about the world they will live. And that is why they wanted to impart the morals which they have lived with, the things which they have practiced, and they have made them to reach 100 years. They now want to pass those traits to their children and the children of their children for continuity of life. So that is why a generation without old people is a very bad generation. That's why you are seeing, because like even in our community, because our old people are missing relevance, or they are not being taken serious, the few who are there, we are having so many bad things. Even people like Akina Ruto is as a product of lack of mentors, people who could actually, even we could be having people in their 80s and 90s who could actually even coming up together and saying the leadership which we are seeing in Kenya is not what we want our kids to be subjected to. We don't want to leave our kids. I'm so surprised even Mau Mau veterans cannot even come out and even criticize or talk ill about this government, and this government is doing all the things. I think wazee wetu kuna vile pia wao wametuangusha kidogo. The reason why God grants you life unafika miaka 80 na 90 is you become a generation connector. Hiyo ni story tutaongea siku ingine, and I think Dani Dario, you need to come and discuss that topic. Hiyo unaiweza, because from spiritual point of it makes sense. We need to understand the reason why if everybody dies at the age of 40, actually hii dunia itaisha. Hata usingojee mwisho mwingine wa dunia. If everybody will be dying in their 40s and 50s, this world will end, because people in their 40s and 50s, they have no enough information to give people. You can see the information, the information which you get from people like Akina Kiengei. You can see the information which you get like even this funny people who are trending. It's not information which can actually connect to generations, can connect generations. So that is the issue. So Q nikikwambia niko 60 years, wow, yeah. So ani nitakutakia Mungu ako, kama uko hiyo level, at least akugonge ingine 30, at least akugonge ingine 30, so that at least you can connect the generations. Yeah, we need people who can connect generations. We need people who can pump sense to the next generation. And you cannot pump sense to the next generation in your 30s and 40s. You are not mature enough. You have not faced life. Usifikiria ati mtoto wa miaka 30 na 40, even if he is a motivation speaker, or even if he is a pastor, or even a father, you have not been subjected to enough trial to actually become a generation connector. Yes, you could be good in what you are doing through academics and education, but that is why that level of connecting generation used to be for wazee. I don't know where we got a diversion. Dani mumeanzia kujitetea, so hata kama mko karibu kupata retire ni sawa. So retire is okay. People should retire. Okay, ni sawa. I'm done. I'm done. So we need those people who have faced life to connect generation. So, and you still need more experience. You have not gained much. If you are still in your 60s, bado. You're almost there, but bado. You can see now people like Raila Odinga, who are actually supposed to be generation connectors, they are still eating and being put in payrolls by different counties. Oh my. I wish Raila Odinga could know the responsibility which he can actually play for Kenya. He would not misuse hiyo miaka Mungu amempea. Raila Odinga should understand that Mungu amempea hiyo miaka so that he can be able to connect the old Kenya and the new Kenya. Hiyo ndio kazi yake. Kazi ya Raila Odinga ni to connect the new and the old Kenya. Lakini ni kama ameshindwa na kuelewa that mission which God has given him. Lakini pole kwake. I hope if there are some people here who are akina Stone PK mnasemanga mnaongeanga na Raila, please tell him that he should be very instrumental in connecting the ordered new Kenya. Actually, he should be the model of taking us to Canaan. Ile Canaan alikuanga anatuambia. That one should be his motto forever. Na sio Canaan imbo, ni Canaan ya ukweli. He should be taking Kenya to the real Canaan. That one should be the responsibility. The level in which Raila Odinga amefika, Raila sio mtu wa kupewa tu pesa ndogo ndogo na anakubali. He has done everything in life. I don't think Raila Odinga, there is anything else he is waiting to achieve in this life or to do. He has lived one of the most super life in Kenya and in the world. Everywhere he goes in the world, he is recognized. So by that accord itself, it shows he can do something. But it is so bad that he has allowed the devil to use him. He had an opportunity to be used by the angels, but he has allowed the devil to use him. Unajua mtu anaweza tumika na shetani. Tunaanzia hapo kesho. Poleni masupporters wa Raila Odinga na wagongeanga huyo mzee wenyu sana. Lakini ni vile alikataa kutumia a godly given opportunity the right way. Bye.